Chapter 1101 Apocryphal Antiquity. 3. With the Omicron universe, the Emperor Penguin and Barbados were leading the charge while following behind the lead of the clone of the blue slime, this universe actually having its existence as all pledge fealty under the tyrannical emperor a moment after Noah entered and destroyed the universal construct. He left just as quickly as his main body in the dark universe simply shone with brilliance and tabulated the incoming marks of antiquity, with the addition of the Omicron and Euthenia universe as well as his forces still targeting the levels of paragons and below in the abyssal and liberated universe. Noah currently stood at 43 billion Tau galaxies as he was very close to becoming a hegemony himself. The only thing that stood in his way was time, as well as the large amounts of hegemonies that were currently waiting for him. At this time, his figure flashed into the liberated universe as he used the expansive senses of the slime to very quickly locate the universal construct as well as its protectors. It was frighteningly quiet at this moment as the figures of Noah and the blue slime turned into streaks of light, appearing near the construct soon after as Noah locked eyes with the numerous beings protecting it. Kronos was at the very forefront as his eyes were filled with utter seriousness and somberness as he gazed upon Noah. What caused Noah's eyes to constrict when he faced these hegemonies, though, was the fact that around all of them, a glimmering universe was manifested outside brilliantly. Each of them were actually manifesting their origins outside as they released horrendous waves of power, the many das and laws they controlled shining brilliantly across their galaxies and Tau galaxies. Noah could actually count 14 manifested universes before him as it represented 14 hegemonies. At the very forefront, Kronos majestically walked out as he looked at Noah with an impassive face. I really hate beings like you the most, rumble, beings that obtain everything without putting in any work. Beings that are handed their power by another influence as they use it as if it was their own. Kronos' vibrant voice reverberated out as Noah listened silently, this being actually believing that Noah was something sent by the primordial cosmos themselves to stand in his way. This was the only way to explain the unexplained power this being used. The only way to understand why a paragon could do the things that he did. Noah tilted his head as he smiled devilishly at this being's words, his Cthulhu form merely vibrating with power as when faced with 14 terrifying hegemonies. He wasn't too bothered as he began to prepare. Aside from this universe, a similar scene was about to play out in the abyssal universe as outside its boundaries, a stern oathkeeper had appeared as within his hands. A sort of primordial essence vibrated intensely. Lend me your strength, he spoke powerfully to the hegemonies behind him as they bellowed out, their bodies lighting up as essence freely left them and flowed into the oathkeeper in an inefficient manner, but it flowed in nonetheless as the sort of primordial essence shone even brighter, beginning to pierce and sink deeply into the universal barrier. Behind the barrier, the swirling black hole that was the face of the Goliath swirled powerfully as multiple hegemonies stood beside him, this entire party looking up as they were ready for battle. 2 universes, 2 battles that would decide the unknown fate of many things. Whether the antiquity descended or not would depend on these 2 battles, and the antiquity himself as this powerful entity was truly relentless. A moment after the nice simultaneous destruction of 2 universal constructs by Noah and now with only 2 remaining, this antiquity silently and with eyes flashing coldly actually burned another set of universes as he used their essence once more. In the unique area of space across time and dimensions, he uttered coldly while gritting his teeth, 20 minutes, rumble. An extremely heavy price continued to be paid by the antiquity as no matter what, he promised himself he had to descend. His shocking actions were met with happiness in the liberated and abyssal universe by Kronos and his party. While Noah's eyes only flashed with bright light as he waved his hands and brought forth other clones of the blue slime, 2 more planetary-sized blue slimes appeared as their mission were finished in the Euthenia and Omicron universes, their bodies only glimmering with power and strength as they also stared down at the group of 14 hegemonies. The glimmer of manifested universes foretold of a shocking battle to occur as before Noah even made a move, Kronos had already waved his hands. As an enormous purple clock appeared in the skies releasing an immense amount of the essence of Kronos, at this point in time though, a voice stretched out from a being that had been very silent recently. From the memories of all the hegemonies, you were the one to lead and propose for the genocide of the universal emperor slimes, rumble. The voice of the blue slime reverberated out strongly as the eyes of this being locked onto Kronos' figure and spoke out. He had devoured many hegemonies so far as he didn't just obtain their power, he also obtained their memories. From them, he knew of the deep history of the universal emperor slimes as well as the events leading to it. Inexplicably sometime in the past, conflicts had begun to rise ever so slowly around the powerful paragons and hegemonies stemming from the race of universal emperor slimes. almost as if a being was moving behind the scenes and orchestrating everything. They progressed so far as to cause a war with this unique race, where universal emperor slimes were branded taboo as they used their power of devouring to upset the very balance of the cosmos. When a universal emperor slime held an entire universe hostage for hundreds of years, this was the last straw, as Kronos was the one to lead the campaign after that to eradicate them all. This being now looked at the blue slime coldly as while the regal purple clock rotated above him, he replied slowly. In another lifetime, the universal emperor slime stood in my way and posed issues to my plans, so I eradicated them this time around, Rumble, but it seems I wasn't thorough enough, or even a little child like you was left behind. And here you are causing me problems yet again, a cold and remorseless voice. The blue slime heard this clearly as its body vibrated with emotions, the knowledge that it would forever be the last of its kind because of such a reason from this existence being overwhelming. Even though the blue slime was immensely powerful, it still held the mentality of a young boy as such emotions were felt strongly. It's okay. Above the blue slime, Noah patted his body sadly as he spoke. The blue slime calming down as in the dark universe, Noah's main body was actually holding on to a small miniaturized form of the blue slime in his hands. It's okay. Turn the strength of those emotions and rage towards the one that caused this. Let them feel what you feel. WAA. The eyes of the blue slime shimmered a beautiful cerulean blue as it nodded, the blue crown above it spinning madly as in the liberated universe. Essence erupted out in waves. The last battle to decide the descent of an antiquity began at this moment. Chapter 1102 Apocryphal Antiquity. For all the previous battles that Noah had been in didn't involve extremely high-tier Daos like the Tao of Kronos from his enemies, but this time around, the existence that even held the title of Kronos had prepared and stood against him as the regal purple clock he summoned shone menacingly in the light, but against the rage of the blue slime, this purple light seemed to pale in comparison. Rumble, its three clones glimmered with wondrous cerulean light that illuminated the nearby tens of thousands of miles, two of the clones shining with an essence that was deeply crimson in color as it represented extinction. The central clone shone a glorious blue as an opposing clock just as big as Kronos's appeared behind them, causing pure power to crackle in the air as one essence of Kronos faced another. Then, there was the beautiful manifestation of their universes, the 14 hegemonies had already manifested their universes as at this time, the blue slime manifested its own. Yet, there was a shocking change with the appearance of its manifestation as the eyes of Kronos and other hegemonies opened wide. Their hearts trembling from what they saw. This was because when the three slimes manifested their universes, they didn't display three universes, but each slime had one that was bright blue in color that seemed extremely real, and another that seemed less brighter, but it was still there, two universes. It was the scene of a single being manifesting two universes that made Kronos and the others nearly go mad in a stupor, as this was a sign of antiquity. Even though one of the universes seemed incomplete, it still should be like this, but to the blue slime, it didn't matter what level of shock they had. A terrifying bellow exploded out with a myriad of emotions, the feelings of a being that had its entire race taken away rolling out as the blue slime tugged on the endless mana reserves of Noah to let loose. The two clones shining with the essence of extinction spoke out at this moment as their voices caused the void to crack and splinter. Apocalyptic extinction, rumble, RIP. The void quaked as it ripped apart, terrifying hurricanes and typhoons containing dense essence of extinction blooming before the 14 hegemonies as they threatened to cover everything, while the central blue slime caused the essence of Kronos to flood out towards the hegemony of Kronos himself as their clock shone brightly. Kronos had an extremely disgusted expression, still looking at the manifested universes of the blue slimes as his eyes were tinged with maddened wrath and envy. Wasn't that the process of antiquity? To have more than a single universe? How did a blue slime that had just become a hegemony achieve this? How did a fucking child like that deserve this? How? Rumble, Kronos bellowed out maddeningly as his anger and frustration over something he chased throughout multiple lifetimes seemed to be handed out so easily to others. He moved with purpose as he wanted to rip apart this blue slime, and it seemed like all three blue slimes wanted to target Kronos too as the typhoons and hurricanes swirling with the essence of extinction were focused onto him, yet the moment they were about to come in contact and cause a shocking impact, whap, all three figures of the blue slime disappeared. The 14 hegemonies had prepared greatly in advance and even manifested their universes. But their focus had been too closely attached to the hegemony of devouring and the deadly essence he released. They weren't too focused on the master of this blue shimmering hegemony as they only kept him in their eyes in case he used one of the moves they heard about from others, but they didn't see him move and they couldn't attack a paragon anyways, so they didn't direct anything towards him. But at this moment, the figures of the three blue slimes disappeared as the gigantic Cthulhu that was above the central one actually appeared behind the 14 hegemonies, behind the terrifying typhoons and hurricanes of extinction they were facing, his eyes being extremely calm as they only shone with a gorgeous red light of power and regality. His thoughts moved at an incredible pace as his cosmic treasure was prepared and ready, with him not even doing the flashy actions of winding up his fist and striking out as he simply put his palm out and tapped his fingers, with a tap of his fingers. The very fabric of the universe was torn apart by a terrific cosmic treasure as this time around, his target was enough to cover everything. Shock and horror dawned on the faces of the hegemonies as their origins rotated madly, the moment the ruination sea dawning on them causing them to move. But three blue slimes had moved faster than them as they were already teleported near respective hegemonies a moment before Noah ripped apart the universe around them. When the restriction of the ruination sea dawned when less than a millisecond passed as the slime clones looked at their targets, their viscous bodies already extended to cover a few hegemonies before they could even react as universal devouring. Whap! A show of horror occurred as 4 hegemonies instantly disappeared, and one had half of its body devoured as he barely moved out the range of the blue slime. When the show of terror looked like it was about to continue, the blue slime actually came to a halt, a complete stop as not a single part of its body moved an inch, as if this being was frozen in time. But it wasn't so, it was because at this time, a prerequisite had been met. Enough universal realm experts were devoured as it was more than sufficient to give way to something glorious, while still within the ruination sea in the liberated universe and mostly, the main body of the blue slime that was currently in Noah's hands in the dark universe, the figure of this wondrous existence began to glimmer with light. A second later, an expansive and domineering pillar of light shot into the skies and void, this pillar shining with a brilliant blue color as it brought with it the picture of 2 glorious universes that stretched for miles and miles. With this shocking pillar of light came down a shocking authority. It was an authority that few would briefly experience as the authority of an apocryphal antiquity. Chapter 1103: A universal seed blooms within the tyrannical emperor. Apocryphal meant something false, something of doubtful authenticity that was also seen as true. At this moment, a unique species of a universal emperor slime had unlocked a false path of antiquity, but it had antiquity attached to it nonetheless. Its main body and clones harmonized as while Noah held the blue slime in his hands in the dark universe. His eyes followed the beautiful glimmer of a blue pillar of light that shot to the skies, the ends of this pillar illuminating 2 vibrant universes. One had 80% of its galaxies converged into Tau galaxies as it was a few away from becoming a splendiferous universe. Another universe was newly built from the sacrifices of multiple hegemonies. They both shone with magisterial light as they brought down with them a shocking authority that even made Noah feel suffocated when it first appeared, but he grasped on tightly onto the blue slime as this existence felt his thoughts, the pressure that he and many others in the universal core felt receding as the blue pillar of light quickly faded. In the liberated universe, the 3 pillars that each illuminated 2 bright universes remained as they released a stifling feeling in the surroundings. But before anything could occur, a particular hegemony bellowed out a guttural cry in the ruination sea as his body shone with a terrifying purple and unique green-white light. It was the figure of Kronos where in the midst of this glorious arrival of an apocryphal antiquity, he actually became an existence that tried to shine just as brightly as the essence of both reincarnation and Kronos roiled around him. The unique mixture of Kronos and the essence of a cosmic Tao that was almost always passively used permeated within the formed ruination sea, spreading out to the folds of the liberated universe that had yet to be ripped apart as they actually carried out a unique action. The bellows of Kronos continued to resound out as he seemed to be pushing his origin to the limit, something shocking actually occurring however his mixture of reincarnation and Kronos passed. The ripped apart fabric of the universe actually seemed to be receding, as if they were being inverted back to a state they were in before they were ripped apart. This existence that uniquely comprehended reincarnation and was the first to learn the essence of Kronos could actually close the ruptures of the ruination sea, inverting the entire area around them to a state it was before as he drained himself to make it possible. In a short period of time, the ruptures wound back in time as this being that was closest to completely comprehending the cosmic Tao of Kronos made a grand show of power. The area was entirely silent as the 10 remaining hegemonies still felt the origins shaking. The feeling of being in a terrifying ruination sea still present at this very moment, their eyes towards Noah and the blue slime held hints of fear and disbelief as it was the singular figure of Kronos that had his hair flying around madly, his entire body clad in the aura of reincarnation in Kronos as he looked towards Noah with utter fury and disbelief. that was ruination, rumble. This being uttered out these words as even he was in shock and didn't seem to believe them even as he said them, but he couldn't mistake the feeling he had just now as he had actually gone through it a few times in the past. In previous timelines, he had at many times tried to see if he could survive the environment outside of the primordial cosmos. And he would die at each time without fail as multiple lifetimes were ended in this manner, yet in this lifetime before he even left the primordial cosmos, he felt this same feeling again as it was induced by a being. His words caused the surrounding hegemonies to gape in shock, Noah's eyes looking at Kronos coldly as he didn't confirm or deny this being's conjecture. All he did was look at the blue slime, apocryphal antiquity. Just what was it? At his thoughts, the eyes of the three slime clones opened as they released bright rays of starry blue light, their bodies finally regaining movement as the blue pillar of light that shot to the skies converged around his head. When the gorgeous show of light ended, one could only see two beautiful universes floating soundly above the bodies of the blue slimes, these universes presenting something that others only ever sought for but never achieved. Kronos was still shocked by the knowledge that a paragon had induced a sea of ruination to form, his attention barely being able to look at the blue slime that seemed to have achieved the formation of another universe. A signature of antiquity, and with it came authority, THRUM, just a single body of the blue slime lit up as above it, two illusory universes rotated beautifully and gave off a shocking sense of power, his voice coming out as it seemed undeniable. Revert, a mere word, and yet the space that had just undergone a temporal inversion by Kronos was once more returned to how it was. It even seemed instantaneous as before the hegemonies could even celebrate Kronos' shocking feat, it was erased right away with a single word from the blue slime as the ruination sea was instantly reinstated. They once again fell under hellish conditions as the blue slime eyed them coldly, the two universes above it beginning to spin rapidly as they undulated with power. Oh, Kronos saw this shocking situation as his eyes shone unwillingly, his body beginning to burst with essence as he wanted to do again what he had just done before. He wanted to use the combination of reincarnation and Kronos to erase the ruination sea once more, but he found that at this time, no matter how much mana he burned, nothing changed. Not a single millimeter of space changed as no matter how much mana he released in the form of Tao essence, he couldn't change the surroundings. This was because at this time, the authority of antiquity lingered in the surroundings after one such existence cast a skill, even though it was a false antiquity as its power might be lesser, it was still antiquity. And such an authority could not be denied by a hegemony. Chapter 1104a. Universal seed blooms within the tyrannical emperor. 2. While an apocryphal antiquity was just born in the liberated universe, the Oathkeeper had pierced through the boundary of the abyssal universe as his figure looked like a shining white light cutting through the intense aura leaking out of the universal constructs. His descent was actually brought to a halt briefly as when the blue slime advanced, its aura had spread out to even be felt within the abyssal universe. This was because the liberated and abyssal universes were the only two remaining with the universal constructs within them as they were the ones to continue the process of amalgamation. The barriers between these two universes already being extremely thin as they could disappear at any moment to allow for complete fusion, a complete fusion of the universes and constructs as it would mean an apocalyptic event coming down, but the Oathkeeper only stared at this briefly before he turned his attention to the figures of the Goliath and over 10 hegemonies a few hundred miles away from him. His body was currently receiving the essence of tens of hegemonies that were outside of the boundary of the abyssal universe and could not pierce through the authority of a hegemony as they didn't hold a cosmic treasure. The mana of all of these universal realm experts flowed through him as he breathed out calmly. He looked at the figure of the being that he considered his friend for millions of years, at the black hole that was the Goliath as he tried to find out why and just understand. But there was nothing as the sword of primordial essence glimmered, cutting apart the pressure resisting him as he warped and appeared right in front of the Goliath and the over 10 hegemonies currently protecting the only other universal construct. Rumble, pure primordial essence gushed out from his body as the primordial disc on the left hand and the sword of primordial essence on the right hand swung down, the eyes of this being coldly looking towards the Goliath that had his figure erupting with the essence of extinction. Two lifelong friends and backbones of the primordial cosmos aimed their might at each other as those around them just seemed like mere extras. Boom. At the same time, in the dark universe, while holding on to the bubbling figure of the main body of the blue slime in his hands, Noah was releasing a burst of golden light all around him as millions of marks of antiquity continued to converge and rush towards his origin. He was looking into his origin as he counted the number of galaxies being transformed into Tau galaxies, this number actually being at 49 billion at this moment. It was all due to the fact that the other copies of the blue slimes moving with Noah's subordinates had now reached the end point of their conquest of the remaining universes, nearly all beings in the ranks of Paragon and below pledging fealty to the tyrannical emperor. With the hard work of his summons and subordinates, Noah could see a glorious goal being achieved in the next minute. The total number of Tau galaxies neared the 50 billion number he needed as after a second passed, 1 million remained, a few more seconds passed as 100,000 remained. 50. 000. 25,000. 10,000. 100. Rumble. Noah's figure was in the skies above the stadium that showed the shocking events occurring in the abyssal and liberated universe, but his subordinates were not focusing on this at the moment. Their eyes actually turned to the skies as Barbados, the Emperor Penguin, Elena, all of those close to him gazed in his direction as they had begun to feel a unique aura that was less oppressive than the blue slime and yet unique on its own begin to rise. The glorious color of gold surrounding Noah had expanded for miles as his seas of fortune and destiny churned brightly, a brilliant mark of antiquity coming down and smashing onto a galaxy as this particular one caused a certain number to be hit. 50 billion, THRUM. The moment this number was hit, golden lines of connection shot forth from all the newly added Tau galaxies, going towards the normal galaxies as instantly all galaxies within Noah's universe were connected. This was the prerequisite for universal seed, and Noah had now reached it in a spectacular fashion at that. 50 billion Tau galaxies and 50 billion normal galaxies. They all came together at this moment as a universal seed came to life. As his origin was condensed and pushed in and a golden seed formed, thereafter, this seed bloomed, rumble, it shot out a vast array of colors as it illuminated everything, the glorious shine of crimson, gold, blue, white, an array of colors stretching out from Noah as a vast universe expanded from his body. It became visible to all as when it manifested itself. Those around him didn't feel pressure or terror, they just felt warmth. The vast numbers of galaxies within this universe were shining with multiple colors on one side and they were slightly dimmer on another. But it was one of the most beautiful things anyone could see in the dark universe as a second later, Noah recalled all of it back. Finally, his voice echoed out as it seemed mesmerizing to those that heard it, his eyes flashing brightly as within them, one could see a swirling universe, the universal realm, hegemony. Rumble. This shocking change didn't just occur to his main body as a second later, his primordial ruination clone looking coldly at the despairing figures of the hegemonies along with Kronos also began to shine with glorious color as the aura he released gradually changed. It shot past the stages of a paragon in but an instant as it blazed brightly. The corroded hegemonies in the ruination sea being forced to look towards him in utter shock amidst their intense pain, within the chest of this primordial ruination clone, there was also another change as a certain cosmic treasure received the essence of a universal realm expert. Its owner had a drastic change in quality as from the realm of galactic filament to universal realm. The functions this cosmic treasure could use were further enhanced. Congratulations on the fast advancement, Master. New features are now usable. The voice of the cosmic treasure reverberated in Noah's mind brilliantly. Chapter 1105. A universal seed blooms within the tyrannical emperor. 3. As one climbed through the realms of power, the usage of powerful treasures becomes easier as many things that weren't possible before had their paths opened widely. The moment Noah established his universe and the essence of the universal realm flowed into the cosmic treasure, more portions of it were unlocked as other features became available. Master can now use the old features with 100% more efficiency. With some changes made to what the primordial ruination clone can do, as 2 new features can now be accessed through the ruination clone and the treasure itself. The number of applicable ruination affixes has also been increased to 12. The voice of ruination rang out in his mind as Noah communicated with it at fast speeds where not even a millisecond had passed in the outside world yet. The thoughts of the cosmic treasure flowing into him as it quickly sent in the information of the changes. Primordial ruination clone. Out of the innumerable number of creatures in the vast cosmos, there are a few whose bodies uniquely rise above all others. The primordial ruination clone is a feature that only the master of ruination can utilize, allowing them to forge a primordial ruination clone from the very essence of ruination. As a creature made from the very essence of a cosmic Tau, it has a 200,000% increase in the speed of progression through the realms of power, 200,000% increase in the comprehension and assimilation of all Taus, can display 400% of the strength of the master of ruination, along with its power increased by 2,000% when in the ruination sea. It can seamlessly utilize the abilities of miniature ruination rupture generation, instantaneous universal teleportation, ruination essence skill conversion and amplification, sword of ruination, and cosmic chains of ruination, At $% at $%, its abilities were enhanced stupendously as they literally doubled. With the power the primordial ruination clone could display increased from 200% to 400%, when it fought in the ruination sea, this power would be further increased by 2000%. It was an absurd number as Noah's thoughts focused on the new features of the cosmic treasure that he just unlocked, Sword of Ruination, and Cosmic Chains of Ruination. Sword of Ruination, a pure essence of ruination from the cosmic treasure itself. It has great capabilities in increasing the battle power of the Master of Ruination. Grants 1,000,000% enhanced ruination damage, 100,000% AoE splash damage, 100,000% attack and cast speed, 50% chance to trigger Ruination Nova on hit, 50% chance to trigger Chain Ruination Strike on hit, and a 100% chance to trigger Ruination Rupture on hit. Cosmic Chains of Ruination, a master capable enough to wield ruination can even devour universes. This ability allows one to devour universes in exchange for increasing the comprehension and assimilation of the cosmic Tao of ruination. Noah had no words when he looked at the ecstatic features and their crazy numbers displayed. The little time he had making him focus on one particular feature, his focus was mainly on the Sword of Ruination, but the cosmic chains of ruination made him ecstatic as it provided a way for him to advance through the comprehension and assimilation of the cosmic Tao of ruination that had been moving too slowly on his opinion. All he had to do in exchange was destroy universes in exchange for this increased comprehension and assimilation. His thoughts flew around rapidly as while accounting for all this, his primordial ruination clone began to emanate terrifying waves of power in the form of the galaxy-colored Cthulhu, with the aura of a hegemony wrapping around him. Noah called out softly as the essence he released was not hidden by subterfuge and made abundantly clear. Kronos and this group of hegemonies already knew the truth, so there was nothing to hide. Beautifully bloody crimson in color, it came out from the cosmic treasure in waves as he called out lightly, Sword of Ruination. RUUMBL. The void quaked and split apart as instantaneously, an exquisitely designed crimson blade pulsating wildly with the essence of ruination erupted from his hand. Gorgeous runic inscriptions overlaid its hilt, the blade itself being a pulsating mass of ruination that was over 3,000 miles long and threatening to rip apart anything it touched. Noah grasped onto the Sword of Ruination as the magisterial image of a titanic Cthulhu wielding a crimson sword the size of a star was inscribed onto the terrified eyes of all hegemonies. These hegemonies that were fighting for their lives in the re-established ruination sea found their hearts quaking as they first felt the rising aura of what seemed to be an antiquity. And now the apex paragon was somehow releasing terrifying waves of power as a hegemony. All of these events, they could believe even as they saw them with their own eyes. Then there was Kronos, the one that had lived multiple lifetimes and put many things in play, the one that had orchestrated the descent of antiquity as the only way to reach this stage after searching over so many lifetimes. Kronos and all of his profound comprehension in Kronos and reincarnation actually couldn't cast any skills under the authority of an apocryphal antiquity in the ruination sea surrounding him. He and all the other hegemonies were under this stifling feeling as the authority of the blue slime wrapped around this entire area. And now the stupendous aura of a hegemony dawned upon them as well. It was a shocking, fearful, and horrendous phenomenon as soon after, maddened laughter could be heard as the figure of Kronos could be seen with a face that seemed to be wrathful and smiling at the same time, ascending to become a hegemony that easily? Your pet becoming an antiquity out of nowhere? You yourself grasping the cosmic Tao of ruination? Maddened laughter was coming from Kronos as he seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. It was a truly saddening sight to see, the observation of an expert of such caliber breaking down. It was the breaking down of a being that had lived too long searching for a single thing. And now when they were so close, it was about to be taken away from them. In such a situation, Kronos could only madly laugh at the sequence of events playing out. He truly couldn't believe what he was seeing as none of it made sense. How fair the primordial cosmos is. How adjudicating it is for it to deny me antiquity over multiple lifetimes, but to then give it to others so damn freely just to stop me. Rumble. While having the essence of ruination corrode his body in origin, Kronos continued to speak madly as this being had truly reached the breaking point. Amidst his ravings and breakdown, the newly risen aura of a hegemony flashed around Noah's eyes as the authority of an antiquity flew from the figure of the blue slime. These two terrific existences moving to end things. Chapter 1106, The Undeniable Descent of the Great Usurper. The folds between the two remaining universes connected with the universal constructs were extremely thin, so thin that when certain beings made their advancement, it could closely be felt by others. There was a certain being that felt this feeling even more than others as the cosmic treasure he wielded reacted to another. Oathkeeper was within his sword of primordial essence against the Goliath as he weaved in and out of the attacks of over 10 other hegemonies, but he couldn't help but momentarily raise his head towards the direction where terrifying auras arose from. One was an aura that far surpassed hegemony, while another was the one that Oathkeeper felt really closely. As it was something directly opposed to the cosmic treasure he held, impossible, he uttered out in shock as a thought passed through his mind. But he wasn't the only one spacing out, as even the Goliath and the hegemonies around him were looking in this direction while quizzically wondering, had the antiquity already descended? Yes. Sensing the aura that spilled above the level of hegemonies, these beings actually wondered if the antiquity was already descending, but they continued to protect the construct behind them with their very lives, in the artificially created ruination sea within the liberated universe, as the hegemonies saw the figures of Noah and the blue slime emanate power and begin to move. All hegemonies aside from Kronos cried out fearfully as these powerful beings actually began to call out weakly. They didn't call out to the emotionless blue slime, but the being that had just stepped into the universal realm at this moment. They couldn't call him the apex paragon anymore. Sensing the aura around his body and the terrifying crimson blade the size of a planet grasped by his thousands of miles long galactic Tula figure, these hegemonies had shameful and despairing looks in their eyes as they began to call out, in their fear and shame. They addressed this being respectfully for what he was most renowned for, with a few of them uttering out different names. Tyranny, hegemony of tyranny, please, spare us, rumble. From the title of tyrannical emperor they saw this being use over and over again. A few hegemonies bent over backwards amidst their fears as they called out the hegemony of tyranny. But others took the cosmic Taoist that existence is comprehended with more importance, as after hearing Kronos shout out the name of a certain cosmic Tao as well as the stifling environment they were in, they were able to put two and two together and realize the being before them could utilize ruination. So naturally, when they wanted to save their lives from being wasted in the ruination sea, they called out while trying to hide the shame and pain in their eyes. Hegemony of ruination, please stay your hand. Hegemony of ruination. The glorious calls of certain titles began for the first time as a terrifying Cthulhu grasped onto a planetary-sized sword of ruination, his figure flickering coldly with the glimmer of a universe spinning in his eyes as he disappeared in a flash of red light. Rumble. At this moment, Noah actually tuned out the calls of the hegemonies as he moved seamlessly in the ruination sea while grasping the sword of ruination. Its pulsing power coursed through his body as he appeared silently behind a planetary-sized hegemony and swung the terrifying sword. A terrifying explosion and scream rang out simultaneously as when the eyes turned towards a certain direction, they could see a hegemony bisected cleanly in half as a rupture ran through his body. An explosion of ruination essence erupted out with the hit as it caused the split-apart body to fly out in separate directions, its aura immensely weakening as this existence was on death's door right away. A single swing of the sword of ruination, and Noah had nearly killed a hegemony. Thump, he could feel his heart beating wildly at such a power, emotions flooding into his mind for having arrived at such a juncture in his life, to be capable of seamlessly cutting apart universal realm. Experts, of course, many factors came to make it possible, as Noah's primordial clone was at this moment having its power enhanced by 1,000% just by being in the ruination sea, and then you had the sword of ruination itself that had a 1,000,000% enhancement of ruination damage. That wasn't to mention the affixes attached to this sword that could trigger ruination novas, strikes, and ruptures with every swing. Such a power was so overbearing that the hegemonies only struggled with their lives with even more fervor. But Noah wasn't alone, as he held his blade after cutting apart a hegemony with a swing of a sword. 2 clones of blue slimes appeared where the two halves of the body shot out to as they devoured them seamlessly. The other clone had already wildly spread out its essence to establish its authority as within the ruination sea. The other hegemonies could not even move at this moment. This was why they had called upon the hegemony of ruination to spare them. Whap, a flash of blue light illuminated the crimson darkness. Whap, yet again, this flashing blue light repeated. Flashes of blue light were glimmering every millisecond at this moment, this light representing the tremendously fast speed the blue slime was moving at this moment in the ruination sea as it devoured the hegemonies within it. In but less a second, the power of an apocryphal antiquity showed itself as. Even without another point of comparison at this moment, it was terrifying enough as in this single second, the cries of all hegemonies stopped. Every flash of blue light was a universal devouring, stopping every desperate cry. All the cries stopped because these pleading hegemonies that could only struggle madly in the ruination sea had been devoured within the span of a single second by the terrifying apocryphal antiquity. It was such incredulous speed that even Noah could barely follow it with his eyes, and this was due to his clone being fused with the blue slime. At this moment, only Kronos remained. His eyes were bright with a luster of purple and greenish white, the dowse of Kronos and reincarnation swimming beautifully within them as he came face to face with the existences that would ruin his goals in this lifetime. Chapter 1107: The Undeniable Descent of the Great Usurper. 2. Kronos remained alone in the ruination sea as the terrifying essence within corroded his origin. It was eerily silent as after the sudden devouring of all other remaining hegemonies in just a second, the figures of 3 blue slimes and a single galaxy-colored Cthulhu surrounded Kronos' body. For planetary-sized existences looking at a 2-meter-tall human, it was an extremely stark contrast. Yes, Kronos' face had turned placid as even with his end seemingly nearing, he actually locked his gaze on the figures of the blue slimes and especially Noah's face, the past apex paragon, the current hegemony of tyranny and ruination. I have never met you before in my past lifetimes, Rumble. He spoke amidst his destruction calmly, the madness of losing everything gone instantly as the mind of this ancient being shifted very quickly. Don't you find that weird? That across the countless lifetimes I've lived through, not once had you appeared, and yet here you are right now. What exactly are you? Where did you come from? Noah listened to the words of the ancient being silently as the blue slimes were already making a move. Glorious blue clocks erupted from each of them as they revolved in a circular manner around them, locking all of their figures in resplendent waves of the essence of Kronos at this moment. The hegemony of Kronos himself seemingly let go at this moment as a smile of peace came unto his face, his voice continuing to ring out. When I wake up in another lifetime, do you think you'll still be there this time around? It was a smile of confidence and strength he released, where he quickly overcame the maddened anger of being so close to antiquity and having it be taken away. If he had almost been successful once, he could always try again. From his body, as the essence of ruination sunk in and ravaged everything, the essence of reincarnation began to erupt out and wrap around him as this being would actually rather just press the reset button, a button to start over as he began yet another timeline. Would he rest the whole primordial cosmos as everything was returned to an uncountable number of years in the past? Would he leave this timeline and start over in a different one? The intricacies of reincarnation in Kronos were too hard to wrap one's mind around as the answers were abstruse to even find. Kronos wanted to press the reset button, but he would not be allowed to do so. My master is not done with you yet, Rumble. The voice of the blue slime echoed out as the 3 blue clocks surrounded them circled majestically before they coalesced around Kronos, revolving around him madly as billions of chains with dense essence of Kronos and the authority of an apocryphal antiquity stretched out to bind him. To bind not just his limbs, but his origin and even consciousness as this being was put in a temporal prison, a prison of time. The existence that had comprehended the cosmic Tao of Kronos watched in genuine shock and stupor in the next second as under the authority of an apocryphal antiquity, his very origin and soul were being frozen as before he knew it, his thoughts entirely stopped. There will be no reincarnation this time around, Rumble, Noah's voice echoed out calmly as he waved his hands, the figure of Kronos frozen in time disappearing as he turned his direction towards the pulsating cocoon a few hundred miles away from them. One could already see a phantom of the other universal construct in the abyssal universe. These two almost merging together as mere minutes remained before the descent of antiquity. Let's finish it. His voice didn't even finish stretching out before one of the blue slimes appeared over the universal construct, swallowing it in a single gulp as a moment later, an explosive force rang out, boom. The second to last universal construct was destroyed as the universal amalgamation was disrupted yet again, with this time having only a single universal construct remaining. The liberated universe was made free as far from them in the abyssal universe. The Oathkeeper's eyes shone a brilliant gold as he received word from the wings of primordial destiny on what had just occurred. The apex paragon had reached hegemony as the power his universal emperor slime released seemed to surpass it, successfully defeating Kronos and destroying the universal construct in the liberated universe. With this, it is possible, he spoke out with vigor as his sword of primordial essence swung down, smashing into a mountain of extinction that stemmed from the Goliath as these beings also turned towards the direction of the liberated universe. Oathkeeper took this chance as he attacked even faster, his voice echoing out into their ears. Even Kronos has failed. Give way and stop these absurd plans of yours. Boom, an explosion of primordial essence occurred with every swing. Oathkeeper attacking madly as he could sense shocking reverberation from the only remaining universal construct. He attacked with more and more fervor, but he could sense his mana draining more and more even with the inefficient transfer of mana he was getting from other hegemonies at this moment. As he felt this problem of mana, the words of the past Apex Paragon that had just turned hegemony repeated in his mind. If he just pledged fealty, he would have all the mana he needed to face the enemies before him. Did he really have to do this? While such thoughts passed through his mind, his brilliant white sword rushed down with even more haste. The universal construct before them had begun to vibrate and pulse dangerously, giving the Oathkeeper a bad feeling. His primordial essence lit up from his body, his bellow coming out and covering everything. The sword of primordial essence shone gloriously as it tried to weave Oathkeeper through space, but the Goliath spread extinction all around and stopped his advancement. When everything seemed too late and over and done with though, vibrant spatial fluctuations erupted out as the battling hegemonies saw the appearance of a certain blue slime and galaxy colored Cthulhu. Their eyes were flashing with magisterial might as without even a word. The apocryphal antiquity was the first to move with speed far surpassing hegemonies, its body intent on devouring the last universal construct. Noah watched the scene as everything seemed to be playing in slow motion, his own heart utterly calm as he observed everything, the shocked figures of the Goliath and the hegemonies around him, the valiant figure of the Oathkeeper shining with the glorious luster of white light. Then there was the blue slime that had nearly reached the pulsating universal construct that looked like a cocoon about to break. Like something beautifully terrifying would come out of it in the next moment. The tides of fate and destiny roiled as the universal fortunes of many beings coalesced, everything coming together at this moment as the pulsing construct became entirely black and dim in the next moment. Right before the blue slime could reach it, after it became entirely black and dim, it blazed out with crimson light a moment later as this light opposed everything coming towards it, even the blue slime. Along with this light came a sigh, a sigh of immensity and terror, a sigh of an ancient being that stemmed from within the universal construct. Chapter 1108, The Undeniable Descent of the Great Usurper. 3. In the dark universe, Noah's main body was floating in the skies while still holding on to the figure of the blue slime. But his attention was entirely elsewhere as his eyes were fully covered with a layer of gold, with his universal fortune vibrantly swimming around him in lustrous waves. His eyes were glazed gold as he was peering into his fortune and looking at everything through the Tao of Destiny. When it came to the crucial moment of the clone of the blue slime reaching the only remaining universal construct and destroying it or not being able to reach it in time as the descent of an antiquity was all but guaranteed, Noah was gazing upon his destiny while waiting for the results of this exact moment. What occurred here would determine many things, with his golden destiny either turning black and reducing rapidly, meaning his journey was about to be tumultuous and he would even face a setback. If the antiquity descended, he expected this to be a setback as his destiny would momentarily reduce and turn dark. Or even his immense fortune would only be able to help slightly. But if the clone of the blue slime reached it, it meant he would come out on top as the entire primordial cosmos would be free of any apocalyptic threats as he could slowly grow his power. So he watched on as the events played out, and he observed as the blue slime did not reach the universal construct in time. His heart was still calm even with such an outcome and setback, his glazed eyes observing his destiny to see just what changes would occur to it as the expected reduction and darkening of his destiny did not occur. Instead, bzzzt, his eyes shook and couldn't help but squint as a second later Noah fantastically observed his golden destiny and fortune that were as vast as seas, to become an even more wondrous gold color as they began to churn and expand wildly, their size propagating outwards crazily as they nearly doubled. With the action of them failing to stop the descent of an antiquity in time, his destiny and fortune had actually not reduced as they instead increased even further. Just what was in store to cause this, in the abyssal universe where a certain universal construct had turned completely black before it released horrifying waves of crimson essence that were accompanied by the sigh of an ancient being. It was a sigh that seemed to echo in the minds of every being present as it contained such power and might that all those listening found their origins trembling. No, the Oathkeeper looked at this scene with an ashen expression as his origin shook, his sort of primordial essence shaking with might as it seemed like this being still wanted to fight until his last breath. The Goliath and the other surrounding hegemonies looked at this scene with shining eyes as they also became somber. They very well knew the result of their actions, knowing that this powerful being descending would have their own aims and reasons, but they cared not. They wanted the pathway towards antiquity, and this was the promise that bound the descending being at this very moment, so they simply watched on in fervor as the gloriously crimson cocoon began to crack and splinter. Boom, crack, The cocoon was the size of a galaxy, its outer shells breaking apart as from it, a pristine hand shot out. The hand glimmered with a myriad of colors as after it shot out, it was followed by the eruption of a head. A head full of dark hair, and eyes that were shining a gorgeous cerulean blue luster that looked like two shining blue stars. These shocking eyes scanned everything in the immediate surroundings as they flashed with immense light, this being continuing to step out of the cocoon as the hegemonies could only watch in horror, while others watched in fervor. Then there was Noah, essence was wildly swirling around him, the bounced blue slime having returned to his size as its two other clones were also on his left and right. When he looked at this scene before him, he actually didn't feel any terror or apprehension like a few others, as before his advancement into hegemony, he already had cards he could play. Now, after he became a hegemony, there were even more cards that he could utilize, as when he watched the eruption of a shocking existence that had their eyes release arcs of blue light, as he watched the aura of a genuine antiquity spreading out. He wasn't afraid, his mind had already formed many pathways he could take, as all that was left for him was to choose one at this moment. First, there was his newly gained hand that only came to be after he achieved hegemony, for him to utilize the cosmic treasure and use the feature of cosmic chains of ruination on this abyssal universe as he ripped it apart from the primordial cosmos and brought the antiquity into the genuine ruination sea. The second method was to try and utilize the power of the apocryphal antiquity he had with him, merging with the blue slime, as he also utilized his cosmic treasure to create artificial ruptures and see if an antiquity could possibly fall in this manner. When the blue slime swallowed the second to last universal construct, his Tau galaxies had increased to 95 billion, as he was only 5 billion away from also achieving natural antiquity. So this second method also had its feasibility depending on just how powerful the descending antiquity would be. Then there was the method of a protagonist, to simply cast Deus Ex Machina and see what would come out of it. At this moment, his eyes were glimmering a beautiful gold as he questioned his immense fortune and destiny, which path he should take, which path would allow him to obtain the most benefits. Gradually, an answer appeared in his mind as his eyes shone with an alluring light, gazing upon the complete eruption of the cocoon at this moment, as from it, the figure of a being the size of a galaxy erupted out. The cocoon was as expansive as 25,000 light-years, with this existence being slightly larger than this, as one must recall, a single light-year was 6 trillion miles. The length of this being was simply mind-boggling as he gazed upon the planetary-sized beings and human-sized hegemonies in his surroundings as if they were mere ants. You all gave me a lot of trouble, RUUUMBLE. His voice echoed out in the primordial cosmos for the first time as it smashed into everyone's minds, their origins quaking just from this simple exposure. Chapter 1109, To Be, or Not to Be. You all gave me a lot of trouble. Like a thunderclap descending down, the voice jolted everyone as their eyes were forced to focus on the being that had erupted out of the universal construct. His dark hair fell to his shoulders as his blue eyes illuminated the surroundings a cerulean color, his body enclosed by a black robe that screamed power and regality. The cerulean planetary-sized eyes moved faster than light as they took in everything, landing on the bodies of the blue slime as they lingered here with interest before they quickly locked on to the figure of the Oathkeeper, the existence that had primordial essence practically leaking out of him as he held a cosmic treasure on one hand, a sort of primordial essence on the other. The antiquity saw one of the most important things he had to gain from this trip as the instant he locked onto the Oathkeeper's figure, his hand that eclipsed all of them began to move forward. He had just arrived as, without wasting even a second, he made a move and thrust out a palm forward. Due to its sheer size, it didn't seem like it was just going for the Oathkeeper, as it looked like an enormous palm that would smash into every single one of the hegemonies in the surroundings. At such a juncture, the black hole on the Goliath's head shone vibrantly as his voice actually echoed out in a fearless fashion towards the antiquity. Great usurper, the condition was for us to be shown the path towards antiquity and the guarantee of our lives. Rumble, none of us here can face death under your hands. The moment you do so would mean revoking the rights of your descent. Even with Kronos gone, the Goliath knew enough to voice this out fearlessly as the enormous palm of the antiquity did not pause his death. The foreign antiquity spoke out in a mighty tone as his eyes concealed many things, the number of universes he had to burn to get here, the sacrifices he had to make. Ultimately, his plans for this cosmos after he took the cosmic treasure before him, all of them reflected on his eyes before his eyes as he found it laughable that these beings before him would even talk about death at this moment. To live or die, to be or not to be, a famous poet once said these words. But, when it comes to you all, death is much too simple, and it is not the only path. Rumble, his words echoed out as they meant nothing to Oathkeeper and the others, but to Noah, it was like a clap of thunder smashing down. What the fuck? His mind buzzed with shock and awe as he heard something that should have only stemmed from his homeworld, that only a being that had lived on a certain blue planet should be able to know, a famous poet. To be or not to be, he knew these words all too well as he very quickly linked them to something back in his homeworld, and he didn't think such specific things could be heard from others that did not live and experience certain events in the same world as him. How did a monstrous being not even from the same universe or cosmos as him be able to utter such words? How did an antiquity that stemmed from some vast cosmos far away speak so freely about such things? Even as his mind buzzed with questions, he still made his moves silently as the antiquity continued without pause. Something that you all don't know is that aside from life and death, aside from being or not being, there is also an in-between. There is also subjugation. The gaze of the Goliath and the hegemonies around him turned ashen at such words, replaying them over and over again in their minds as it was not something they expected, aside from life and death. There were other states they could fall into. This was not something that these hegemonies accounted for. The figure of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos shook at such a reality as he continued to watch the extending hand. Life is filled with pain and misery, with you all constantly struggling to make ends meet as you search for what? Power? Antiquity, after antiquity, then what? You will always come to find out there is a higher power, and then there is an even higher power after the one you thought was the highest. So why struggle so much? Why not just allow me to give you peace? Why not allow me to subjugate you all? The WAA, the voice was mesmerizing and filled with authority, making the listening hegemonies fall into a slumber as their eyes turned hazy. Even the pulsing black hole that was on the Goliath turned dimmer at this moment. The palm of the antiquity came ever closer as he spoke, almost reaching their bodies as its true target actually began to be lifted off and fly towards this palm. The body of the Oathkeeper began to fly towards the hands of the antiquity as the cosmic treasure within his hands glimmered brightly. Then there was Noah and the blue slime, under the authority of the apocryphal antiquity that Noah could barely access from the blue slime. He was able to stay awake as he watched this terrifying being speak while moving his enormous hand towards the shaking figure of the Oathkeeper. BZZZT, his body and mind creaked as he allowed the essence of ruination and the authority of an apocryphal antiquity to course through him, his voice ringing out, "I quite like being alive and well." His voice echoed out vibrantly as it was filled with the authority of the blue slime stretching out, causing the figure of the Oathkeeper and others to wake from their stupor as the Oathkeeper had an ashen expression while holding on to his primordial disc. Chapter 11:10, To Be, or Not to Be Too. After coming out of the shocking pull of the antiquity, Oathkeeper held onto the cosmic treasure tightly as his mana madly poured into it, a pristine white light stretching out as droves of primordial essence wrapped around him. His figure actually became more stable after the primordial essence wrapped around him, and it only continued in intensity as he was seemingly becoming wrapped up in a dense circle of essence. With the dense authority of antiquity, nobody could leave the surroundings. So instead, the Oathkeeper enclosed himself in as he could see the hands of the antiquity were reaching out towards him, towards the cosmic treasure within his hands. So the last of his essence flooded out as he created a cocoon of primordial essence that wrapped around him tightly, this existence intent on keeping the hands of antiquity away from the cosmic treasure. Noah's words caught the antiquity by surprise as his consciousness went towards his position. The moment that he finished his words, Noah had sighed deeply in his heart as he silently cast Deus Ex Machina. This was what his destiny told him would have the way for most benefits, and so it was done. One of the skills of last resort that wasn't plot armor or save point. Life is definitely filled with struggles, but it is not as meaningless as you make it out to be. Rumble. Towards the words of antiquity that spoke between life, death, and subjugation, Noah replied with calm as he waited to see what the effects of the skill would be. His mind was also playing with the wild possibilities of what it meant for this antiquity before him to say things that he would only expect those on a certain blue planet would be able to know. Was there something really profound in here, or was it all due to chance with the quintillions of existences and an uncountable number of galaxies within universes and cosmos? Maybe he was reading too much into it as it was all coincidence, or there was something else in play he wasn't considering. But he focused on the current situation as he would not wait to see what would come from Deus Ex Machina. The clones of the three blue slimes surrounded him as their aura pushed off the authority of the antiquity, Noah's voice continuing to echo out as the figures of the slimes shone with gorgeous splendor to resist the authority of the great usurper. The struggles of life are always followed by joy and happiness. And this is what we are all searching for. You cannot take this away by either death or subjugation. Rumble. His words were resolute as the authority of an apocryphal antiquity stemming from three slimes actually established itself on the surroundings, giving the figure of the enclosed Oathkeeper some support as the eyes of the antiquity briefly went on to focus on Noah and the blue slimes. A radiant blue light flashed as Noah's eyes locked on with the great usurper. One existence looked at another as their gazes caused sparks of light, but the might of the antiquity settled on the blue slimes as his ancient voice continued, "You're connected to this false existence? I very rarely come across apocryphal antiquities. Were you the one destroying the tools of descent, WAA?" With his gaze turned in his direction, Noah felt the billowing pressure even more as his face remained impassive and didn't reveal anything. All he focused on was the difference between apocryphal antiquity and real antiquity, wanting to know just how much the clones of the blue slime could withstand at this moment, as well as the gain of something he was scheming about even at this moment. Of course, it was from the seeds he planted not too long ago, the action of bringing one of the most powerful existences within the primordial cosmos under him. Silently, he sent a mental message to the Oathkeeper, who was burning the last embers of his mana, to wrap himself in a protective cocoon of primordial essence to prevent the antiquity from getting his hands on the primordial disk. "We have to work together if we want to survive this and prevent your cosmic treasure from falling into his hands. I can provide you with all the mana you need to keep utilizing your treasure without having you burn your origin. Just swear fealty, rumble." His brilliant words echoed in the mind of the Oathkeeper as well. Wrapped in his protective cocoon, this being saw a prompt appear before his eyes that had appeared in front of many paragons and lower-ranked beings, a prompt that asked him to pledge fealty not to the tyrannical emperor, but to the hegemony of tyranny. Oathkeeper's origin pulsed with weakness as his somber eyes watched this prompt, and then towards the brilliant blue eyes of the antiquity that screamed of coldness. He then looked in the corner of his eyes as he sought his old friend, and the hegemonies around him deflated with disappointment, his gaze eyes becoming extremely dim. Noah had truly schemed at the most perfect time, as in this moment where he was faced against an enemy of the primordial cosmos. The Oathkeeper actually released his high pride in standing as he uttered out slowly, his eyes locked onto the palm of the antiquity that had almost reached them, "I swear fealty to the hegemony of tyranny, WAA." On this day, one of the oldest beings in the primordial cosmos pledged fealty to an existence that had only begun their path of power for less than a year. The gorgeous glimmer of primordial essence that was covering his body trembled at this moment. Oathkeeper, closing his eyes at such a juncture as his dried-up origin that barely had any mana to use at this moment, felt like a dry river that out of nowhere was blasted with mountainous waves of water, like a desert just had an entire sea poured onto it, and this sea was so vast that he couldn't see the ends of it. Chapter 11:11 You Should Not Be Here. The dry origin filled up as in milliseconds, its capacity had exceeded its old amount by tens of times. The Oathkeeper observed such an incredulous scene in shock as he channeled all of this raging mana into the cosmic treasure, the cocoon he had built up for himself expanding by over 10 times as he seemed to be in an impenetrable fortress. Yet even against this, the antiquity's eyes only shone with arcs of blue light, these arcs of light traveling faster than light as they wrapped around his hand and extended past his outstretched palm, wrapping around the pristine white cocoon that protected the Oathkeeper. At the same time, this existence uttered out two words that caused the very atmosphere to tremble and vibrate fearfully. "Ruler's emanation, RUUUMBLE." The very void trembled and folded as overbearing and immense waves of mental energies washed down over everything. WAA. Noah's eyes constricted as he felt this terrifying force descending all around, the three clones of the blue slimes appearing all around him as they bore the brunt of it themselves. Noah felt a portion of it as his eyes shone with a gorgeous array of colors, his mind and origin being utterly protected, but it wasn't so for others. The Goliath and the hegemonies around him had dazed expressions as they seemed half asleep, as if they had lost the very control of their souls and could not put up any defenses. The protected Oathkeeper in the depths of the cocoon of primordial essence and Noah were the only ones not affected as they watched the blue arcs of light stemming from the antiquity wrap around the bright white cocoon and begin breaking down the primordial essence rapidly. Per the method of descent, the antiquity had agreed that he would give them a pathway towards antiquity and that none of them would be killed. So when the antiquity attacked, he didn't attack to kill, only to incapacitate. After all, he needed to do was incapacitate them all before using the loophole through their promise to instead subjugate them. After they were subjugated under him, then he would naturally let them know how to achieve antiquity, THRUM, so his target remained the most immediate acquiring of the cosmic treasure before him. As for the dazed hegemonies that had their minds scrambled from his sheer mental pressure, the eyes of the great usurper flashed a gorgeous blue once more as he began to speak. But his words never finished. At this moment in time, the eyes of the antiquity flashed with even more brilliant light as instead of focusing the cocoon of primordial essence that held an enclosed cosmic treasure were the myriad of hegemonies he was just about to subjugate, this being actually gazed upwards. He wasn't the only one as out of the hegemonies not dazed. Oathkeeper in his primordial essence cocoon also turned and gazed upwards. Then there was Noah and the blue slime. At this moment, Noah actually had a smile appear on his terrifying tentacled face as he also gazed upwards. It was because he knew the effects of Deus Ex Machina had come to at this moment. This was the reason why the Antiquity stopped what he was doing and gazed upwards. This was the reason that Oathkeeper and Noah and the blue slimes also all gazed upwards. From this direction, they could feel the blooming of an aura that none of them could put their fingers on. It didn't seem powerful, nor did it seem weak, but yet it had drawn all of their eyes as in the moment that the Antiquity gazed up, his cerulean blue eyes flashing with a powerful light as shock appeared within them. Impossible. The utter of the Antiquity reverberated out as a moment later, a genuine crack tore open in space as from it, dense ruination and primordial essence poured out madly and with fervor, spilling out and causing the void of the abyssal universe to shake. Pa. Yet even with such a fantastical scene playing out, a single sound could be heard that when one listened closely, it seemed like the sound of someone taking multiple steps calmly. The sounds of someone walking forward as when Noah's eyes focused on the gushing primordial and ruination essence flooding out from the crack in the void, he saw the figure of someone dazzling stepping out, long slender legs covered by a shimmering white dress, a shroud and veil hiding everything about her figure. It was a shocking existence the size of a human that stepped out of the crack. Her veiled head gazed down calmly at everyone below as the crack behind her closed. The ruination and primordial essence that threatened to drown out everything actually going towards her figure and disappearing silently amidst the fluttering of her dress. Noah gazed at such a scene with utter stupor as his jaws nearly touched the floor, but another existence did not have the same reaction as he repeated the same word he just uttered before. Impossible. Rumble. The voice of the great usurper reverberated out once more as when this being gazed towards the newly appearing existence. It wasn't that of shock, but more of incredulity and anger that such a being would appear here, incredulity that they would appear at this exact time and place just as he was proceeding with his goals. But towards his bellow, the shrouded and veiled existence merely glanced towards him as a voice so profoundly beautiful and sonorous reached everyone's ears, as if this being was directly speaking right beside them. You should not be here. WAA, a shocking sentence that was not a question or a statement of confusion, but as if this being was stating a mere inviolable fact. The Antiquity's eyes flashed with intense light as their cerulean light flashed on this shrouded being, not focusing on her per se, but instead on a mark he could see on her white dress. Inscribed there beautifully was a glimmering 12-sided star, this star seemingly holding a profound meaning to the Antiquity as his eyes shot forth arcs of light full of anger when saw it. But the existence cared not for this. The Antiquity, Noah, the blue slime, and the Oathkeeper, they could all see that even though this being was veiled, she was at this moment looking down towards them with a gaze akin to an empress looking at peasants. Akin to a human looking at an ant. It didn't matter whether they were hegemonies, apocryphal antiquities, or real antiquities. Before her, they were all looked at as if they were mere ants. Chapter 11:12. You shouldn't be here. 2. In the extremely tense unfolding situation, the great usurper continued to gaze up with anger as his eyes flashed coldly, his voice continuing to ring out, I shouldn't be here, and nor should you. Rumble. Against an existence that caused shock and awe just from her appearance alone, the Antiquity didn't back down as in reply to this as at this moment, the vast universes within his bodies vibrated immensely as he silently cast a certain skill. It was a skill that would come at a great cost, but he used it nonetheless as he somewhat understood the extent of the ridiculous being that had appeared before him. As for how this existence had appeared, a golden light of fate and destiny crossed through the eyes of the Antiquity as he discerned a few things, his eyes ultimately giving a barely discernible glance to the figures of hegemonies below him as he silently cast the skill. Yet, it seemed as if the existence above could have nothing escape from her eyes as the moment the Antiquity made this move, this existence also moved. Ding, a gloved hand rose from the newly appearing figure as she tapped a few times in the void of space. Ding. Ding. Ding, with every tap, resplendent white and crimson lines erupted out by the millions, these thin white and crimson lines causing Noah's eyes to widen as they vibrated with ruination and primordial essence. Millions of these white and crimson lines bloomed as they went on to instantaneously wrap around the figure of the Antiquity, beginning to circle around his figure rapidly as the entire area turned utterly colorful. Yet even with such a move being made, the Antiquity only looked towards the newly appearing being with anger as he didn't make a move. This was because he had no need to, just as Noah and all the others knew they couldn't do anything to the being above, so did the Antiquity. Even though he seemed angered by her appearance, the extent of his actions was to silently cast a certain skill. His blue eyes were palpable with anger as he watched the veiled figure that released their voice again. "You do not belong in this dimension. For your violation, you shall be sent to the primordial battlefields for 10 million years. WAA." The voice was as impassive as ever, causing a chill to run down everyone's spines when they heard it. But the angered great usurper actually smiled at this time, his blue eyes leaving the veiled figure above as he stared down at Oathkeeper once more, at the cosmic treasure he had sacrificed many universes to try and obtain. Then, his eyes couldn't help but wander over to Noah and the apocryphal antiquities surrounding him. Then, his voice rang out, "I think not." After gazing upon the beings of this cosmos, he raised his head again as from his deeply blue eyes, one could see them beginning to emanate shocking cracks that very quickly spread out to cover his face. "Among the many things I will do, falling under the control of you hypocrites is not one of them." The moment his words finished, Noah and everyone else watched in shock as a spectacular sight unfolded before their eyes. The beautifully blue eyes of the antiquity had begun to crack, but the more shocking things were the splendiferous universes and large numbers of normal universes that became manifested at this moment. Every hegemony looked at such a sight with envy and greed, as this was what they searched for. The sight of multiple universes within an origin was what they all sought, as such a thing represented antiquity. Yet they were shocked to find that these wondrous manifested universes from the origin of this antiquity were actually burning luminously in the dark void as they caused for the appearance of a beautiful scene. The hegemonies that had regained control of their bodies scrambled away at this moment as they thought this brazen antiquity was about to self-destruct with an attack to wipe them all. But no such thing happened, as everything continued silently. His origin continued to burn as the universes within it were being used up of all of their pristine essence for a use that nobody knew. Only the existence above them seemed to have an idea as her fingers tapped out again. Ding, the millions of lines made of primordial and ruination essence stretched out as after circling the antiquity, they shot into him like sharp needles as they sunk into his skin and origin seamlessly. BZZT, it should have been an action that caused this being immense pain. And yet he remained silent as his origin burned away silently, the cracks stemming from his eyes stretching to his as he looked like a porcelain figure that was about to break. Even the existence seemed to find this unique, as the lines of primordial essence and ruination she sent out should have stopped this being from doing anything, yet whatever he had done seemed unstoppable. He instead only silently gazed up towards this existence as he focused on the 12-pointed star on her dress, his words ringing out calmly, "Hypocrites are all that you are, sitting upon your high pedestals and gazing upon everything currently happening as if you are above it all, even though you are the ones responsible. Rumble, I know the secret you all hide so well, I know what you all did." His cold and decisive words shot towards the veiled figure as this existence finally reacted when such things were mentioned to her. WAA, behind her, flowers of ruination and primordial essence bloomed as the millions of thin lines that bound the antiquity shone brightly and began to move this being up, a majestic aura descending all around that even caused Noah and the apocryphal antiquity that was the blue slime to feel stifled. At this moment, the bitingly cold voice of the newly appearing existence thrummed down gloriously, "What can a failed creature like you know? You have outlived your purpose as of this moment, and can cease to exist." Rumble, Chapter 11:13. A heart. The antiquity's body rose up while bound by lines of ruination and primordial essence as he looked at the veiled figure that he could sense finally showing some emotions. Noah and the others looked at this scene with their hearts thumping wildly, as the power shown here was simply too fantastical for them to see. After the shocking words were released from the newly arriving existence, instead of tapping her fingers, this being actually twisted her hand into a fist as the millions of lines of ruination and primordial essence binding the antiquity vibrated immensely and close in on, intent of decimating the being they held. At such a juncture, time seemed to slow. The cerulean blue eyes of the antiquity shone brightly as cracks could be seen from them, these cracks having already spread throughout the body of this being. The multiple burning universes within had their immense force used as a few skills were cast, this antiquity not worrying, as at such a juncture a thought crossed his mind that he kept to himself. It was a thought that he had while staring coldly at the 12-pointed star that showed the designation of this being, this antiquity actually not caring about her identity as he cared more about what she represented. "Even you will not be able to stop me. I have my subjugation spread across a myriad of cosmos and dimensions, as you all can just wait. No matter how many years it takes, no matter how much pain I have to endure. For that, I will do whatever it takes." It was an extremely important thought that would only be known by this being alone, one that showed there were many hidden things behind the scenes that were truly not understood. With such a thought, the antiquity disappeared as the cracks spread throughout his bound body. He didn't wait for the force of the existence above to decimate him as willingly. His figure exploded into blue particles of light that faded away into beautiful nothingness. Noah watched this scene in utter awe as the hegemonies around him felt stifled, never in their wildest dreams thinking the events would play out in this manner. An antiquity had descended, but before this being could even do anything, an existence that seemed even more powerful than an antiquity had come down and quickly made nothing of this being. Now, their eyes went towards this being that had brought such an abrupt end to everything as they wondered, what would this being do now, across dimensions and spacetime, far from the primordial cosmos, in an entirely different plane that was similar and yet different at the same time? Within a certain cosmos of this plane, an existence opened their eyes. The eyes shone a beautiful blue as they released arcs of light in the surroundings, illuminating the figure of a 2-meter-tall human being with glimmering dark hair on an obsidian throne. This obsidian throne situated in what looked like a world of ice. It wasn't just a world of ice, as when one looked further, they would be able to notice frozen glaciers and landscapes stretching out across this world into the stars, and then from the starry star as this frozen landscape actually covered an entire galaxy frozen with ice all around, and at the center of it, this being seemingly stood there alone while waking up. He rose up as if he had been asleep for a long time, his limbs stretching as he craned his neck while his eyes flashed coldly. Another subjugated antiquity destroyed. It is truly hard to go against these existences alone. Shocking words were released from him as his blue eyes glimmered brightly, gazing upwards as he seemed to tear across the folds of spacetime and look towards a certain direction. His eyes had an enticing glow that could seemingly see past the veils of dimensions, gazing far in the distance as in a short period of time, the events of a certain cosmos were actually reflected onto his eyes. Among the things reflected was the figure of an existence with a 12-pointed star, her gaze currently looking down towards a group of hegemonies, the existence with shimmering blue eyes actually also focused his gaze onto this group of hegemonies as his eyes honed in on a certain person. Now, what exactly can I find within this cosmos even after facing such a loss? Why is destiny still pulling me into this cosmos so much? He spoke under his breath as he could shockingly see the scenes of a place so far away that it shouldn't have been possible, but the burning of an entire splendiferous universes and normal universes of an antiquity could make many things possible. As this being gazed upon all of this silently, something began to form behind him as ice coagulated together to form the dazzling figure of a red-haired girl, the ice forming the dazzling red hair being extremely contrasting as the fair face of this being smiled while speaking out. Brother, I didn't know you had returned. Within the primordial cosmos, the fantastical figure of a veiled existence gazed down upon a group of hegemonies as her gaze focused on a single being in particular. You rumble. Her words were extremely biting and apathetic. Oathkeeper and the others shivering when they heard them, as the one that was most affected was the one that her gaze was directed on. It was on the newly advanced hegemony of ruination. You were the one that steered the folds of reality into this direction. For that and helping destroy an existence extending his reach into dimensions he doesn't belong in, you shall be rewarded. Noah heard the words as his mind buzzed, all his thoughts focusing on her mention of steering the folds of reality while connecting it to Deus Ex Machina. The ability that rose from a trait only made possible through a cosmic treasure had actually come to have such an effect. Some of its mysteries becoming more clear to Noah now, as it was actually something that directly steered the folds of reality into another direction. When Noah pondered on destiny and his fortune, it had told him the use of Deus Ex Machina would give him the most benefits. Aside from everything that had occurred, just what was about to unfold that would bring everything to fruition. Chapter 11:14 A Heart. 2. In the void within the abyssal universe, the figure of a pristine woman could be seen as she gazed down above multiple hegemonies. From her, one could feel immense coldness and apathy, and no one could feel it more than Noah himself. This was because the existence was currently addressing him. Where even with the veil covering everything about her, Noah found her words to be filled with immense apathy. Even though she was mentioning something like a reward, it was extremely hard to explain the feeling he was currently experiencing as he came out of his thoughts when he saw the unique existence above them wave her hands, causing for the appearance of a sparkling and pulsating heart. Yes, it was a pulsating heart that shone with a rainbow-colored aura, its appearance causing a fantastical fragrance to descend down as it made the minds of the hegemony buzz, while Noah himself found his origin becoming entirely focused on this heart. The veiled gaze of the existence also went towards this pulsating multicolored heart as her sonorous yet apathetic voice continued to ring out. Across the vast and nigh endless ruination sea, there are terrifying creatures known as primordial beasts roaming free. The veiled figure seemed to be explaining the origin of the shocking object she pulled out. Noah and the others listening carefully as their hearts trembled. These primordial beasts are unique creatures that require the sustenance of universes and cosmos to survive and reproduce, and so they traverse across the ruination sea while devouring the universes within the vast cosmos they come across. Rumble, shocking new information was revealed from this being as she said it so simply and without any emotion, her hands waving forward as the multicolored heart began to float over to Noah. It's normally very hard for them to locate cosmos, the chance being nearly impossible, as the only time when that chance increases is when antiquity appears from a cosmos, the appearance and aura of the antiquity that violated rules and entered your dimension, that apocryphal antiquity around you, and even my appearance here. They have all increased the chances of a primordial beast crossing countless light years from the ruination sea to possibly come in contact with your cosmos. Yes, once a cosmos had advanced far enough to produce the emergence of an antiquity, it was put in a whole new tear as if it was invisible before. It became a light that began to flicker in utter darkness at that moment. And the more power and might it displayed, the more antiquities and even the possibility of a cosmic realm existence coming to be would mean a cosmos would be blinking gloriously across the dark and crimson ruination sea. Such words and knowledge caused the hearts of Oathkeeper and the others to tremble as Noah listened with shining eyes to the new concepts displayed before him. Primordial beasts that crossed the ruination sea, to him, it meant they were very unique existences, as they had to have the Tao of ruination or something like the primordial Tao to be able to do such things. He had many questions to ask amidst all of this, but the most important one was, of course, about the heart before him. When the primordial beasts find a cosmos and begin devouring, they can be repelled by the antiquity or antiquities within, as when defeated, all of their essence and origin are condensed into a primordial heart. WAA. As these words finished, the multicolored heart arrived before Noah's eyes as his hands reached out to it, grasping onto it as he felt the pulses it released, as these alone caused his body to vibrate with excitement. A primordial heart is extremely unique, as with it, 1. Can rapidly increase the number of galaxies within their universes or utilize the heart to birth Tao galaxies, making it possible for antiquities to birth universes fairly quickly, even while talking about such wondrous and fantastical realities. The voice of this being remained apathetic as she looked towards Noah, grasping the heart and focusing on it with all of his mentality. That is only if the primordial beast is defeated, though. If it succeeds in devouring many universes and cosmos, it can rise to become something that even those in the cosmic realm struggle with. Use this primordial heart and prepare yourselves in the case a primordial beast ever comes across your cosmos. Rumble. With such shocking and wild information laid out, the figure of the veiled existence began to shine with fantastical light as a crack unfolded behind her again. Noah came out of his stupor at the incredible-looking pulsating heart before his hands as his eyes once more focused on this figure. He wanted to ask where she was from. He wanted to know what force she belonged to and why exactly she had been able to be influenced by Deus Ex Machina. He wanted to know how this existence could just come and go like this, as he understood the reasoning behind her actions. But when he looked at her apathetic air, he didn't say anything, as he only spoke calmly. Thank you, WAA, a simple gratitude, and that was it. The veiled figure nodded with the same apathy as when the crack behind her began to gush out ruination and primordial essence. She delved into it as she pulled everything in and closed it soon after, gone just as quickly as she had arrived. With her departure, a pervasive silence descended onto the void of the abyssal universe. The sequence of events caused every hegemony's mind to buzz in a stupor, as none of it was as expected. This was more so for the Goliath of the primordial cosmos and the hegemonies on his side, the dreams of these beings taking the method of antiquity from an antiquity being dashed, as when they all sobered up, their gazes unconsciously landed on the figure of Noah, on the sparkling multicolored primordial heart that, from the words of the veiled existence, it seemed like something that only the most powerful of antiquities that could take down the terrifying primordial beasts could get their hands on. Now, it was given to the hegemony before them as their eyes glimmered brightly with intense light of wanting. You all, rumble, the bellow of the Oathkeeper reverberated out at this moment. Chapter 11:15, Becoming an Antiquity is Easy. You all, rumble, the bellow of the Oathkeeper reverberated out as he came out of his protective circle of primordial essence. His body burned with wild amounts of essences at this moment. The identity of this being was much different. He wasn't just the hegemony at the forefront of hegemonies in the primordial cosmos, he had inadvertently now become the vassal of a certain hegemony of tyranny. Above his head, a glorious white star of conquest now rotated slowly as it washed over him and caused his body to vibrate with immense power. His body was currently overflowing with power, as not only did he receive over 100 times his old mana reserves, he also obtained an extra addition of power, as he, like all other vassals who pledged fealty to Noah, also obtained 5% of his strength, 5% of a hegemony that was Noah Osmond, THRUM. His power spilled out madly as the primordial essence that had wrapped around him changed to becoming thick white chains that shot out to the Goliath and the others, snaking towards them dangerously. This wasn't all, as with his newly found reserves of mana, the Oathkeeper had the primordial disc within his hands. Shine luminously as he utilized the cosmic treasure to even cause the area around the Goliath and others to lock them down. The universe they were in was made up from primordial essence. If a being with enough mana utilized a cosmic treasure that could affect primordial essence, they could easily interfere with the universe. This was how Noah could throw a punch or tap the void and cause an enormous rupture to spread out, and now the Oathkeeper could do something to a similar extent after obtaining such immense mana reserves. Do you see the result of your actions? What it brought all of you to? Even now you don't seem the least bit remorseful. Rumble. The thick chains of primordial essence actually smashed into the Goliath and the hegemonies around him as they struggled powerfully, but actually found out that the might of the Oathkeeper felt like he was someone brand new entirely. Only the Goliath was not resisting, as this old existence simply looked towards his old friend in a daze. His actions played before his eyes as they brought him here, and he did nothing at this moment as the black hole on his head gazed down, letting the thick chains of primordial essence wrap around him easily. While the other hegemonies struggled, they could do nothing without the aid of the Goliath, as within seconds, they were all bound by Oathkeeper's chains as this being's golden figure stood above all of them. His wings and eyes shone with a brilliant golden halo as with the overabundance of mana at his disposal, his might far surpassed the hegemonies below him as he rounded all of them up. It was a saddening sight to come across, the eyes of the Oathkeeper becoming hazy as he shook his head while causing the cosmic treasure in his hand to vibrate. The figures of hegemonies before him becoming wrapped in primordial essence as their struggles became even more futile. Soon enough, 12 circular balls of primordial essence were all that floated in the void, 12 hegemonies becoming imprisoned in something that none of them could break out of. It was only then that Oathkeeper gazed towards a certain direction, towards the figure of the hegemony of tyranny that was currently looking towards a multicolored primordial heart. Oathkeeper controlled the urge of his origin that was telling him to do everything possible to get the multicolored heart before him, something that the Goliath and other hegemonies felt when they also gazed forward as he tried to speak towards the hegemony of tyranny. Yet, whap, this being disappeared before his eyes in an instant along with the primordial heart, leaving behind the copies of the 3 blue slimes. Oathkeeper's eyes raised up when he saw one of the slimes shining, a figure actually separating from it as he felt the aura of the hegemony of tyranny actually appear before him again. It wasn't in the terrifying form of a Cthulhu, his figure currently being that of a normal human as when one looked at it closely, it was Noah's true image. At this moment, his multicolored hair that he allowed to be influenced by too many law and Tao essences, and his eyes that currently shone with a golden and crimson glow that only further enhanced his devilish handsomeness. The figure of Noah Osmond appeared from his clone as he gazed towards the Oathkeeper with a light smile. The primordial ruination clone that was in the form of the Cthulhu had disappeared as Noah used his cosmic treasure to open up the ruination realm, sending the primordial clone into this area that had a time ratio of 1000 to 1 in order to take a look at the primordial heart that he had received from the unknown existence. In the vast distances across dimensions, a certain blue-eyed antiquity watched the unfolding events with scrutiny as he muttered underneath his breath, for such an existence to actually take the time to give this hegemony such a thing, just what is he? Could he be? Bah, you're getting lost in your thoughts again. Before the words of the antiquity even ended, the voice of an existence made entirely of ice spoke towards him as she waved her hands before his eyes, showing an indignant expression before she continued, even with your strong mind, getting lost into the memories and lives of beings that have lived for millions of years still has an effect on you. Every time you wake up, you seem a little different. Less than a year has passed since you began dominating realms and dimensional planes, and yet you talk as if you've lived for millions of years. I understand you living the memories of the beings you subjugate can do this, but... Sigh, shocking words left this red-haired woman made of ice as the antiquity smiled while patting her head, his gaze still looking upwards towards the faraway universe in an entirely different dimension. His eyes released a light filled with conviction as he spoke out slowly. You know why I have to do this though? There is nobody out there who even knows what is going on. Those that do know, they are too weak or cowardly to stand against beings like them. As he spoke, his eyes locked in on the newly appearing figure of Noah as a light of destiny and fate crossed through his blue eyes. His fortune and destiny were dancing wildly as they caused him to be quizzical at this moment. His strong mind ringing out and seemingly blaring when he gazed at this being, the antiquity seemed dazed as he uttered out incoherently, "A possibility still lies within the primordial cosmos." With this being, such a thought caused the antiquity's eyes to focus and shine immensely, a decisive look appearing thereafter as he spoke out gloriously, "I can make contact with the residual consciousness left behind and see what this is all about." Rumble. Chapter 11:16, Becoming an Antiquity is Easy. 2. Within a vast space and time only accessible through the use of a cosmic treasure, Noah's primordial ruination clone appeared seamlessly as he held on to a pulsating heart thump. With every beat, the heart seemed to resonate with his origin, as the source of this treasure was something he didn't even know about a few minutes prior, a primordial heart that was only condensed when a primordial beast was killed, these beasts being things that actually devoured universes and cosmos to reach unshakable heights. As Noah stared at such a thing, he couldn't help but have his eyes flash, the ability of eyes of truth being utilized, primordial heart, the culmination of the essence of a primordial beast capable of devouring entire universes. Its absorption allows one to choose the rapid proliferation of normal galaxies or the change of normal galaxies into Tau galaxies. The extent of how many normal or Tau galaxies are increased is dependent on the level of the absorber, as well as the rank of the primordial heart. A few details were given to him, as much of it coincided with what the unknown existence had told him, much more of the information being gibberish that he didn't even bother to try and see if he could decipher. But the main thing remained the same about this shocking treasure that fell on his lap due to the recent events, and it was the fact that Noah could now vastly expand the number of his Tau galaxies within his origin. He didn't know if it would be enough to achieve antiquity, but he would see soon enough its capabilities. Before he began though, he smiled devilishly as he spoke out to the cosmic treasure, "Ruination, why don't we use duplication on this gorgeous little treasure?" "Yes, master, yes." One must not forget that among the many features of the cosmic treasure, one of them was duplication. Nearly everything could be duplicated with a few exceptions, and gathering from the reply of the cosmic treasure, this primordial heart was not an exception. It meant that Noah could get his hands on two of such terrifying treasures as with this, antiquity had to be guaranteed, right? WAA, a flash of crimson light flashed as the primordial heart was taken into the cosmic treasure within his origin, and duplication was cast. The crimson light melded into the surroundings of the ruination realm, as even though it was shining with a shockingly bright luster, there was no difference in the surroundings. But it only took a few seconds, as soon after, two glimmering multicolored objects were spat out from the cosmic treasure. A seamless duplication had been carried out just like that. Whoa. These things are ridiculous, the cosmic treasure uttered out after two primordial hearts were produced, and it was because to be capable of duplicating anything, ruination had to analyze it and break it down before it could be reproducible. Noah raised his brows as a second later, information flooded into his brain while he held on to two pristine primordial hearts. The information caused him alarm, as it turned out among the treasures known as primordial hearts, they could be ranked based on which primordial beast they came from. Young primordial beasts in the universal filament realm had strength equivalent to powerful antiquities, as they produced lesser primordial hearts. Above them, more powerful primordial beasts could grant 1 grand or even cosmic primordial hearts, as such beasts needed powerful existences at the cosmic realm to take down, and the primordial heart in Noah's hands was a grand primordial heart. Fucking hell, he couldn't help but let out an expletive as his eyes shone brightly, the boons he received this time around being too stupendous, all of this from a single cast of Deus Ex Machina and the descent of an antiquity that was behind it. It was such a surreal thing that he even wanted to thank both the antiquity and unknown existence for making things so exemplary for him, but his shining eyes focused as he gazed upon the two primordial hearts before him, his mind settling as in the vast and crimson ruination realm. He sat down while holding onto these grand primordial hearts. Treasures so profoundly and unique that he fully expected antiquity to be in reach even with just one of them. Much less two, the focus of his primordial ruination clone would be on this, as his main body and clones had many more things to take care of. One of these was the continued teleportation of existences from the remaining universes that were affected by amalgamation, Noah not wanting to put the situation of these universes go to waste as he increased the quota he needed before he could upgrade the universal core. There was also the need to see how things would play out in the primordial cosmos. After such a terrifying set of events, as well as his newly established vassal, the Oathkeeper who held a cosmic treasure, even aside from all of these things, Noah still had another thought that caused his eyes to shine with a glorious light for the future. And that was the thought of utilizing protagonist's bookmark on either of the two beings that had appeared before him, either the antiquity known as the Great Usurper, or the more likely selection being the unknown existence that came and left him with a primordial heart. the cooldown for the protagonist's bookmark would finish in a few days, as when the time came, he would make the choice then. When he thought of carrying out the bookmark on the terrifying unknown existence, though, a sense of apprehension filled Noah's mind, as even though no beings were able to notice him before when his soul descended unto them, this existence had too many things he didn't understand for him to apply these same standards to her. But he would deal with this when the time came, and as always, after he had discerned destiny and fate. For now, a gorgeous eruption of light suffused the surroundings in an intimate manner as Noah began to utilize a primordial heart for the first time. Chapter 11:17, Becoming an Antiquity is Easy. 3. A feeling of happiness unlike anything that he came across before. This was what Noah felt when he began to absorb the primordial heart for the first time. Thump. The thumping heart actually beat faster and faster as he began to absorb it, releasing a gorgeous glow of multiple colors that surrounded his body and sunk into his origin. His origin currently had the full 100 billion galaxies, as over half of them were Tau galaxies. And this was all due to the hard work of personally making quintillions of beings into his vassals through his lesser Tau of fealty. Now, as the glow of the primordial heart began to perfuse into his origin, Noah could see that wherever its light passed, his normal galaxies vibrated intensely, as they very soon changed their nature and colors, becoming Tau galaxies right after, seamlessly, easily. Thump. Wild bursts of essence erupted out as the moment that Noah got the hang of it, he began calling upon the primordial heart. As its heartbeat increased even more, the more its rate of beating increased, the more normal galaxies became Tau galaxies in Noah's origin, as he could count the conversion of millions every single second. In the ruination realm, a devilish smile could be seen on Noah's face as while he did this, the nature of his main body that the primordial ruination clone stemmed from was being changed at an even faster pace, the eruption of Tau galaxies very soon surpassing 55 billion. As of this moment, Noah was on his way to antiquity. He kept the words of the unknown existence in his mind when she talked about the emergence of antiquity being the thing that caused a universe to have a light if it was dark before. It was what could possibly draw in a primordial beast, since the antiquity that had descended down into the primordial cosmos and the apocryphal antiquity that was the blue slime had already made their auras apparent. Noah would be the third antiquity to rise, even though his main body wasn't within the primordial cosmos. It also made him ponder about the lone dark universe that was currently floating not too far away from the primordial cosmos, and what chance there was for the terrifying primordial beasts to lay siege onto his universe. All of these were thoughts and calculations he was making while breaking into antiquity, getting ready for whatever was to come from here on out, as the absorption of a primordial heart began in a hidden region. Noah's clone was in the abyssal universe, where one of the oldest beings of the primordial cosmos was imprisoned by his closest friend. Oathkeeper glanced at the bound chains that melded together in a circular format around 12 hegemonies as he sighed. His gaze landing on Noah, as these beings now had a unique relationship. One was a vassal, and the other was their emperor. This was extremely unique, as Oathkeeper had lived for millions of years, and Noah had barely been in his 20s. Yet he held the fealty of an expert that held a cosmic treasure, with the question being exactly what he would do at this juncture. Noah's clone had unmerged from the blue slime as he looked towards the Oathkeeper with a smile, about to begin speaking when all of a sudden, a voice thundered in his mind. "What are you, Rumble?" The voice was very distinct, being one of authority and might, as Noah recognized it and connected it to a certain being right after. His expression hardened as the aura of the apocryphal antiquity beside him blazed up, but they could find nothing in their surroundings no matter how much they searched. Noah's actions caused Oathkeeper to also turn somber as he looked around them, finding nothing as he gazed towards Noah. "You won't find me anywhere," that woman made sure of that. "But she couldn't prevent me from burning multiple universes to leave an untraceable portion of my consciousness here, this consciousness being able to do nothing but observe and speak." Noah heard the words of the antiquity that should have been decimated already, his eyes shining carefully as above his main body in the dark universe. His seas of fortune and destiny began to churn. Noah noticed this change begin as soon as this antiquity's voice descended down just now, his eyes shining a brilliant luster as he wondered just what could be in play at this moment. For her to hand you a primordial heart, for someone of her caliber to even care enough to do such a thing, it means your universal fortune is vaster than any antiquities, or you're one of them. Rumble. Noah took in the words of the antiquity silently as after seeing his destiny and fortune churn on his main body, he didn't outright reject this being and think of ways to destroy whatever trace of him remained as he carefully spoke out. "One of them?" His question made the antiquity pause for a few seconds, a reply only coming out moments after. "Yes, one of them. Beings that those existences pay attention to and occasionally interfere in the lives of." weapons that they forge for their own uses. Rumble. What? Noah's expression changed for the first time when he heard this, his eyes flashing coldly as he didn't expect to be referred to as a tool for others. You think they'd selflessly let go of a primordial heart out of the goodness of their soul? An excuse that you helped stop me? Rubbish. Those existences do not care about universes or cosmos, all they care about are their own lofty positions and maintaining them. Her making a move and even going further to hand you a treasure only leaves a few possibilities of your identity. Which begs the question, what is your name? What does that have to do with all this? Noah's eyes were sharp as he asked quizzically, only for the antiquity to reply coldly thereafter, names are important. If you can share this and some more information, I can share with you the secret that those existences hide. I can tell you their true nature and much more about primordial beasts. A unique phenomenon was occurring at this moment as it was one of the most important meetings and talks to take place. None of the two sides knew this yet as at this moment. The antiquity was probing Noah, and Noah was also probing the antiquity. Chapter 11:18, Becoming an antiquity is easy. For, within the abyssal universe, Noah's eyes were flashing with caution as his aura spread out around the clone, the bodies of the blue slime ready to move at any time as he probed the antiquity. You ask for my name and state all these claims about beings with vast universal fortunes being tools for others, even knowing secrets that nobody else knows. Mind you, you were the being that was just invading this cosmos moments ago. Why should I be listening to anything you say? WAA. His question caused a period of silence as the antiquity was seemingly pondering about something. Taking half a minute before his voice rang out again, I can speak about this with confidence and even share with you knowledge that is taboo across cosmos and dimensions, because I was one of the weapons they were forging. Like a clap of thunder, the shocking information was stated simply as Noah felt his heartbeat quicken. I found out about their true nature and broke away from them, losing something extremely important to me in the process, something that I've only just been able to begin recreating recently. The invisible consciousness of the antiquity voiced out strongly as Noah's coldness reduced just a bit. In the dark universe, he continued to watch the churning of his destiny and fortune as it was seemingly excited. Just what was this? Why was destiny and fortune telling him that this sequence of actions would be extremely good for him and lead towards a fantastical direction? He could only trust in his intuition as it had never failed him before. Once more, your name. Is it Aegon? Ezekiel. Noah. Rumble. The antiquity had shared another explosion of information as when Noah heard it, even his primordial ruination clone nearly stopped its absorption of the primordial heart in the ruination realm. What the fuck? Noah's eyes flashed sharply when he heard his name mentioned among three, his mind going on overdrive trying to figure out the extent of truth the words of this being were. But when this being uttered his name among three, he couldn't help but begin to lean more on his words being the truth as he began questioning himself on what the hell was going on across dimensions and time. The antiquity's eyes were flashing a brilliant blue as he used whatever remaining consciousness he left behind in the primordial cosmos to observe the figure of the hegemony before him closely. He wanted to see if there would be any reaction from this being when he uttered these names. He wanted to confirm if he was one of them, and hadn't been entirely influenced or brought over to their side. When he did utter the three names though, all he received was a sharp flash of light crossing the eyes of the unique hegemony as from this. He started to formulate his own ideas. If he truly is one of them and he hasn't yet fully fallen under their influence, then maybe, a thought crossed the antiquity's mind as he pondered, his eyes hardening with resolve soon after as he made a move, as Noah's mind was still buzzing from hearing his name coming from an antiquity that came from cosmos and dimensions away. He spoke out calmly with curiosity. What do those names signify? Upon the countless quintillions of beings that can populate cosmos, there will be millions with the same names. What would make those names so special? His thought process was extremely logical, but the antiquity replied very quickly, there should be many beings with those names. Yes. But the probability of having existences with these very same names as the top most powerful forces of multiple cosmos and dimensions is very little. I have traversed many dimensions and cosmos, and found beings with these names to almost always be under the guidance or protection of those existences as they exhibit tremendous strength or unique capabilities. As you seem to fall under this banner, I will tell you of the true nature of those existences. I will tell you of the secret they hold that very few existences within the vast cosmos and dimensions know. Rumble. The stage was set as Noah's eyes flashed gloriously, seeing the manner of this being wanting to freely give information to mean that he wanted something from him. As for what he could possibly want, Noah would see what this being had to offer as he spoke out languidly. I'm not entirely sure of your claims, but I have some time to listen if you feel like talking. Noah didn't deny or admit anything as after a few seconds, the voice of the antiquity rang out. The existence you saw descend down and hand you a treasure do willingly. She is part of a group of beings known as primordials. WAA, existence wielding immense power and might as. They had their influence stretching across a myriad of cosmos. As you can guess, these primordials have everything to do with the primordial beasts that ravage the ruination sea and devour universes and cosmos. And this is the secret they hold that very few know. These terrifying beasts that threaten the very structure of the cosmos were actually born from the actions of primordials. Yes, the terrifying race of primordials were actually the reason for the appearance of primordial beasts that devoured cosmos, and this was a closely guarded secret that very few knew. As for what exactly they had done to cause these terrifying beasts to manifest, in the past, even with all the power they had, the primordials wanted more and more. The antiquity's voice turned somber as he spoke, his words seemingly reminiscent as if he recalled something from a long time ago, when they asked themselves what they could do to obtain more power. One of them naturally suggested that they just had to increase the number of cosmos they influenced. That all they had to do was cause the expansion of the places their hands dipped into. The actions they carried out to do such a thing were the cause for the eruption of primordial beasts, and also for the appearance of dimensional planes, the appearance of parallel planes that held an uncountable number of cosmos for them to control as the years passed. Rumble, Chapter 11:19. Becoming an antiquity is easy. Dimensions different from one's own, planes of existence that seem to mirror one's own, but they were also different. In the past, there used to be an original timeline that continued forth endlessly. But the actions of the primordials changed this. They caused infinite branches of time to separate from the original, gaining access to an untold number of cosmos, parallel worlds, multiverses, cosmos, dimensions, call them what you wish. But these beings actually carried out actions that made it possible for them to gain access to all of this and traverse them as they wished. The tone of the antiquity had turned extremely somber as in the void of the abyssal universe. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he took in this information, but with such an unnatural action occurring and causing the birth of multiverses, cosmos, and dimensions, something unnatural formed in response to it. Yes, for every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. The actions of the primordials that caused the original timeline to fracture into countless ones also caused the birth of the primordial beasts' existences that moved for the sole purpose of devouring universes and cosmos across different dimensions. This is the true nature of primordial beasts. They only came to be for the sole purpose of undoing what the primordials did to bring to a stop the unraveling of the original timeline, as their goal is to devour all parallel dimensions and return things to how they once were. Rumble. Noah's mind shook as he listened to such shocking truths, his destiny and fortune churning as he assimilated it all in his mind. Multiverses. Parallel timelines. Concepts of extreme depth descended unto him all at once as he organized it all neatly to the most important details. The primordial beasts are actually a force of nature to return things to how they once were, but now the primordials had to fight and eradicate them to keep the vast numbers of branching realities. But how could they win against such enemies? As long as branching realities and timelines existed, so would the primordial beasts. They could not be fully eradicated, as all the primordial could do was to maintain the current state of affairs and reduce the numbers of primordial beasts as much as possible. It is something that has put all of us in a constant state of war, where vast numbers of timelines and realities could be eradicated as long as the primordial beast swallowed all of its cosmos. A constant state of war against forces of nature that just wanted to return things to how they were. These were the primordial beasts. This was the true nature of primordials. Noah had a somber expression as he listened to all this, raising his head thoughtfully as he tried to peer through the folds of space around him, vast numbers of realities apart from his own. Timelines he didn't even know about. When he got to such a point, he thought about the Tao of Kronos and reincarnation that Kronos used, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke out for the first time in a while thereafter. Your descent into the primordial cosmos was you reaching across into another reality, another dimension, yes. Through the unique Tao of reincarnation that a hegemony within this cosmos utilized and my own unique capabilities, I am able to traverse across dimensions and stretch my might into multiple realities. I am capable of doing things that only primordials are capable of doing. Noah revealed an odd expression as he couldn't help but ask, how? The question was so blatant and abrupt as in another dimension. The antiquity shook his head incredulously as he replied simply, something from a legacy I obtained some time ago. But you are missing the point right now. Rumble. All of this aside, everything goes back to the primordials needed to reduce the number of primordial beasts. and that is where existences like you, and existences like me come in: tools, weapons, champions. Beings that they try to raise in every dimensional reality to make sure that as few timelines as possible are destroyed and rejoin the original timeline. Existences with such power and might that exceed common sense. Existences like us. Silence descended onto the surroundings after such a statement. Noah nor the antiquity speaking as the atmosphere turned extremely oppressive. Off to the side, Oathkeeper was watching Noah carefully, ready to reinforce him with whatever problem they were facing as this being simply waited. It was only after a few seconds passed did the voice of the antiquity enter Noah's mind again. Many of them share names or similarities, as a few renowned and extremely powerful primordials are in charge of this task, these beings having laughs as they influence things and have these tools named similar to themselves, the names like Agon, Ezekiel, Noah, and a few more that I've come across in multiple dimensions appearing. Shocking truth after shocking truth descended onto Noah's mind as he was still working on what to make of it all. Amidst all of this, the antiquity was continuing to freely talk about more of such information as it made him extremely curious of this being. What a cosmic joke! When I transmigrated, I was so extremely naive that amidst the soliloquy of the antiquity, the clone of Noah currently surrounded by 3 blue slimes vibrated with a gorgeous array of light, his body becoming suffused with multicolored auras as on his chest, one could see a vibrant universe filled to the brim with Tau galaxies, as well as the formation of a second universe that seemed to be just in its beginning stages. It was the sign of antiquity, 100% conversion of a being's universe into Tau galaxies, becoming capable of birthing a second universe as one reached a stage of power others would only ever dream of. At this moment, the intense aura of antiquity began to emanate from Noah. This aura being something even normal antiquities would not be able to release, as it seemed somewhat special. The consciousness of the antiquity seemed flabbergasted at this moment as his voice rang out slowly. Did you really just break into antiquity in the middle of all this? An incredulous expression was on the antiquity's face across dimensions as in the abyssal universe. Oathkeeper was also looking towards Noah's clone in utter stupor, but at this time, the clone raised his head while adjusting to the new aura, waving his hands nonchalantly as he spoke in a domineering tone. It's merely just breaking into the universal filament realm and becoming an antiquity. Nothing much. Let's continue. Rumble, Chapter 1120. What would you do? In the ruination realm, vast essences of ruination swirled around Noah's body intensely. This man really just skipping through the realms of power is from just recently breaking into becoming a hegemony. He had now jumped to become an antiquity. The single grand primordial heart he was absorbing was only 75% absorbed, as just this was enough to grant him the full 100 billion Tau galaxies, giving him the essence required to form another universe and become an antiquity. From here on out, he would be using this remaining primordial heart and the second one to form even more galaxies and universes. When one absorbed these types of treasures, they could choose to either change the nature of their current normal galaxies into Tau galaxies, or if they had stepped into the realm of universal filament, they could also cause the rapid birth of brand new galaxies, and this was exactly what Noah had begun to do in the Crimson Ruination realm. In his newly birthed second universe, a glorious glow suffused all around it as galaxies began to sprout endlessly. His first universe was complete as he held a splendiferous universe, and he now began building another one. As for Noah, he was just starting on the path to construct a myriad of universes as he continued his ascent for power. In the abyssal universe, Oathkeeper was glancing towards Noah's direction in utter shock as his very own eyes and awareness couldn't believe the aura stemming off of Noah's clone. But he had to believe it, as he was a vassal, and his origin felt a brand new rush of power descending onto him as he felt his current strength explode a few times. This was just the 5% access he had from Noah's strength as an antiquity, a minuscule amount of his pure power that all of Noah's vassals shared, or if they wanted to gain more strength in their lives, they were actually better off just trying to fully comprehend the lesser Tao of fealty and even fully assimilate it to gain an increase in the percentage of power they could access. Oathkeeper wasn't the only one to feel these changes, as in the dark universe, Valentina raised her dark eyes incredulously towards Noah's figure in the skies. She could see him still holding onto the bubbly body of the blue slime, but his body was at this moment emanating a terrifying authority that far exceeded even her. This being, that wasn't even a monarch or paragon just some weeks ago. She felt a feeling at this moment that Barbados, Elena, Kazuhiko, the Emperor Penguin, and many others felt with Noah's constant and rapid advancements that seemed to leave everyone and everything behind constantly, a stifling feeling that they couldn't really explain as apart from it, they also felt his stupendous strength coursing through their bodies, even if it was 5% of it. The Oathkeeper also felt this firsthand, as with his mentality and position. He still did not know how to feel about Noah's existence, a being that had come from nowhere and risen just as fast, his strength seemingly covering everything at this moment. Just what is he? As the Oathkeeper pondered such a question, so did the antiquity whose consciousness was remaining and talking to Noah in the abyssal universe. The consciousness of this being was in a stupor as he observed the nonchalant manner Noah had as he stepped into the stage of antiquity, Noah's voice being the one to come out soon after, as he completely brushed off the fact of this advancement. So, primordials cause an eruption in multiple timelines and realities. Primordial beasts are born from this as they try to devour universes and cosmos to erase these realities and turn everything to what it once was. Primordials in turn use their power to create a few experts in the vast realities to help them maintain their dominion and power. All of that is understandable, but the clone of Noah had a calm expression as he flashed a smile, his body currently undulating with the unique authority of an antiquity as he looked like a primal creature from ancient times. What exactly do you want? Why have you made the primordials into your enemies? And then telling me all of this, what is your purpose? A race of unkillable beings with extreme power and might. You're not trying to get me into your club to do this, right? Rumble. The moment Noah broke through into antiquity, his tone became much more domineering as his words were like claps of thunder onto the mind of the antiquity. Especially after you tried to invade this primordial cosmos as well. Just what is it you want, O great usurper? A straightforward question, and one that had to be answered. The great usurper played this question in his mind over and over again as he seemed to reminisce about a few things. He took a few seconds before his reply came out. Those under the shadows of primordials are extremely unique, especially beings like you and me. All of the ones I've met are ridiculous existences in the universal filament and cosmic realms that are under the beck and call of primordials, these existences being extremely troublesome to even come across. But then, here you are. Rumble, you just made your first contact with a primordial, with my destiny shining gold telling me there is a possibility of a pathway to bloom with an existence like you that hasn't fallen under the wings of the primordials yet. Pervasive silence descended onto the surroundings as Noah's face remained passive. His voice only rang out after a moment. So, you are looking for someone to join your club. But this still doesn't answer the question of what your purpose is. Across dimensions, the antiquity heard Noah's words as his blue eyes shone an iridescent glow. His lips began to move soon after as his consciousness continued to speak in the faraway dimension. I stand against the primordials in the apathetic manner they do things and their methods. You know what they did when I said no to being their puppet, as a show of power, just to show me my smallness in their designs? They shattered the dimension I was in with a blink of their eyes. Rumble, chapter 11:21. What would you do? 2. A destruction of a dimension with a blink of their eyes. Such an action gave a glimpse of the power of primordials as when Noah heard it, his eyes flashed with intense light. If I wasn't careful enough, they would have decimated everything I held dear. As if I didn't have the tools that I have, the tools of the great usurper, even I wouldn't have survived. The words of the antiquity caused many thoughts to swirl in Noah's mind as all he got from this was that this being was so much a cockroach that he survived against a killing strike of a primordial. Was it clones? Other bodies? Just what from this great usurper granted this being such capabilities? But his questions would have to wait for later as the monologue of the antiquity continued. I am growing my power and stretching across cosmos and dimensions to become capable enough to take on these terrifying beings, to be able to stand up to them as those gaze of looking at everything as if they were mere ants. I want to erase those gazes from their faces. WAA, the primordials took something else extremely important to me when I said no to them. They took the system they granted to me as months later. I'd barely been able to re-establish a semblance of it. Noah's ears pricked up when he heard the mention of a system. But his words nonetheless came out calmly as he regularly checked his churning destiny and fortune. This seems more like a you problem. I have no issues with the primordials. In fact, they just handed me a free primordial heart just now. His sharp words caused the antiquity's eyes to shine sharply as after a few seconds passed, he posed a certain question. What system do you have? What made you who you are currently? What system did Noah have? Unlike the original inhabitants of the dark universe and primordial cosmos, his world stemmed with a game-like system that allowed them to change the nature of their defeated enemies into cores and skill books. It was just the changing of their origins and what they accumulated into their lives into other quantifiable forms. And this came in the form of cores, skill books, and even skill points. but all of it was made possible from Noah's homeworld utilizing the might of a cosmic treasure, even Noah's infinite mana. It began as a trait that wasn't truly what its name said, with it being made possible through Noah drawing large amounts of mana from the world he was connected to, and then later to the worlds and galaxies he was connected to. But thereafter, he actualized this trait and made it something that didn't rely on anything, just purely the trait and what its name stated. But even this was also done with the aid of a cosmic treasure. As he went through this thought process, Noah pondered of any outside influence aside from the one he knew, and came to a certain conclusion: I made me who I am, nothing else. All the tools I used, I only obtained through hard work and perseverance, so a pie didn't just fall from the sky and land on your lap? An undeserved cheat or system that made you exceed all others? The question of the antiquity caused Noah to squint his eyes before he replied, I worked to make my strength to the stage that it is. Even the descent of the primordial that handed me a primordial heart, it was through my actions that she was called down. As for where I get my source of strength, nobody can take that away from me. Not even the primordials. His figure was unconsciously bathed with a golden glow as he spoke. The antiquity's consciousness sighing before it spoke out somberly, they already have their eyes on you. If you haven't become their tool, they will make you one. What will you do when they come to you exactly as they came to me? When they ask you to put your life on the line for them, what would you do about the primordial beasts that want to devour universes and cosmos to return things to what they once were, or the primordials that just want to expand their dominion and power across multiple realities? Yes, this was an important question to be pondered, and one that didn't have an easy answer. Who should one side with? There were the primordial beasts that were a force of nature, trying to unravel branching realities and return them to the original one. But this would mean the destruction of an uncountable number of multiverses, cosmos, and dimensions, as it was the deaths of beings numbers couldn't even begin to put into picture. But that was the natural order. Then there were the primordials that caused all of these branching realities in the first place, and to keep them active without being destroyed, they were battling the primordial beasts and even spreading out their influence across many dimensions to raise champions to withstand their enemies. These existences didn't do this compassionately, but they did this to keep the lands they controlled alive and well as they continued to reap the rewards of their dominion across a myriad of realities. Against all of this, what choice would one even make? What I would do, huh? If that time ever comes. His body was suffused with a golden glow as he looked extremely domineering, and he was letting out a tyrannical light that seemed to oppress the surroundings. The primordials that caused a myriad of branching realities, the primordial beasts that want to destroy these realities and bring things back to the natural order, and even the so-called tools or champions in between. No matter what is in play, all I have to do is put these existences under me, rumble. Whether it be the beasts, champions, or primordials, I will just dominate them and put them all under my feet. Then, I can be the one to decide how things will go. That will naturally solve all problems. Chapter 11:22 Noah. Whether it be the beasts, champions, or primordials, I will just dominate them and put them all under my feet. Then, I can be the one to decide how things will go. That will naturally solve all problems. As Noah said these words, his primordial ruination clone in the ruination realm briefly stopped absorbing the primordial heart as he looked within himself at the cosmic treasure that was lying peacefully in his origin. Even though he loved to talk big, a portion of him still felt the words of the antiquity had some truth in them. The cosmic treasure could be considered an undeserved cheat and a deserved one at the same time, as he had obtained the first piece without doing anything, but had used his own power to collect the rest of the tools of ruination and complete it. When he first awakened, his blank focus was also a pie falling from the sky that others didn't have, but even the world core itself mentioned that this was all random occurrence, that he wasn't somehow chosen as if he were special. But with the knowledge of beings sharing his name actually stemming from primordials, was that truly the case? Were things being steered by destiny and fate even without the knowledge of the world core in Noah? Noah's primordial ruination clone sighed deeply within the ruination realm as he focused on the primordial heart within his hands again, even though they were stupendous treasures. When Noah thought about the larger picture of undeserved things and primordials, the glow of these treasures dimmed just a little. Arrogance and confidence is good. I guess I could learn to be just a bit more humble with all that I've gained. This thought crossed his mind as he continued to calculate a myriad of things, going back to absorbing the primordial heart as billions of galaxies were already filling his second universe. The antiquity heard the domineering words from Noah as his Cerulean blue eyes trembled, his gaze that was reaching across cosmos shaking as he saw the unbridled confidence and belief in the eyes of this being. As he saw such conviction, he couldn't help but shake his head as he uttered out unconsciously, "Madman." Yes, who else but a madman could say with belief that he could put primordials that could cause the destruction of entire dimensions with a blink of their eyes under their control? Who could say they would put under their feet primordial beasts that devoured entire universes and cosmos, or the tools of primordials that held terrifying power in systems that they reigned supreme in their dimensions? As this antiquity thought about all this, his eyes couldn't help but inexplicably land on Noah again. I see. At this moment, he felt something click in his mind as he realized that after his meeting with the primordials and the shocking strength they could display, he had inadvertently looked towards them as if they were some insurmountable wall. He had unconsciously put a block in his mind, as even though he was rising in strength rapidly, he always felt like he was behind and still so extremely weak. But only a few months have passed. I'd been rushing too much. With my capabilities and restructured system, I can be just as confident to do what this being believes he can do, WAA. But this being, he is too unique. The eyes of the antiquity still focused on Noah as he could still see the unique light of dominance and confidence, a domineering light that seemed to draw everything towards it. Seeing such a thing, his voice from his consciousness in the abyssal universe couldn't help but reach out. Just who are you? As his glowing eyes reigned in the glorious light of conquest and domination, Noah glanced forward calmly as he spoke out. Noah Osmont, Rumble, get the fuck out. What? The antiquity was in a stupor as his voice rang out, the surprise in it evident as he couldn't help but ask again, "Are you serious?" And the reply from Noah came as he looked in front of him as if he could actually see the expression of the antiquity even though he was only a consciousness at this moment. "Yes, you're not, across dimensions." The antiquity shook his head in an exasperated manner as he spoke out with utter incredulity. "Fucking ridiculous, I am Noah." Noah echoed. A lull of silence descended at this moment as neither side spoke. The figure of Noah paused at this time, incredulous at the situation around him as he spoke out unconsciously. "Before, you mentioned the words to be or not to be. You wouldn't have happened to hear that from an English playwright, WAA." The consciousness of the antiquity buzzed at Noah's words as his reply came before Noah even finished. The poet from the UK that they focused too much on in school. Silence pervaded in the surroundings again. No side spoke at this moment. The reality of branching parallel timelines and concepts that the antiquity had just been talking about finally fully delved into Noah's mind at this moment as they became very real. A whole minute passed as no side spoke. Each one lost in their own thoughts. Noah sighed again at this juncture as he looked up around him seconds later and had his voice stretch out calmly. "Okay. All right. It's something we can discuss later. Let's get to the root of our current reality first. Destiny seems to say that there lies some stupendous benefits for me when it comes to associating with you, and it's the only reason I even bothered to speak to you in the first place, for you to be so proactive. I guess it's the same on your side. Primordials and primordial beasts, and even the champions that they control. When it comes to this, we can cooperate in some form." WAA. Noah's voice was firm as he thought of many things. Not entirely turning down this being that he ridiculously shared the same first name with as a thin and shaky connection began to form at this moment. Chapter 11:23. Noah 2. The reply from Noah caused an eruption of fortune both from him and a certain antiquity that was located far across dimensions, both of these beings monitoring this situation closely as the consciousness of the antiquity spoke out. "We'll need a way to communicate. This consciousness will fade away entirely soon, and I won't be able to reach out into this dimensions again unless there is a medium." The voice seemed to be searching for something when it was speaking, changing entirely to a quizzical tone next. "The medium in the past was Kronos. Where is that guy?" "Oh." Noah raised his head towards the question of the antiquity as he smiled lightly. "That guy? I locked him in a time prison since I have some plans for him later." For him to be a medium across dimensions, did it have something to do with his Tao of reincarnation? Noah hit the nail of the head as the antiquity was surprised, shaking his head wryly with his real body as his consciousness in the abyssal universe looked pitifully as the Oathkeeper and the 12 locked hegemonies beside him. These guys in Kronos were really fighting against a guy with a cheat-like system and didn't know it. No wonder everything was such a mess. The voice of the antiquity was that of pity as when Noah picked it up, his brows perked up as he spoke out quizzically. "Don't forget you were above them, it was your loss too." The antiquity nearly choked from this as his rumbling voice shot back. "Well, just a small setback for me as I lost a subjugated antiquity. But yes, if you can somehow obtain the Tao of reincarnation, just enter a half-dead state and you should be able to see your timeline. My authority has spread into this cosmos and timeline enough that I'll be able to sense you with my unique abilities when you do, and we can discuss more things then. Gradually the voice of the antiquity was filled with conviction. This being having figured something out during their conversation, Noah nodded to his words as he saw his destiny and fortune settling down, where he had already sown certain seeds as he would wait for them to bloom and see exactly what would come out. Until then, I have some work to do. His voice reached the antiquity as their conversation came to an end. A possibility being planted at this moment as the consciousness of the being Noah shared a similar name began to fade away. I'll be waiting to hear from you soon, Noah, THRUM. With a transparent flash of light, Noah felt a pressure be lifted as the consciousness of the antiquity was now gone, far across dimensions. The scene that this antiquity could see also faded away, his eyes only seeing the expanse of white coldness around him as his cerulean blue eyes flashed beautifully. The existence made of ice beside him saw he was done as she spoke with a smile. How long will you be staying this time? The voice seemed to be tinged with happiness and sadness, causing the great usurper to let out a light smile at this as he patted her head and replied, I won't be going anywhere for a while. We'll take some time to reinforce our strength and plan. Maybe we won't be alone in this battle. With such words, the red-haired woman made of particles of ice smiled brightly as she nodded. In the ruination realm. Noah's primordial ruination clone had already finished absorbing the first primordial heart as he was halfway through the second one, and he came to a halt at this moment as he gazed within his origin. There, he could see 4 beautifully swirling universes as one was a complete splendiferous universe, 2 being normal complete ones with 100 billion galaxies each, and the 4th one being a universe that only had 10 billion galaxies within it, the 25% remainder of the first heart and 50% of the second one had actually been enough to grant Noah 2 complete normal universes and begin on the 4th one. He could have continued at this moment as he forged another 2 or 3 universes, but he actually came to a stop. This was because he was thinking further ahead about a few things. His mind focused on the primordial cosmos and the task of the quintillions of beings he had brought into the dark universe. When it pertained to the primordial cosmos, he was thinking of his newly gained vassal that was the strongest hegemony within it, and also the being with a cosmic treasure. He had been debating what to do with this being that had sworn fealty to him, as well as his cosmic treasure. At this moment, he had made a decision as he entirely stopped the absorption of the primordial heart and put it into his expansive space. Thereafter, the figure of the primordial ruination clone disappeared from the ruination realm as it instantly teleported into the abyssal universe. The clone arrived right before the Oathkeeper as the figures of the blue slimes and the normal clone and the surroundings faded away with a spatial light. Noah stared at the old existence that had lived for millions of years as he spoke out with a light smile, as the being helping maintain order in the primordial cosmos and affecting a vast number of quintillions. How many Tao galaxies do you currently have, Oathkeeper? His question was one that no expert would tell another, but the Oathkeeper actually gazed at Noah with placid golden eyes as he replied right after, over 60 billion Tao galaxies, rumble. His voice was steady as Noah's eyes flashed grandly when he heard it. This being had not wasted his millions of years, especially so with the fact that he was one of the strongest beings in the cosmos. Even if he hadn't been able to do something like Noah and create a lesser Tao that allowed him to literally control and closely influence all the existences within universes, Oathkeeper had still acted out a major role all these years. As he affirmed this, Noah gave a brilliant smile while he waved his hands and caused the appearance of a glimmering primordial heart. Based on recent events, we could have a terrifying primordial beast attack at any moment. The primordial cosmos needs powerful protectors, and I won't strip you away from that position. WAA, yes. Noah wouldn't snatch the primordial disk in the hands of the Oathkeeper, instead planning on making this being and another one that were the best candidates closest to reaching antiquity even more powerful. The other was, of course, the blue slime that was at 95 billion Tao galaxies and was even closer to antiquity than nobody else. Others would follow as he and the blue slime would just be the first. The forces Noah was planning to raise to prominence were too stupendous and numerous, with his eyes already planning for a glorious future of these forces beginning to stretch their fingers across the ruination sea. But first, there was still the primordial cosmos. There were still many things to be done. Chapter 1124, A Universe Aspiring to Become a Cosmos. A uniquely shining primordial heart floated above Noah's palm as the Oathkeeper's gaze inadvertently locked onto it. he wasn't the only one, as the hegemonies of the primordial cosmos were watching these scenes from afar, none of these beings having even had the chance to help to contribute anything with how things had rapidly progressed. Currently, the most astounding moment had come as the being that was a paragon just moments ago had now become an antiquity and had just appeared with the pulsating heart he was given not too long ago, seemingly about to hand it to the Oathkeeper. But at this moment, a miniaturized blue slime just a few inches in diameter appeared beside the valiant figure of the Oathkeeper. Noah giving a light smile at the sky as the slime made sure to call dibs first on the remaining primordial heart before anyone else. Noah nodded towards the true body of the blue slime as a blue tentacle shot from it, wrapping around the primordial heart as a resplendent glow erupted out from the process of absorption beginning. The blue slime was already an apocryphal antiquity as he had begun to form a second universe, but it seemed the true authority of an antiquity was always given after one completed the first full splendiferous universe, after the constant devouring of the universal constructs with the authority of the being that shared a similar name to Noah. The slime now only had 5 billion galaxies to be changed into Tau galaxies. The soft glow of the primordial heart flowing into him as this process ensued, a cerulean glow flashed out as it drew the eyes of the hegemonies from all around, the unique phenomenon of a being stepping into the ranks of antiquity actually playing out right before their eyes as they couldn't not pay attention. The origin of the blue slime shone with an iridescent glow in the next few seconds as a few billion Tau galaxies bloomed, the origin vibrating in resonance soon after as a full 100 billion Tau galaxies now flowed within it. The aura of the blue slime gradually changed as it became even more oppressive, but its cerulean eyes flashed with light as it didn't get drunk on the feeling of absorption of the primordial heart. The tentacles it released letting this treasure go as it floated towards Noah. Noah himself watched the scene of the birth of another genuine antiquity with a smile, simply nodding towards the Oathkeeper to absorb the primordial heart next as after some slight hesitation, this ancient being hardened his resolve and went forward. The vast numbers of hegemonies were looking at the incredulous scenes occurring within the abyssal universe in shock as they didn't even dare to approach at this moment. The sequence of events just had too many shocking results as from an antiquity descending because of Kronos and the Goliath along with many others hegemonies seeking a method to achieve it themselves. All the way to this moment where these hegemonies were missing or dead along with the antiquity they called down. Instead, the apex paragon that had shown shocking prowess was the one to inexplicably rise to antiquity along with his blue slime, and now the aura of the Oathkeeper was changing as well as this being also went towards the same direction. It was a truly ridiculous sight as the ones who were trying to prevent the descent of antiquity were the ones to actually obtain antiquity in the end, those searching for it like Kronos and the Goliath missing out. The great old Nazageth looked at this scene with eyes that flashed with intense light, recalling the words of the apex paragon that was now an antiquity. Fealty, is that what Oathkeeper has now done? Just that, and given the chance to advance to antiquity, the thoughts of the ancient Thonian were his own as he and many others watched the scene before them in wonder. They watched as the golden wings and aura around the Oathkeeper expanded rapidly after he began to absorb the primordial heart, his eyes shooting out majestically beams of light as he bellowed out like the primal ancient being that he was. This bellow was followed by the continued rapid conversion of normal galaxies into Tau galaxies as every few seconds, billions would be added as this being put together the less than 40 billion that he needed for antiquity. The scene was one of utter wonder and awe as nobody could take their eyes off of it, even the hegemonies counting the number of converged galaxies as after a few minutes, they neared the complete 100 billion just like the blue slime moments ago. The surrounding space shook as a golden glow washed over the Oathkeeper, his entire body being covered seemingly with liquid gold when the 100th billion Tau galaxy was reached, rays of light stretching from him as if he was breaking out of a cocoon and becoming something else. Rumble, after the golden waves of power settled down, the figure of the Oathkeeper became visible again as the eyes of the hegemonies trembled when they saw him. He didn't have the usual pair of wings, this existence currently having 3 pairs of shimmering golden wings behind him as he had grown to be nearly 4 meters, his body fully suffused with a golden glow as he looked like a primal creature gracing lower worlds with his presence. Noah looked at such a scene and nodded as he sent multiple mental messages to the Oathkeeper, the figures of his primordial clone and the blue slime disappearing soon after. All that was left behind was the newly risen antiquity and 12 white eggs that contained hegemonies that worked with Kronos, the Oathkeeper glancing at these prisons made of primordial essence as he then glanced towards the hegemonies that didn't dare approach before. Come. It is time for healing and restructuring. His commanding voice reached the hegemonies as it raised them out of their stupor. Great old Nazagath and the others moving into the abyssal universe at this moment, Chapter 1125, A Universe Aspiring to Become a Cosmos. 2. In the dark universe, Noah's main body watched the appearance of his primordial ruination clone along with the blue slime with calm eyes, a crimson object that was the cosmic treasure leaving the chest of his clone and landing onto his hands at this moment. He held on tenderly to the treasure as he spoke towards the bubbling figure of the blue slime that came and sat on his head. What do you want to do with the rest of the hegemonies of the primordial cosmos? If you want to devour them for their actions towards your race. The bubbly blue slime was actually silent when Noah asked, only speaking out moments later with a low tone, "What has occurred in the past can't be changed. I know the being responsible and have devoured nearly all of those that worked with him, and I'll also devour Kronos myself whenever you finish with him, WAA. Besides, even though I lost all of my race, I was able to find you and everyone else, so it's okay." The blue slime said the last words as they could barely be heard by those around him, seemingly embarrassed as the bubbly body remained still and closed its eyes above Noah's head. Noah smiled towards the slime atop him as he shook his head, his heart feeling a sense of warmth he wouldn't have thought would come from an existence like this. Seeing how the slime would budge no matter how much he poked, Noah left the embarrassed being alone and focused on what was on his hands. He looked at the cosmic treasure with a sharp smile as his current essence of a being in the universal filament realm flowed into it, the cosmic treasure buzzing with happiness as in a short period of time, its master had broken through two realms, from galactic filament to universal realm, and now into the universal filament realm as when Noah entered. This level, the cosmic treasure could be utilized even more as its features were expanded and enhanced to another level. First off was the stupendous clone before Noah, its strength being something he could hardly believe as its boosts just continued to become more and more immense. Primordial ruination clone. Out of the innumerable number of creatures in the vast cosmos, there are a few whose bodies uniquely rise above all others. The primordial ruination clone is a feature that only the master of ruination can utilize, allowing them to forge a primordial ruination clone from the very essence of ruination. As a creature made from the very essence of a cosmic Tao, it has a 300,000% increase in the speed of progression through the realms of power, 300,000% increase in the comprehension and assimilation of all Taos, can display 500% of the strength of the Master of Ruination, along with its power increased by 3,000% when in the Ruination Sea. It can seamlessly utilize the abilities of Miniature Ruination Rupture Generation, Instantaneous, Universal Teleportation, Ruination Essence Skill Conversion and Amplification, Sword of Ruination, Cosmic Chains of Ruination, and Universal Budding. At $% at $%, its percentage boosts were further enhanced as along with this, Noah's advancement into the universal filament realm opened up another feature. It was the feature that was termed Universal Budding, with the sacrifice of a universe from the origin of the Master of Ruination. A genuine universe under the control of the Master of Ruination will be born, a fantastical ability, the capability to sacrifice one's own universe for a genuine one, something that could only be made possible when Noah himself stepped into the universal filament realm, as it was only here when he could afford to sacrifice universes. What a fantastical treasure ruination was. Noah had many thoughts when he first saw this ability, with an array of possibilities on how to utilize it. Many of these possibilities actually related more to his universal core. There were a myriad of treasures around Noah, as well as what one would consider his most prized possession, or what could be considered most unique. When it came to this, it actually wasn't the cosmic treasure ruination. It was definitely unique and overpowered by its own right, but there was another cosmic treasure at its level within this same primordial cosmos, but one thing that Noah hadn't found any others have, and the thing that continued to uniquely advance without stopping, was the universal core of his dark universe, the unique treasure that was once a floating spiritual land and had gone on to become a spiritual world and galaxy, with Noah even granting it the term infinite next to it due its ceaseless possibilities of expansion. Currently, this unique treasure was a universe, as after all this time, Noah wanted to be able to see it advance into a filament of universes as it went towards becoming a cosmos. This was because one may not consciously think about it, but this unique treasure was also one of Noah's strongest weapons. It still had the myriad of features of size dilation, offensive maneuvers, world integration, froze barrier, assimilation, and many more. Due to extra caution and not really needing to, Noah had not been using the unique treasure as a weapon recently, as if ever he did, the reality to play out would be a shocking one, as even he didn't know what would happen. If he condensed the entire dark universe into an object that could fit into his hands with size regulation and then used offensive maneuvers to throw an entire universe onto an enemy as a weapon, just what would happen? Furthermore, when he upgraded it to a universal filament or even a cosmos, just who would be able to withstand having an entire cosmos thrown at them? Could a being handle such a ridiculous concept? There were so many things and possibilities associated with this treasure that Noah couldn't wait to see how everything would play out. And he was making the moves to ensure he could see this future at this very moment. One of the ways to upgrade the universal core was to introduce 100 quintillion existences into it. The number had currently spilled over 60 quintillion as Noah could go around the primordial cosmos to obtain the remaining amount whenever he wished, but there was also another way to go about this. The first method was the universal budding that had just appeared from the cosmic treasure, and then there was the method that utilized the primordial cosmos. Chapter 11:26 A universe aspires to become a cosmos. 3. Multiple methods existed before Noah as he could choose any of them to achieve the goal of taking the dark universe and have it begin forming universal filaments. The universal budding method would require him to sacrifice one of the newly made universes within his origin as he could do this, but why do such a thing when there was a perfectly situated primordial cosmos before him? A cosmos filled with universes that were just affected by the universal amalgamation and were currently empty, a cosmos that had a myriad of other universes filled with countless quintillions of creatures. At this moment, Noah had turned his eyes towards this cosmos as he had already begun the preparations. For this, he of course talked to Oathkeeper that held the primordial disk and knew much more about the primordial cosmos than anyone else, with Noah letting this being wrap up the imprisoning of the Goliath and others before he would follow him to speak to a certain consciousness, a cosmos. Noah couldn't help but utter out such words as he looked around him, at his subordinates below that were gazing up at him and even further from them, the countless existences that he had brought from the primordial cosmos into this universe. Then there were the natives of this dark universe whose lives continued to be inexplicably changed every day, the quality and way of living in the dark universe being something that others could only imagine. In a small, nondescript corner of the dark universe, a small world rotated slowly around a star system with a sun at its very center, creating a serene scene of the starry space. But at this moment, one would be surprised to see the figure of a mischievous young boy that didn't seem older than 8, actually fly out of the small world and into the starry space. Yes, a young boy that was barely 10 as he was still wiping his snot from his nose, his eyes shining brilliantly as he left the layers of his world and entered space while gazing up towards a faraway sun. Around his body, a unique source of power circulated around him as it caused this child to ignore the rules of space, being able to survive in such an environment indefinitely as his mischievous eyes made up his mind. His small body beginning to shoot towards the sun, but before this child could get too far, Richard. How many times did I tell you to stay on the ground? Rumble, behind him, a furious bellow reverberated out as a figure shot towards the child as a streak of light, coming up behind him and grabbing his hand as it caused the mischievous child to be utterly frightened. Mom. The young boy was looking with fearful eyes towards the other hand of his mom that was holding a sandal that was ready to smash onto him at any moment. His mom looked at him with eyes of anger as she spoke out while pulling him back to their world. What were you doing now? The gaze of the mischievous child was downcast as if they were caught doing something they shouldn't have. His voice coming out slowly, I just wanted to grab some more sunlight and bring it close to our garden. I thought the plants would be happier, you stupid little. With a flash of light, the figure of mother and child returned back to their world as routinely, one could see other figures leave the small world and fly about across the stars, this shocking reality only made possible by a single being. All of these existences so freely flying about in space, whether they were children or adults, could only do so due to the fact that they held 5% of Noah's current level of power. This was one of the best ways to describe just how ridiculous this was, as at this level, this power had far surpassed the void rank that one needed to freely cross the void of space. It made possible for shocking realities that only the inhabitants of the dark universe could experience. The inhabitants of the dark universe obtained such stupendous power from Noah, his 5% making it easy for so many things that we could hardly cover the many variable consequences it held. Noah understood this well as he used his role as the emperor of his vassals to instill in their souls that the stupendous power they obtained from him would not be used to harm one another maliciously in any way. Under such commands, the vassals could only follow. There wouldn't be scenes of children or problematic beings destroying cities or worlds, or anything of the sort as deep within their souls. Any of such actions were prohibited before they were even carried out. but these beings could use this power to spar with each other and delve into the wondrous dungeons that were constantly still being produced across the dark universe, obtaining cores and skill books to further elevate their ranks as a unique reality was formed in the dark universe. It was a reality that one had to live and experience in order to fully understand it, and the newly brought in inhabitants of the Animus universe, automaton, Thonian, necrotic, and euthenia universes among a few were getting the chance to experience it firsthand. It was an inclusion of a myriad of races, the 9 supreme bloodlines of the Animus universe occupying a region of space by themselves due to their pride. But when they saw the power of every single being within this universe and the game-like system they could now also utilize, even these prideful beings began to come down and associate with the myriad of other races within this universe. This could only be done in the period of the past day as all races settled in and got to learn more about their new environment, where the future would fantastically have the friendly interactions of robotic beings from the past automaton universe and the abyssal undead from the past necrotic universe. This was just a single example, as it would soon become commonplace to see the world trees of the euthenia universe and the terrifying planetary-sized Thonians get to know each other. Noah inadvertently making an environment that even he himself didn't know just what a shocking result it would display. But aside from the inhabitants living with this universe, there was the universe itself. It also had goals and aspirations, as at this moment this universe aspired to become a cosmos. Chapter 11:27. A universe aspires to become a cosmos. For a universe aspiring to become a cosmos, this was actually a reality playing out, as after the fusion with Noah's unique treasure, the universe was much more autonomous, as many things were done even without Noah's input. The use of the feature of architecture to design new structures, worlds, and galaxies that would uniquely suit the races from the automaton Animus and all the other universes, were to establish universal law spaces and Tao spaces that were filled with unique and bountiful concentrations of the essence of some Taos. Even the features of frozen barrier for defense and offensive maneuvers for offense. The universe could autonomously do it while borrowing from Noah's unlimited mana reserves. After all this time, this universe aspired to achieve even greater stages as it let its thoughts be known to Noah. Noah already had many things in play, putting away the wondrous cosmic treasure he was playing with as it sank into the chest of his main body, the primordial ruination clone flashing away with a spatial light as only he and the blue slime were left behind in the skies. Come on, he had a light smile on his face as he glanced below him, his figure beginning to descend towards the figures of Valentina, Barbados, Emperor Penguin, and many others. Ready, Noah's primordial ruination clone reappeared in the abyssal universe, glancing at the many hegemonies that were hauling away the imprisoned existences that followed Kronos and the Goliath. The Oathkeeper nodded with a somber expression as his 6 wings vibrated powerfully, the primordial disk appearing within his hands as it pulsed with a pristine white essence. BZZZT. This essence built up at a rapid rate within his hands as after a few seconds, it released a ray of white light that shattered the very void near them. A white crack in space forming as it led to a special location. Noah looked at this scene with shining eyes as the Oathkeeper kept his somber expression, looking towards Noah with a myriad of thoughts, as this being had only asked him of a single thing. Noah had told the Oathkeeper that he wouldn't ask too much of him in the future, with the main thing he wanted now being his help in locating the consciousness of the primordial cosmos, the place where the most primordial essence was congregated, and the location that only the existence with the primordial disk and comprehension in the primordial Tao could get to. This was where the crack in space led to. Noah had an impassive expression as he stepped into it, the figure of the Oathkeeper following closely behind. As the moment they entered, the crack disappeared as only a few hegemonies were left in the surroundings. The moment that Noah stepped through this crack, though, he felt an extremely suffocating and oppressive force descending onto him from all sides. The area he arrived in being filled with sea of the primordial essence. If the cool down of his cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence had already finished, this would be the most wondrous place for him to quickly integrate the primordial Tao just with the sheer amount of it in the surroundings. The Oathkeeper was looking at Noah carefully at this moment, as he knew he could survive due to understanding the primordial Tao. But what about Noah? His questions didn't last long, as in a moment, a red glow surrounded Noah's primordial ruination clone as in the seas of whiteness, a beautiful crimson light appeared as the being releasing this light spoke slowly. I came to seek an audience with the consciousness of this cosmos. Rumble. His voice was neither servile nor overbearing, Noah keeping an impassive expression as the Oathkeeper shook his head off to the side. He had come here many times in the past, even more recently just within the last days, to seek guidance on what he should do against the schemes of Kronos and the approaching antiquity. He had received no answers, as this was one of the reasons he wasn't averse to bringing Noah here when he asked. If even the holder of the primordial disk who comprehended the very essence that supported the cosmos couldn't get an answer, why would another being that seemed to have the cosmic Tao directly opposed to it get an answer? But, you came, WAA. The eyes of the Oathkeeper nearly popped out with incredulity as a monotone but ancient voice reverberated around them. He had gotten an answer the first time he came. Turbulent emotions flew around the Oathkeeper's heart at such a scene. This ancient being keeping his face expressionless even though he was aggrieved inside. Noah looked around the vast white primordial sea he was in as he spoke out slowly. You speak as if you were expecting me? The question was one that made Noah curious, especially after talking to another being with his name that spoke a great deal about puppets and existences moving on the palms of others, the existence that ultimately saved the dark universe from complete destruction. I could not sustain it any longer from such a distance, and I sensed and felt it when you changed the nature of the universe into something else before the ruination sea ripped it apart. Oathkeeper looked towards Noah in shock at such words, many things finally clicking into place within his mind as the voice continued to resound out. Your visit here has to do with the dark universe. The ancient monotone voice reverberated out as it stated Noah's possible purpose without question. Noah scratched his head as he smiled lightly while voicing out, yes, this has everything to do with the dark universe. The universe wants to rejoin with its cosmos as the times are rapidly changing, with terrifying threats never faced before on the horizon as primordial beasts intent on erasing entire realities could arrive at any moment. The process of rejoining the cosmos, though, will be something that requires the dark universe to assimilate the myriad of universes within this primordial cosmos. For the purpose there is no need for explanation or games. Before Noah could even finish his words, he was actually interrupted by the ancient monotone voice as it continued emotionlessly. The broken-off dark universe still stemmed from me, with most of its memories being accessible. I know of the unique treasure and methods in your hands, so there is no need for games. It will be a great undertaking that will take some time, so let's get started right away. Rumble. Noah felt his heart shaking as a moment later, a deep smile appeared on his face. He truly liked how some of these consciousnesses went about doing things. Chapter 11:28, The Glorious Light of Assimilation. In a unique space filled with vast amounts of primordial essence, the Oathkeeper was looking between Noah and the vast space around him as after holding himself back for so long, he spoke out. I'm sorry, the assimilation of this cosmos with a single universe. His voice let his incredulity be known as Noah allowed the surprise from the words of the ancient voice to fade as he nodded toward the Oathkeeper. If the consciousness of the primordial cosmos already understands everything, then I will just get things started. Without so much in another explanation, Noah's eyes gazed towards a faraway direction from the space he was at, his gaze seemingly capable of peering through the layers of space and gazing out from the universes of the primordial cosmos all the way into the vast ruination sea roiling outside of it. Within this ruination sea, there was a single universe countless light years wide that was floating peacefully. At this moment, this universe began to actually move, and it was moving at a high speed at that as it seemed like a rapidly mobile object more than a grand stellar structure. It was making its way towards the primordial cosmos as since it was already close, the process would take a short period of time before the outer boundary of the universe would come near the cosmos. Around the same time, Noah's main body in the dark universe flew away from his subordinates as he went towards the core area of the universal core. Wait, what exactly are you doing now? Valentina couldn't help but ask as Noah just flew up while saying he had to do something real quick, Noah only turning around to give a light smile as his reply came nonchalantly. I'm just beginning the process of assimilating the universes of the primordial cosmos into my dark universe. When all of it is done, a new cosmos should be born. Rumble. In a nonchalant manner, Noah said this as his figure disappeared a second later. Valentina looked towards the area he disappeared from in a stupor as this hegemony had to repeat his words over and over again just to try and comprehend what he meant. Did he just say, assimilate the primordial cosmos? She spoke out in disbelief, and near her, the vivacious figure of Barbados glanced towards Valentina while shaking her head, her sonorous voice ringing out, just sit back and enjoy the show. I told you before. Don't try to understand what this guy is doing or how he does it. You'll sleep much better at night. The figures of Adelaide, Kazuhiko, Steel Mikhail, Emperor Penguin, a myriad of beings familiar with Noah nodded their heads at Barbados's words in agreement as Valentina looked back and forth from them as if they were crazy. This guy just said he was going to assimilate a cosmos? Why was everyone taking it with such easy strides? Such a thing shouldn't even be possible, but no matter the possibility of it or not, even as some of his own people were left flabbergasted, Noah proceeded forward as the figure of his main body with the cosmic treasure ruination appeared at the deepest parts of the universal core. Here, dense amounts of ruination essence freely pulsed and undulated as this was the essence that kept this universe together, being directly replenished by the ruination sea outside as it was a nigh-endless source of energy. Within this innermost area of the universal core, Noah sat down in a meditative position as his cosmic treasure began to pulse wondrously, resonating with the universal core as everything began to vibrate. This was because at this moment, Noah was initializing the feature of assimilation. As the dark universe neared the boundary of the primordial cosmos, he was accounting for many things to their utmost. As with the dark universe already near the cosmos, it reached its boundaries within seconds as the universe closest to it was the microbial universe. If one could accurately portray what was occurring in the ruination sea, it would be akin to a single pulsating circular mass coming close to a coagulation of circular masses closely interconnected together and wrapped up by a single powerful circular barrier, a single circle, approaching and about to come in contact with a myriad of circles enclosed in a single larger one that represented the boundaries of multiple universes and the boundary that surrounded them that made up a cosmos. A hidden light of gold and blue mixed in with red began to shine out from the core of this single pulsating circular mass as Noah and the universal core were the origin of it. This being the light of the feature of assimilation that could fuse things of similar nature to the dark universe, to observe everything carefully and make sure that nothing was out of place. Noah had his main body with the cosmic treasure overseeing things from the end of the dark universe, and the primordial ruination clone in the depths of the primordial cosmos that could only be entered with another cosmic treasure. After all of this was in place, Noah's eyes in the depths of the universal core breathed out calmly as he spoke out, "Let it begin then, RUUMBLE." The boundary of the dark universe came in contact with the thin transparent boundary of the primordial cosmos. This boundary did not repulse or stop the advancement of the dark universe as it actually allowed it to go through, and this was only because Noah had talked to the consciousness of the primordial cosmos as it allowed for this. This meant that the boundary of the dark universe came in contact with and smashed into the boundary of the microbial universe as at their point of impact, a glorious light suffused between them. It was the light that held the colors of gold, blue, and red as it shone in a fantastical manner, this light having wrapped around the entirety of the dark universe as at this moment, it was spread to cover the boundary of the microbial universe as well. It was the glorious light of assimilation that meant the fusion of a myriad of universes was now starting. THRUM, Chapter 1129, The Glorious Light of Assimilation. 2. Noah observed all of this closely with all of his bodies as there was a terrifying thought in his mind as he was looking at the grand process about to begin. As he looked at the dark universe begin to assimilate a portion of the primordial cosmos, Noah thought of the future. He thought of this primordial cosmos before him, and the myriad of cosmos within this branch of reality that lay out there in the ruination sea. He was about to assimilate and bind the primordial cosmos to him as his. Thoughts actually also veered towards the other cosmos within the vast ruination sea. He actually began to have the grand designs of even possibly binding these cosmos to him. If he could assimilate the cosmos across the vast ruination sea, every single one of them at that, would it be possible for him to bind this whole branching reality? This whole dimension, rumble. The thought even caused his own heart to tremble at the sheer grandness of it, and it also expressed immense possible danger as if he did such a thing. It would mean he would be encroaching on the dominion of the primordials as they were the ones that benefited from spreading their influence across branching realities. He would be making himself an enemy of existence that had lived for who knew how many years and had so much power to even allow what was currently happening possible. But the prospects of it, Noah couldn't help but think of this over and over again, not just the myriad of cosmos within this branching reality, but what of the innumerable number of realities out there? What of the original reality that all of this stemmed from? Bind this primordial cosmos, then the myriad of other cosmos, then this branching reality, and then the myriad of infinite realities out there. Thump, his heart in origin released a terrifying beat as such a thought crossed his mind, Noah shaking himself out of his stupor as he breathed out slowly, "Slow down. Slow down." Every breath caused his beating heart to settle, his eyes becoming sharp as he tucked away shocking thoughts into the back of his mind and focused on the task ahead of him. His main body had the cosmic treasure spinning beautifully as the universal core was the one putting in all the work, Noah acting as a conduit as he provided any additionally needed mana to facilitate the process that had ensued in full. After the light of assimilation touched the microbial universe, its boundary began to fade away at a rapid pace as the gold, blue, and crimson light went on to serenely cover it and cause the layers of this universe to merge with the dark universe. The First step was always the hardest, but when it succeeded, everything else would fall into place. The universal core vibrated as it began to expand rapidly, its deepest corners that held dense amounts of ruination essence at this moment actually brightening up as within it. Primordial essence began to flow out. When Noah changed the nature of the dark universe, there was barely any primordial essence left, as it was easy to change its source to ruination essence. But the universes of the primordial cosmos he wanted to absorb had dense amounts of primordial essence supporting and surrounding them, as in the process of assimilation, the universal core would be bathed with primordial essence. A mixture of ruination and primordial essence, a mixture of something unknown, as it wasn't a process carried out before, even causing Noah to observe it closely as his primordial ruination clone wanted to understand the true nature of the primordial essence that sustained the primordial cosmos and all of the universes within it for all these years. This clone staring this question to the consciousness of the primordial cosmos as they observed the nigh-complete successful assimilation of the first universe, the primordial essence that sustains these cosmos and its universes. Just where is it all coming from? A stupendous question that deserved an answer. There was the vast and endless ruination sea that surrounded all the cosmos, so one would wonder exactly how cosmos could protect themselves indefinitely and sustain a myriad of universes. All cosmos have a unique access into the endless primordial sea hidden somewhere within our reality. It is this sea that can cause the induction of new cosmos, and it this that makes it possible for cosmos to freely float within the ruination sea. The ancient consciousness replied in a monotone fashion as magisterial bundles of information were released. Noah took in all of this information and added it to what he already knew, as he still needed to know more. The changed nature of a universe to be sustained by ruination essence hasn't appeared before, much less for this universe to begin assimilating other universes that are sustained by primordial essence. I'm currently observing the changes right now, but it seems like the two essences are harmoniously swimming around each other. Rumble. His words talked of an impossible thing, as even the ancient consciousness took a second before its words came out. There is no deviation to the process of assimilation as of right now. The microbial universe should be fully fused, yes. At this moment, the barrier separating the microbial universe from the dark universe entirely faded, as it was akin to a big circle swallowing a smaller one, all of the contents within the smaller circle falling into the bigger one, as the dark universe now contained the billions of galaxies that were with the microbial universe. Its core reflected this change as it was pulsating and shaking madly, expanding at a rapid pace, as the more pressing thing was something that both Noah and the consciousness of the primordial cosmos was paying attention to. It was the flood of primordial essence that had begun to permeate throughout the universal core that was now supporting not a single universe. And it could instead be considered a universal cluster. Amidst the dense reserves of ruination essence that was supporting the past dark universe, pristine white primordial essence began to permeate throughout, as it caused both Noah and the consciousness of the primal cosmos to pay attention to this. Chapter 1130, A Cosmos Bound to Me. Elements that were of opposition nature were now swimming together peacefully in the universal core. It reminded Noah of the powerful primordial that had descended down not too long ago, this being commanding primordial and ruination essence with ease, as one would wonder if they had entirely comprehended or assimilated these two cosmic Taos. Noah was observing such a scene occurring with the universal core right now, as after the successful assimilation with the microbial universe, its inner depth had the vast reserves of primordial essence that this universe used to have. This microbial universe was actually very crucial, as it now held a connection between both Noah's universal core and the primordial cosmos, making the next few steps extremely easy, as it was like a chain reaction. It was akin to dominoes falling, as after the light of assimilation covered the microbial universe and fused its boundaries with the dark universe completely. This light traveled at an even faster pace as it bathed the necrotic and euthenia universes next. Noah felt his origin pulse with gorgeous light as more and more mana was drained from him to support the terrifying levels of expenditure currently taking place. It's not a fusion of the two essences, but they are respecting and flowing amidst each other. The voice of the consciousness of the primordial cosmos came out curiously as Noah also nodded, this being their verdict when they looked at the very center of the universal core where the two different types of essences were flowing together beautifully. Their activity is actually enhanced every time they cross paths. It is a positive feedback effect, but as the master of the universal core, Noah was able to notice the minute differences within it, as when he observed ruination and primordial essence together. He saw that the two complemented each other, as their opposing natures allowed the power of each of them to be enhanced as they fought for dominance. All in all, it just meant that the currently changing universal core was becoming much stronger and vibrant as the assimilation of the universes continued. after the light of assimilation covered the necrotic and euthenia universes, the boundaries of these universes fell apart soon after as their contents became connected to the dark universe. The light of assimilation was relentless as it continued further on into the animus and then automaton universe, the process actually becoming faster and faster. It felt like a well-oiled machine working at a rapid pace as its processing only became more vibrant. With Noah being the one to feel the most changes intimately as he could count every universe that was being assimilated, these actions also had their consequences as what was currently happening was under Noah's instructions, with his authority actually being placed over multiple universes every time that one was fully assimilated. The ones that he already emptied out might not grant him a whole lot, but there were multiple other universes within the primordial cosmos that Noah hadn't even been to that were filled with countless quintillions of creatures, the number of marks of antiquity he would receive when he assimilated the universes of all of these beings and then the entire primordial cosmos. Not to mention when he utilized his Tao of fealty to have them even more closely interconnected with him, the rewards were bound to be bountiful as Noah would able to birth who knew how many more splendiferous universes. As Noah carried out shocking actions in a corner of the Ruination Sea, many things were occurring elsewhere. In a unique expanse of space that held vast clusters of swirling storms of ruination and primordial essence, the veiled figure of a certain existence that Noah and the others had seen not too long ago could actually be seen floating peacefully across such a dangerous region. Her right hand was outstretched as one could actually see a fair palm coming out. This palm currently having an illusory figure of none other than Noah spinning on top of it. I felt the shockwaves of your destiny ripple across the Ruination Sea as you actually obtained my attention. WAA, her voice was extremely apathetic and as unemotional as it could be. She was speaking to no particular being as this shocking primordial moved across storms of ruination and primordial essence. Her voice continuing to ring out, the question is whether you can actually keep it. Little thing, she spoke as Noah's illusory figure continued to spin on top of her palm, her veiled figure gazing towards a certain direction as if she could peel the layers of space. I thought this branching reality already had a nearly completed champion that could defend it against any primordial beasts that arose. But this is certainly interesting. This was the only reason why this being had given Noah the primordial heart, because she thought he was an interesting variable to appear within this branching reality. He wasn't even a champion, as such a being had already been rising in a distant cosmos, Noah's existence piquing the interest of the primordial in this manner. The little Aegon of this reality is almost capable of completely withstanding against a grand primordial beast. I should pay him another visit soon. As soon as he is completed, I can leave behind this reality and delve into the next one. Rumble, her soliloquy contained shocking amounts of information. This primordial waving her other hand is within it, the image of a valiant man with sharp eyes could be seen, this being the existence she referred to when she spoke about Aegon. The primordial and ruination seas hold countless secrets and unfathomable possibilities, so let us see what your limits will be, little thing. With these words, she seemed to have arrived at her destination as she waved her palm and caused both illusory figures to disappear, her gaze on a pulsing rift that trembled with unstable primordial and ruination essence up ahead. Without so much as a pause, her figure delved into it as she instantly disappeared, so the tides of destiny continued to churn. The vast and endless sea of ruination ebbed and flowed relentlessly as they held within them endless possibilities. Chapter 1131, A Cosmos Bound to Me. 2. At the depths of the universal core, Noah had no knowledge of the movements of other beings as he was fully focused on the task at hand. Currently, his main body was pulsing with immense light as he released droves of mana outwards, and there were clusters of millions of marks of antiquity that had begun to form around him as they descended endlessly. The rewards of the assimilation of universes had already begun as the process was currently occurring at a rapid speed, a universe becoming covered by the light of assimilation every few seconds as they were dissociating their boundaries and becoming linked with the dark universe quickly. The 9 universes that were affected by the universal amalgamation were the first as after that. The light of assimilation began to cover universes that even Noah hadn't had the chances to fully explore yet. The cerulean universe where an old enemy came from, the light universe, the stone universe, the dozens of universes that could fill up the requirements and allow a cluster of universes coming together to be called a cosmos were all gradually becoming covered by the light of assimilation as their nature was being changed, coming in contact with ruination essence as their centers were shifted to all join the universal core of the dark universe. The effects of such actions were stupendous as the hegemonies within all of these universes looked at what was occurring in shock. But they didn't have to wonder of what was going on for too long, as from their wings of primordial destiny, the somber voice of the Oathkeeper came out. The primordial cosmos is undergoing a change currently. Do not try to interfere, a statement that seemed very overbearing, but the hegemonies had seen Oathkeepers rise to antiquity in the abyssal universe as they could only nod to his words. In a short period of time, all of the universes of the primordial cosmos were covered with the light of assimilation as their boundaries fused with the dark universe, only a thin line remaining between each of the universes to distinguish them, as at this moment, the entire primordial cosmos was nearly connected to the dark universe. There were 52 universes within the primordial cosmos, this number actually being a fairly small one when one looked at a cosmos. Now, all of them were bound to the dark universe, as one key factor remained. That last remaining factor was the very core of the primordial cosmos that supplied primordial essence to all universes. It seems like it is time. An ancient voice reverberated out in the roiling primordial sea that Noah's primordial ruination clone and Oathkeeper were in. Noah nodded his head with shining eyes, as even though the core of the primordial cosmos was hidden within layers of space and unreachable depths, he could sense its location at this moment as he made a move to allow another consciousness to go towards it. Rumble, from the pristine white primordial essence around them, a point of red began to bloom and permeate outwards. This blooming red ruination essence brought with it a terrifying consciousness, and it was the consciousness of the universal construct under Noah's control. The universe that aspired to be a cosmos was right now standing at the cusp of it, as it just had to complete the final process and merge with the core of the primordial, pleading its goals in an efficient and stupendous manner. For survival, the ancient consciousness of the primordial cosmos spoke out as it stated the main reason behind its actions and acceptance of what was currently occurring, but the consciousness of the universal filament core that was about to become a cosmic core said something entirely different. 4 power, WA, 4 power. The consciousness reflected its master's thoughts as its intent was made clear, the ruination sea blooming out vigorously to fill the space they were in as a grand light began to shine out. It was the light of two consciousnesses merging, a light of ruination and primordial essence coming together. Even though they were entirely opposed, they swirled around each other in an interconnected manner. As the result of it left Noah and the Oathkeeper with a sight they wouldn't be able to forget for the rest of their lives. As all of this occurred, Noah's main body was almost overwhelmed by the vast amounts of marks of antiquity rushing onto him, the number having long since passed billions every second, as the effect of coming under the control of 52 new universes and being on the cusp of being under the control of a cosmos were too stupendous. The number of marks of antiquity had actually toppled 148 billion at this moment, as they were enough to birth another splendiferous universe, but they continued to come relentlessly. Mind you, Noah hadn't yet used his Tao of fealty on the other universes he had yet to visit. His vast seas of fortune and destiny were churning crazily, as the actions he had done were truly too significant, carrying a level of importance that even Noah did not fully comprehend. Never before had a cosmos come under the control of a being. Never before had a cosmos been turned into a movable unique treasure that could do a great deal of things. Never before could a single existence like Noah close his eyes as at this moment. He could feel the over 50 universes releasing powerful glows as they were all connected together towards a single core. They held thin barriers to distinguish them, as it was still a myriad of circles clustered together to form a cosmos, but a shining light was bathing all of these universes as they were prepared to become capable of carrying out the features of Noah's unique treasure. Noah was nearly overwhelmed with the boundless information coming in, but this was when he heard the voice he was used to hearing for many times in the past months reverberate in his mind. The merging with the consciousness of the primordial cosmos was a success, a voice akin to Noah's universal core. But different, the universal core has been upgraded to a cosmic core as many features have been enhanced and unlocked. A glorious new reality was born, not a universe or a universal filament, but a cosmos. Thump! Noah felt his heartbeat as he couldn't help but magisterially call out, his eyes releasing glorious rays of golden light. My cosmos, chapter 1132. My infinite cosmos. An array of golden marks of antiquity continued to rain down as they had long since surpassed 400 billion, such a number seeming wild just a few days ago as Noah was struggling to accumulate even tens of billions for his Tao galaxies, yet they now freely flowed onto him as the actions of turning an entire primordial cosmos into a treasure were that shocking. His actions inexplicably changing the lives of all existences living within it, even though they had yet to pledge fealty. He didn't know if the marks of antiquity would be reduced or stay at the same levels when he carried out mass calls for fealty, but this was something that actually had to be pushed in the far reaches of his mind that was currently being overwhelmed with information. Glorious information of the results of his actions, as at this moment, Noah's connection to the cosmic core allowed him to feel the smooth assimilation of all the 53 universes within it as they melded together like pieces of a puzzle, the feeling one would have when their consciousness could feel the vastness of multiple universes and entire cosmos at that. Such a feeling was hard to describe as even Noah couldn't put the words for it at this moment. What he could put words on, though, were the constant and increasing bundles of information that he was receiving from the cosmic core. The only word to describe them was magisterial. All previous features are enhanced as the features of universal empowerment and universal singularity are unlocked. These words were preceded by bundles of information for all the changes, Noah having to go through them one by one as his eyes landed on the skill that used to be known as spiritual land management, but it was now termed cosmic core management, cosmic core management, cosmic core. Beasts, FXXX, IXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, SXXX, Epic XXX, Legendary XXX, Mythical XXX, Phantasmal XXX, Transcendent XXX, Saint XXX, Void XXX, Soul XXX, Domain XXX, World XXX, Star Forging XXX, Nebula XXX, Black Hole XXXX, Quasar XXXX, Galaxy 835, 395, 395, 384, Galactic Filament 89075, 958, Universe 169, Universal Filament 3, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora, Sheelan's Cold Stone, Resonant Ochre, Arctic Flora, King's Collard, Athromire, Phantom Mulberry, Firestarter, Frigid Apple, Fate's Orchard, Chaotic Amaranth, Ether-Infused Willow, Immemorial Dragon Fruits. Mythical Fruit of Life, Fruit of Destiny. Available for planting, Annihilatory Dorians, Tenebrous Tea Leaves, Seeds of Time, Primordial Apples, Strawberries of Ruination, features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, unlocked, law space, unlocked, blacksmith's forge, unlocked, division, unlocked, alchemy hall, unlocked. Library, unlocked, world integration, unlocked, universe gateway, unlocked, pocket universe, unlocked, assimilation, unlocked, trait blessing, unlocked. Tao birth, unlocked, universal empowerment, unlocked, universal singularity, unlocked, hashtag $% hashtag, locked, upgrade conditions unknown. There were a great deal of things to unpack on the sheer possibilities that could unfold from the cosmos that Noah had bound himself to at this moment. He had to get through it in stages as first and foremost, or that he could now plant and harvest things like seeds of Chronos, primordial apples, and ruination strawberries. Primordial apples, a type of unique fruit elixir only capable of being planted in a primordial Tao space. Capable of infusing intestate primordial essence into the body as it acts as the ultimate elixir to cure all status effects and fully rejuvenates the mana and health of even a universal realm existence. Even though it is due to chance that infinitely nears 0%, when primordial apples are eaten and in large amounts, there lies a possibility of gaining comprehension in the primordial Tao. Those already comprehending the Tao gain increased comprehension and assimilation when primordial apples are eaten. This was an example of the description that Noah read under these brand new plantable plants, this description also revealing the fact that Noah could now enact primordial Tao spaces and ruination Tao spaces within the cosmos. He could actually designate entire areas to be filled with the essence of these two supreme cosmic Taos as only them could he plant ridiculous fruits. That wasn't all as from the description. It also detailed that there lay a minuscule chance to gain comprehension within the cosmic Taos, and that one could gain increased comprehension and assimilation when they devoured these fruits. Noah was focusing on the ruination strawberries for this as he nearly laughed at the fact that he was given another method to increase the ridiculously slow pace of comprehending these cosmic Taos. He would make a grand campaign to plant all of these fruits and herbs that dealt with a myriad of the Taos he was working on as he made sure to comprehend and assimilate them at speeds that would even shock antiquities. This was just the farming portion of the upgrades that almost wanted to make Noah live a different life and become a farmer that became crazily overpowered just from eating the things he planted and harvested. The size regulation and movement features were enhanced just like all the others, still allowing Noah to reduce or expand the size of the cosmos somewhat and move with it, but he wouldn't be able to reduce such an object that was who knew how many light years in diameter in terms of human prospects. He might be able to compress and expand the cosmos to a few light years or even possible millions of miles, where he would need to have his body grow larger than galaxies for his dream of holding A cosmos within his hands could be accomplished. Can one imagine the sight? Being capable of moving across the vast ruination sea while holding an entire cosmos in one's hands, it was a magisterial sight that Noah would do anything to bring to fruition. Even if it was to just satisfy his heart. Chapter 11:33, My Infinite Cosmos. 2. Aside from the many other features, blacksmith's forge and alchemy hall had many more terrifying weapons and concoctions they could make, with Tao weapons filled with ruination and primordial essence being a piece of cake to forge, and pills or bombs from the same of such essence being capable of being formed in the alchemy hall. But Noah's eyes breezed past all of this as he arrived at Tao birth, ability that was one of the ones to change the most. When Noah first had his universal core formed with the dark universe, the feature had the following description: Tao birth. Tao birth is normally an ability that only those in the universal realm can have a chance of utilizing. Such an ability holds the secrets on how to surpass the universal realm to reach the state of. After coming into control of a universal core, Noah Osmond can utilize this feature to birth a limited number of DAOs of his own making. DAO spaces of already utilized DAOs can also be established within the universal core. Currently possible DAOs, 3 lesser. Now that the universal core had become a cosmos, this feature had vastly different content. Tao birth. Tao birth is normally an ability that only those in the universal realm can have a chance of utilizing. Such an ability holds the secrets on how to surpass the universal realm to reach the state of nirvanic antiquity. After upgrading to a cosmic core, Noah Osmond can utilize this feature to birth a limited number of DAOs of his own making. Previously designed DAOs can also be enhanced to higher levels. Currently possible DAOs, 9 lesser, 6 grand, 3 cosmic. The design of cosmic DAOs faces strict limitations and possibilities. Be careful in its utilization. Yes, cosmic DAOs could now be designed. Not just that, but the number of lesser DAOs he could design increased to 9, as he could also design 6 grand DAOs. Even Noah raised his eyes in alarm at such a thing, as he had to know its limits. The design of cosmic DAOs. Anything like the cosmic DAOs of annihilation or even the slightly higher tier ones like Chronos and Extinction can be designed. Cosmic DAOs at the level of ruination or the primordial DAO are not capable of being designed at this moment. The voice of the cosmic core that was a mix of his past universal core and the consciousness of the primordial cosmos rang out as Noah's eyes shone with glorious light when he heard them. He was particularly interested in 3 words as he had to repeat them: at this moment, rumble. A devilish smile couldn't help but form on Noah's face at this confirmation. He couldn't do such a thing now, but there lay a possibility for him to later be capable of designing DAOs that made for the very structure of the reality he was in. But his eyes went back to the interface that showed the number of DAOs he could design, as he had to be content with what he could currently do. 3 cosmic DAOs and 6 grand ones, along with 9 lesser. He could choose to bring any of his 3 lesser DAOs to the cosmic level, or simply advance them to the grand level and design entirely new different cosmic DAOs. The lesser DAOs of subterfuge, fealty, and conquest each had their own strength, but Noah could definitively say that when it came to usage and importance currently, fealty and conquest were at the very top. He was using fealty to constantly expand and gorge connections with quintillions of beings at a very close level, as it granted him an overabundance of marks of antiquity, and the lesser Tao of conquest effectively quadrupled his strength among other things within the cosmos under him. He saw himself definitely enhancing these 2 to the level of grand DAOs, but the question of enhancing or designing cosmic DAOs, that was something to give a whole lot more thought to. This was something virtually no hegemonies or antiquities could do, with Noah possibly thinking that maybe someone at the cosmic level could do such a thing, or even possibly the primordials. Now, he could do this too, as the possibilities were too stupendous. And then there were the 2 new features after the universal core was elevated past a universal filament core to a cosmic core all at once. Noah's eyes gazed upon these 2 new features with an expression that seemed to already be imagining what their effects would be. Universal singularity. It starts with a singularity. A point of an unknown density and gravity, as from it, a universe can be born. This ability allows the cosmic core to use the vital ruination and primordial essence of the cosmos to cause the emergence of a new universe. Since primordial essence has always been the main contributor for the emergence of universes, any universes designed through this feature will be under the dual enhancement of ruination and primordial essence. Universal empowerment. Selected universes can be empowered as their concentration of atmospheric essence, Tao, and law essences, golden destiny, and universal fortune are increased by 10,000%. Existences living under such conditions will find themselves ascending through realms of power faster as the tides of fortune and destiny veer towards their direction. Two brand new features. The stupendous effects of universal empowerment aside, there was the feature of universal singularity, a feature that allowed the cosmos to use vital ruination and primordial essence to cause the emergence of an entirely new universe. Vital essence. Noah couldn't help but find himself asking the enormous consciousness he was connected to. The purest form of essence that a cosmos builds up over time. The reserves that the primordial cosmos had over the years are large for the primordial essence, but the available vital ruination essence will only allow for the emergence of one or two universes at most currently, essence to allow for the emergence of more universes. As he got to this point, Noah's eyes found that they couldn't help but keep on staring at the feature of universal singularity. Just how glorious would such a scene be to witness? Chapter 1134, My Infinite Cosmos. 3. Since the merging of the old primordial cosmos and Noah's universal construct had just occurred, the vital essence for both ruination and primordial essence was extremely low. It was only enough for the emergence of one or two universes. When Noah got to this point in his thought process, he actually had to come to a stop for a second just to take in what it truly meant. He had actually arrived at a stage in his life where he was actually looking at the prospects of using a unique treasure to watch the emergence of an entire universe. A treasure that was found on a small world in the Navis galaxy. A treasure that stemmed from a floating landmass. From a mere spiritual land, now, it was a cosmos capable of causing the emergence of universes. With all the new features that had just been opened up and the myriad of possibilities laying in front of Noah, he wanted to experience the emergence of a universe among the first set of things. This included the design of new cosmic and grand daos, the mass spread of fealty across the cosmos, restructuring and visiting the unseen universes, farming fruits such as ruination strawberries and primordial apples. He truly did have too many things to delve through. His main body alone being besieged on all sides by marks of antiquity that had now surpassed 500 billion after the completion of the merging of the cosmos. Currently, Noah had two normal universes and a third one that barely had over 10 billion galaxies within it. Aside from his first splendiferous universe, the number of marks of antiquity he held meant he could change the nature of his remaining normal universes into a splendiferous universe, as with nothing to stop him, he allowed the marks to flow into his billions of galaxies and change them into Tao galaxies right away. THRUM, the glorious origin that had begun establishing its universes trembled with might as the marks sank in with ease, billions of galaxies becoming changed every single second as in a short period of time, Noah's second universe glimmered with an array of rainbow-colored lights, a second splendiferous universe being born. A few moments later, the third universe also shone with an array of colors as it shone gorgeously, 200 billion marks of antiquity being used in a matter of seconds as the fourth universe that held only 10 billion galaxies were also changed into Tao galaxies, so just hours into Noah becoming an antiquity by stepping into the universal filament realm. All of his universes were splendiferous universes, as he even had reserves of marks of antiquity he couldn't utilize because of the fact that he didn't have any galaxies to apply them to. If other antiquities knew this, they would bellow in anger and unfairness, as it was good Noah didn't brag, or one wouldn't know what the blue slime and Oathkeeper would think when they realized just how much further ahead Noah had pulled himself in the short period of time. Just ridiculous. Deep within the cosmic core, Noah looked at his own hands and body after arriving at this stage, sensing the profound level of power as he could hardly believe it even now. He could quite literally wield the strength of multiple universes, as the might of this was enough to cause one's brain to buzz in confusion if ever they tried to understand this concept of strength. But for Noah, he just wanted to see how much further he could take it as he put everything else aside and gazed over a certain direction, his body beginning to bubble with essence as he disappeared into the folds of space. He was currently utilizing the pure strength of his body alone, weaving into the folds of space of the cosmic core and the universes around it, as it was like opening wormholes in one area and appearing out of another. This was the concept of entering the folds of space, as depending on how fast one could move in these folded spaces, they could cover large distances in a short period of time. With Noah's current strength, he stepped out of the cosmic core with one step as he entered the liberated universe. With another step, his figure disappeared into the folds of space as he appeared in the animus universe. With another step, he was in the microbial universe, as on the fourth step, he actually left the primordial cosmos, 4 steps, and he crossed a myriad of universes and arrived into the ruination sea, THRUM. Such a level of speed and power caused Noah's heart to shake in utter joy and excitement as he stepped into the ruination sea. His eyes couldn't help but lock onto the outline of the microbial universe he just came out of, his figure beginning to expand in size as he flew further and further away from the cosmos so he could see all of it with a single glance. Size regulation. WAA, a glorious crimson and white glow instantly suffused the cosmos, Noah beginning to shrink it in size as in the ruination sea. His body expanded to grow bigger and bigger as it very soon surpassed millions of miles, seconds later. Expanding to a few light years as with the usage of immense mana, Noah grew to become a gigantic titan in the ruination sea while the cosmos before him continued to shrink. Stop, it only took a few seconds before he called out lightly. And this one because he had grown to an exaggerated amount in the ruination sea as his multicolored eyes could see a glimmering object before his eyes. It was a collection of transparent circles that pulsed with powerful light, these circles coming together and attaching to each other with unbreakable bonds as they formed into a multicolored and glimmering cosmos, the sigh of an entire cosmos and the universes within it. Noah could actually see such a magnificent scene with his own eyes as his titanous hands that were light years in size reached out across the roiling ruination sea to try and hold on to the cosmos before him in his very own hands. As he did this, he uttered out shocking words that foretold his plans for the future. My Infinite Cosmos, Chapter 1135, My Infinite Cosmos. For infinite cosmos, such were the words Noah uttered out as gloriously he took in a miniaturized cosmos that was still light years in diameter in his very own hands. That was an uncountable trillions of miles, all fitting into his palm as he floated gloriously in the ruination sea. It was an action that was enough to make a being think highly of themselves, an action that might make others think that they had exceeded some boundaries and become untouchable existences that others can only ever aspire to be. But for Noah, he only had a light smile while letting himself experience the scene, his thoughts being very different. This was because even as he had arrived at such a juncture, when he thought about the primordials that controlled entire branches of realities that held who knew how many cosmos, he knew he couldn't be arrogant. He wouldn't deceive himself to think he had unbeatable power when he had just stepped into the universal filament realm and had yet to explore the vast ruination sea. When he thought of this, his titanous head turned around to look at the vast ruination sea around him. It was utterly silent without a single noise, only the constant and roiling essence of ruination flowing around endlessly. When he stared out into the crimson expanse of the sea, a deep sense of foreboding began to fill Noah's heart as he knew out there within this sea were terrifying primordial beasts as well as cosmos that had their own terrifying beings. Who knew when he would run into a primordial beast or what its level would be? Would he even be able to handle it if it was a grand or cosmic primordial beast? When he arrived at such a thought, his careful eyes glistened with an array of colors as he called out slowly, "Save point." WAA, a cascade of light glimmered from his body silently as Noah left a mark in the timeline of this reality, a mark that he could return to if anything ever happened in the future. After this, Noah glanced at the infinite cosmos within his hands as he brought it close to his eyes. Communicating with the cosmic core, let's test the birth of new universes with the utilization of universal singularity. Yes, Master. Initiating the usage of universal singularity, THRUM, the glorious cosmos before him vibrated intensely. It floated before Noah's eyes as he could see everything clearly, noticing a white and crimson light wash over the 53 universes within this cosmos as this light came to coagulate at an empty spot past the microbial universe in the ruination sea. This single spot, this point of singularity, it took form at this moment as an area of infinite density and gravity bloomed, its source stemming from vital ruination and primordial essence. Noah's heart shook as he found his eyes were actually nearly blinded when he stared at this point of singularity. It wasn't that it was bright, but it seemed to suck in everything around it endlessly. This point of infinite density and gravity was where matter was compressed down to an infinitely tiny point, and the feature of universal singularity used precious vital essence to induce this point to release the infinitely compressed matter. BZZZT, the ruination sea churned as the crimson and white light from the infinite cosmos exploded out. Noah's eyes released beams of gold and red light as he didn't even dare to blink. Watching the magisterial essence of ruination and primordial wrap around the point of singularity as a second later, this infinitely dense spot expanded out, BOM, an explosive sound akin to a clap of thunder reverberated across the infinite cosmos. Before Noah's eyes, as if everything was playing in slow motion, he was able to see the point of singularity expand outwards at an instantaneous rate as he saw billions of unformed stellar bodies unfurl right before his very eyes. Even though the process was instantaneous, he was able to see its expansion and how in an instant point of time, stellar bodies unfurled as blank stars clustered together and galaxies appeared. The blooming of billions of galaxies as they drew in the primordial and Ruination essence was a fantastical scene reflected in his eyes as after their formation, they shone with an incandescence across the entire universe. Noah was speechless as he saw the newly formed universe tightly hug the boundaries of the adjacent microbial universe and Omicron universe. A brand new circular object being added onto the vast cosmos as its universes reached 54. A universe was successfully induced to form from a point of singularity. What shall be its name? The voice of the cosmic core rang out in his mind as Noah adopted a thoughtful expression. It was the first universe he had the chance to see the formation of, his gaze becoming reminiscent as he thought of the name of a certain place he came from. As it is new, let it be termed Novus. The Novus universe, rumble, Novus meant new. Novus akin to the past Novus galaxy that Noah stemmed from. At this moment, the blank Novus universe was born in the ruination sea as it joined the infinite cosmos. Noah looking at such a scene with eyes that swirled with many thoughts, his eyes shone with incandescent lights as his figure began to reduce in size, there still being many things he had to do as he prepared to advance forward and wander across the ruination sea. Noah Osmont, tyrannical emperor, hegemony of tyranny, hegemony of ruination, origin, universal filament 4 universes, 3 splendiferous universes, 1 normal, titles, infernal lord, variant, controller, all laws. Controller, fealty, conquest, subterfuge, antiquity, traits, infinite mana protagonist, Tao's, Tao of withering 100%, Tao of summoning 100%, Tao of vitality 100%, Tao of sword 100%, Tao of vastness 100%. Tao of spacetime 100%, Tao of ruination 33%, Tao of void space 100%, Tao of alacrity 100%, Tao of fortification 100%, Tao of devouring 100%, Tao of slaughter 100%, Tao of destiny 100%, Tao of fealty 100%, Tao of subterfuge 100%, Tao of conquest 100%, Tao of annihilation 27%, Tao of Chronos 3%, laws, life 100%, death 100%, ether 100%, karma 100%, fate 100%, chaos 100%, light 100%, dark 100%, space 100%, time 100%, fire 100%, water 100%, earth 100%, air 100%, domains. Vitality, devouring, conquest, fealty, subterfuge, life, death, ether, karma, fate, chaos, light, dark, space, time, fire, water, earth, air, vitality, universal filament, focus, infinity. Strength, universal filament, authorities, conquest lord, subterfuge lord, fealty lord, life lord, death lord, ether lord, fate lord, chaos lord, karma lord, space lord, time lord, light lord, dark lord, flame lord, water lord, earth lord, skill trees, tyrannical lich emperor, wielder of Chronos, enhanced, absolute sin, enhanced, bearer of annihilation, terror of ether, terror of blood, ancient terror, astral connector, blood lord, blood progenitor. Chapter 1136 Antiquity of Mana. In the vast ruination sea, far away from Noah observing his infinite cosmos, the prominent figure of a certain primordial that he had come in contact with not too long ago could be seen. She had crossed untold distances in deadly ruination and primordial storms to arrive at a certain location in the ruination sea, and she was currently hidden in the folds of the ruination sea as she watched a certain spectacle play out with interest. Her figure was actually located a few trillion miles away, but her eyes crossed the shocking distance to gaze upon a battle that was taking place between two existences. The battle was something that caused the vast ruination seas to churn and tumble as when the primordial gazed upon it. One couldn't find any awe or surprise on her veiled expression, but simply a sense of interest. Little Aegon has truly grown up since I first met him. To be handling a grand primordial beast like this, yes. The primordial was shockingly watching a battle between an existence that was set to be the champion of an actual reality against a primordial beast that could devour entire cosmos. Rumble, the ruination sea trembled as the figures of the two existences became clear. One was a valiant-looking human, his figure being nothing as such as it towered many light years in size, being larger than any galaxies based on his form alone. The eyes of this being shone with utter darkness as they seemed like black holes that could draw on all light. His eyes and jaws looking so sharp that they could cut apart those that looked too closely. His hair was even darker as it draped over his shoulders, giving this being a wild look as this wasn't the most impressive thing to look at on his body. The most shocking thing was that below the neck of this being, his entire body was glowing like a pristine and sculpted cosmic treasure, every single portion of his skin shining beautifully with a rainbow glow of light. An innumerable number of lines and runic sigils seemed to be revolving on his skin constantly. his body rumbling with power as he even caused the surroundings ruination seas to vibrate due to his sheer power. With his dark eyes and hair cascading down his shoulders and his body glowing with multicolored light. He was the brightest thing in the ruination sea for thousands of light years, as the enemy he faced was a beast that was actually 5 times his size, a beast that eclipsed the sizes of multiple galaxies, as its eyes were filled with an adorned majesty and power, these eyes shimmering a beautiful gold as they reflected the colors of this beast gloriously. Its entire body was filled with gold and white fur that draped over it majestically, this beast having 5 pairs of white and gold wings erupting on its back as it floated on 4 legs that glistened gloriously. The head of this beast was extremely unique, looking like a mixture of the most pristine dragons and phoenixes as paired with the 5 pairs of white and gold wings. It had an air of inviolable majesty that screamed sacredness and honor. As if this beast could be the protector of some holy land that graced the lands with love and protection, but this was a primordial beast that devoured entire universes and cosmos, as they had the goal of erasing all the cosmos within a branching reality and returning it to the original reality. This primordial beast was even termed a grand one at that. Thousands of splendiferous universes shining brilliantly on its chest as it stared fearlessly at the Titanous human. Before it, the human stared back with even less fear as the multiple colors all over his body rotated even faster, and one would be able to notice something shocking sparkling on the chest of this being. There, hidden amidst the brilliance of moving lines and runic circles on his skin, one would be able to see a grandly shimmering cosmos. A cosmos, such a being was standing against a grand primordial beast fearlessly, but the more profound thing was that the primordial beast didn't fear him as well. The beast, being in the upper tier of the universal filament with thousands of splendiferous universes, actually didn't relent when facing against an existence in the cosmic realm, and this was due to a truth that very few beings knew that even allowed grand primordial beasts to stand against regular existences in the cosmic realm. It was the terrifying power that all primordial beasts were given at their birth that caused them to be so terrifying that normal antiquities would only find themselves facing death if ever they came across one. It was, let's see, this one has already entered its second stage in life, as it has complete comprehension and assimilation of both the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination. Should have already devoured a few cosmos. Rumble, the primordial, watching from afar, spoke out with no emotions at the mention of this beast having already devoured a few cosmos, that was an uncountable number of lives. But her apathetic words contained shocking information about the nature of primordial beasts. At their birth, they either held complete comprehension and assimilation in the Tao of ruination or the primordial Tao. It was something that even the existences who were lucky enough to comprehend these Taos would struggle to achieve until the universes within their origins dried up and they died. And yet they had it at birth. The complete assimilation of Taos such as these brought about profound strength that would almost make an existence unrivaled across myriad of cosmos. Yet this was the first stage of life of primordial beasts. Their second stage consisted of them gaining the complete assimilation of both ruination and the primordial Tao, and this was when they were termed grand primordial beasts. The third stage of life was truly the most terrifying one, and it was these primordial beasts that more often than not accomplished their purposes of returning things to how they once were and destroyed entire branching realities, the stage that allowed them to be termed cosmic primordial beasts. The Enders of Realities, Rumble, Chapter 1137, Antiquity of Mana. 2. Cosmic primordial beasts, enders of realities, existences that even those in the cosmic realm would be hard-pressed to fight, existences that more often than not primordials had to take care of. Primordials, or the special and unique champions that they raised across different realities. The existence that the primordial was watching wasn't matching an ender of reality, just a primordial beast that was a level lower. But if anyone within dozens of cosmos claimed they could do what this being was doing, they would be lying. THRUM. The innumerable colorful lines and runic circles rotating on the skin of the ones known as Aegon thrummed powerfully, his body shining like a treasure as he moved across the ruination sea fearlessly. ROAR. The grand primordial beast also bellowed out as the ruination sea around them fell under its control, its entire body suffused with primordial and ruination essence as it seemed like it could change its entire nature into these very Taos at any second. SHA. A glorious light flashed as the figure of Aegon and the grand primordial beast passed each other. BOM, a sound akin to a universe shattering exploded out, golden blood from the grand primordial beast erupting out as 2 of its wings were actually ripped apart, the golden blood from them still freshly flowing from the hands of the dominantly colored Aegon. The ruination and primordial essence flowing through this creature couldn't stop what had just occurred. as Aegon didn't use any flashy moves and simply utilized his very own hands to somehow rip apart a pair of wings from the terrifying primordial beast. His eyes were without any enthusiasm or happiness as he looked at such a result in utter calm, the angered roars of the beast not even being registered by him as he moved forward again, the many runic lines and circles moving colorfully across his body being the reason for his shocking power as he moved without any flashy skills to tear apart a beast with thousands of splendiferous universes and completely assimilated ruination and primordial chaos. Just what was the mystery behind his strength? How could he so easily bypass the stupendous might of fully assimilation, ruination, and primordial chaos? The mystery would remain unsolved as in the turbid ruination sea, golden blood overflowed, the regal and sacred-looking grand primordial beast continued to release shocking power and awe, but it was still being ripped apart endlessly by this single being that had his body shining gloriously with an array of rainbow-colored lights. Roar! The cries became weaker and weaker as minutes passed, the ruination sea nearby becoming dyed gold as in a short period of time, the weakening roars ultimately ceased, the majestic figure of the multicolored Aegon shone gloriously in the ruination sea. Glancing at the lakes of golden blood around him as within his hands, a colorful heart thumped powerfully, a grand primordial heart pulsed with glorious power while still dripping golden blood, this existence doing something stupefying in the next moment as he opened his mouth and threw this heart into his mouth, golden blood spurting out amidst his chewing. This primordial heart was nothing like the one Noah had received as it was light years in sheer size alone, the stupendous existence. Actually chewing this heart and devouring it raw as in this process, his sharp eyes gazed towards a certain direction, a few trillions of miles away in the ruination sea. It was the spot where a certain primordial was watching the events unfold. Her veil shaking slightly as she raised her head, a hidden smile appearing that nobody could see as she tore through the ruination sea to appear out grandly, as a meeting occurred after a grand battle countless light years away. Another one formed in the microbial universe of the infinite cosmos. It contained a majority if not all of the hegemonies that spanned from the 54 universes, all of them converging here amidst their shock as this was the place where from its boundary, they could see the thin veil of another universe that had not been here for the millions of years that even the oldest of them had been living in the primordial cosmos. They also gathered here for answers as after Oathkeeper had sent a message for them to not interfere when they sensed changes occurring across many universes. He also told all of them to gather in the microbial universe if they wished for answers, and so they did. These powerful beings were clustered around each other with somber expressions as they were very aware of what had been occurring the past few minutes, noticing the wondrous light of assimilation that passed through many universes as well as the appearance of this new universe. As for the being responsible, all of them had an inkling of who it was as the great old Nazagath was the first to turn his head from the direction of the newly formed universe, WAA. From there, the figure of a devilishly handsome young man appeared, his brows sharp as his eyes glimmered with a golden and crimson light. His body released the powerful aura of an antiquity as great old Nazagath and the other hegemonies found their origins shaking when they noticed the manifestation of 4 wondrous universes, 3 of them being completed splendiferous universes that shone with a fantastical glow. All of the powerhouses of the infinite cosmos gazed towards Noah's figure with a myriad of thoughts as a white crack expanded above each of them soon after, primordial essence gushing out of it as the figures of Oathkeeper and Noah's primordial ruination clone that looked exactly the same as his main body that just stepped out of the newly formed novice universe. Oathkeeper glanced at Noah's main body and then back to the primordial ruination clone that had been with him all this time in the unique primordial sea of the past primordial cosmos. This ancient being sighing out slowly as his gaze landed on the hegemonies of the now infinite cosmos. I guess now is a good time as any for introductions. Rumble. The voice of Oathkeeper reverberated out as it carried with it the unique aura of antiquity, catching the eyes of all hegemonies as they felt very familiar with Oathkeeper. He was someone they knew very closely as even though he had achieved a grand stage before them, they still saw him as their own. They paid attention to him as he gazed and pointed towards Noah's figure that just stepped out of the novice universe. You knew him as the apex paragon just days ago. He achieved hegemony in the past day as hours later. He achieved antiquity. Even though they knew the sequence of events, the hegemonies still had their origins tremble in a stupor at this incredible reality being real as they also felt ashamed of themselves for having spent hundreds of thousands if not millions of years in the stage of hegemonies, but the Oathkeeper paid no attention to their emotions as this ancient being had already learned many lessons recently. Thinking of how to introduce Noah now that he had achieved antiquity, he could base it off of the most unique Tao this being comprehended as he introduced him as the antiquity of ruination. But the golden eyes of the Oathkeeper shone as he truly thought about another unique feature that he had seen with this being over and over again since the appearance of the universal constructs and this whole ordeal. The unique feature of this being that as a vassal, he felt very closely at this moment as it had made him overly powerful. It was the feature of mana. I introduce to you all the being responsible for our current state of affairs, the antiquity of mana. Rumble, Chapter 1138. Comprehending and assimilating cosmic chaos is easy. Antiquity of Mana. When the hegemonies heard this title, they couldn't help but nod when they recalled the actions of this being the past few days. Thus, another title was conferred to Noah as the hegemonies still looked towards him with somber expressions, a hint of carefulness and fear hiding deep within their hearts at this being's power, achieving antiquity just hours after becoming a hegemony. What a concept this was to wrap one's head around. The sheer meaning behind it caused the hegemonies of the infinite cosmos to be extremely wary of his power. But with this introduction, Noah smiled lightly as his main body disappeared, the primordial ruination clone being left behind as the unique authority of an antiquity emanated from him to address everyone here. I've gone ahead and taken the liberties to expand my authority over the entire cosmos, and you all should be able to see the changes that come with this as time passes. THRUM. Like a bolt of thunder, his words struck down into the hearts of these existences that had lived for hundreds of thousands and millions of years, yet he, an existence still in the middle of his 20s, stood above them and delivered such a message, along with my possibilities for you all to achieve even more power, and it is through the method that the Oathkeeper himself has just taken. Noah looked towards the direction of the Oathkeeper who held immeasurable size hidden in his ancient face, continuing lightly as he then locked eyes with dozens of hegemonies. Fealty, rumble, in this infinite universe. Those that will pledge fealty to me will be able to ascend ranks and obtain power in their wildest dreams. Consider this closely in the next few days as I spread my authority even more closely with the existences across this cosmos. In a domineering tone, Noah addressed the masses of the most powerful beings of the cosmos as they did not dare to talk back, his eyes gazing over each of them as he even gave a nod to great old Nazagath, whom he had given the same offer to before. There is much to be done, so I'll be taking my leave first. With a flash of light, Noah disappeared before the eyes of the hegemonies as they felt like they could somewhat breathe again, their gazes all locking towards Oathkeeper that had the same aura of an antiquity as the being that just left, only his aura was a few notches lower. Oathkeeper, this antiquity of mana. The beings who knew him and his allies that he had been working with for millions of years came forward to take with him as busting discussions erupted about Noah. Amidst all of this, the powerful aura of an antiquity didn't escape the minds of the hegemonies as after some time, strong voices began to echo out. What shall we now address Oathkeeper as? We cannot keep referring to you with a title from your birth Tao after you achieve antiquity. Yes, something to fit your current achievements. THRUM. As the talks were getting more and more robust, the star form of the great old Nazagath shook as he grabbed the attention of everyone. This old being was nearly as old as Oathkeeper and the Goliath as he knew these beings from a long time ago, his voice echoing out powerfully at this moment, since Oathkeeper is the only one in our cosmos to comprehend the primordial Tao. We can just refer to him as the primordial antiquity. Another title was conferred. The hegemonies looked at each other as they nodded, their gazes then returning to the antiquity above them as their eyes were filled with flames of wanting the same realms and power that this being had achieved. It was this wanting and search for greater power that started off the next era of the infinite cosmos, and also this wanting that caused all the hegemonies to remember Noah's words about fealty. The river of time ebbed ever so slowly forward. Like this, a bit over a week passed as a great deal of things were accomplished in the infinite cosmos. Grasping onto and accepting the changes was easy for the masses. With Noah going into the cosmic core on the first day as he carried out multiple grand actions, the first was to elevate the lesser Tao of fealty to a grand Tao, and he did this first as he would expand the essence of this Tao across the cosmos to the uncountable number of quintillions within it. The changes were, as always, stupendous. Grand Tao of fealty, a grand Tao birthed by the cosmic core of Noah Osmont. As the Tao architect, Noah Osmont can comprehend and assimilate the Tao at 10 times the normal speed. The Tao of fealty allows a being with extensive influence over others to boost their power, with those who swear fealty and are considered as vassals, becoming applicable subordinates under the banner of an emperor. Vassals can access 10% of the total power of their emperor, with the amount of power they can access being limited by their comprehension and assimilation in the Tao of fealty. Complete comprehension allows for 15% access, with full assimilation granting 25% access. The unique abilities, qualities, laws, and grand Taos of the Emperor can be utilized by the vassals in a much lower form, with the possibilities cosmic Taos being utilized by them only becoming a reality if the Tao of fealty is elevated to the respective cosmic level. Vassals with more than 50% comprehension in the Tao of fealty are given the titles of barons, those with complete comprehension being titled earls, those over 50% assimilation being titled dukes. With vassals standing at complete assimilation being titled kings, as all of the titled vassals are under the banner of their emperor. With the advancement to a grand Tao, the power that his vassals could access was effectively doubled, and those with complete assimilation of the Tao of fealty could utilize 1/4 of his total power. This was just the elevation of a single lesser Tao to the grand level. Chapter 1139, Comprehending and Assimilating Cosmic Taos is easy. 2. A grand Tao that would allow his vassals to utilize 25% of his power when fully assimilated, but there were no Tao crystals or any methods for others to ascend through the comprehension and assimilation of a Tao that Noah created not too many days ago. And even now there weren't any beings that had surpassed the rank of Baron by having more than 50% comprehension and fealty. Another point was that the increased percentage allowed Noah to influence his vassals at an even deeper level, his vast fortune continuing to expand resplendently as when he released the grand Tao essence of fealty to cover the infinite cosmos, RUUMBLE. The regal essence of the emperor calling for fealty suffused throughout powerfully, an unknown number of quintillions of existences, seeing the prompt that told them if they wished for power, to pay fealty to the tyrannical emperor. To the antiquity of mana, the Tao essence was filled with memories and scenes of Noah's stupendous authority. Most existences throughout the infinite cosmos answering the call as they read through the shocking memories within the essence, as well as the idea of gaining power, with the masses pledging their fealty. Marks of antiquity had coalesced like never before around Noah as on the first day of the birth of the infinite cosmos. Its core had released such dense golden light from the marks of antiquity converging towards Noah that these rays of gold light had even suffused out of the hidden folds of space and into the outside universes. This was just the first day. The majority of existences pledged fealty, as the rest would follow for the days and weeks to come, where at the end of it all, the number of marks of antiquity that Noah had obtained were a truly obscene amount. The number had actually spilled over 1 trillion, as over 1,000 billion marks of antiquity were surpassed, the number stabilizing over 1580 billion or 1.58 trillion marks of antiquity at the end of the day. The golden rays of light had gone to wash over countless light years, as by the end of it, Noah had enough marks of antiquity to bring to fruition over 16 splendiferous universes, with the only thing left to do being for him to produce them within his origin. Thereafter, Noah also elevated the levels of the lesser Taos of subterfuge and conquest to grand levels, these Taos gaining a significant boost as well. Grand Tao of Conquest, a grand Tao birthed by the cosmic core of Noah Osmont. Conquered lands will always allow the user to quadruple their power while fighting within them, while their strength will always be tripled when they are in the process of conquest. Full assimilation of conquest grants the user the capability to empower not just absolute skills, but any lesser and grand Taos they comprehend, along with their power being quintupled in conquered lands and quadrupled while in the process of conquest. It was a stupendous enhancement of multiple levels. As for Noah, who had fully assimilated it, he would always have his power quadrupled under the path of conquest while having it quintupled whenever he was within conquered lands like the infinite cosmos. This wasn't to mention the fact that he could now even empower grand and lesser Taos from using the light of conquest, which after conquering the entire primordial cosmos, this light was burning so brightly within Noah's origin and the glorious star of conquest above him that it now caused his body to always release a regal white aura constantly. The base effects and boosts this Tao provided to Noah were above and beyond even some cosmic Taos like annihilation, making Noah look at the Tao of conquest as a possible Tao to turn into a cosmic one. If he did, he could then gain the capability to empower even cosmic Taos, as such a thought made his calculative mind imagine a qualitative leap in strength, especially if he could empower Taos such as ruination. But Noah held off on doing this as of now, as the 3 spots for the cosmic Taos was extremely precious, and only after more deliberation and guidance from his own Tao and fortune would he go ahead and do this. The elevation of the Tao of subterfuge to the grand level, on the other hand, didn't provide as much ridiculous boosts as fealty or conquest, only enhancing the capabilities of subterfuge being seen through as Noah could hide in front of or fool in existence a whole realm above him and have no chance to be discovered. The elevation of all of the first 3 Taos Noah designed only boosted his strength to another level as he now directed his efforts to see what cosmic Taos he should produce. And it was during this same period of days that he oversaw the universes of the infinite cosmos while taking up his role as a farmer. As grand as Noah was, his scale wasn't small as he devised a plan for him to heavily elevate the comprehension and assimilation of his DAS, and this could now be done with ease when utilizing the newly unlocked plants and herbs of the infinite cosmos such as ruination strawberries and primordial apples. For this, Noah spared no efforts as when he acted in a major way. With the help of cosmic core management, he could expertly select which areas he wanted to turn into farmlands. That would be designated as Tao spaces, these lands having increased concentrations of specific Tao essences as Noah would plant their matching fruits and herbs here. For the area that Noah designated as farmlands where he planted obscene amounts of seeds of time, primordial apples, ruination strawberries, it was an entire universe, the blank and newly formed novice universe. Had all of its tens of billions of galaxies with all of their stellar bodies turned into cultivation fields and Tao spaces where he planted a shocking number of fruits that when consumed they granted an increase in comprehensive and assimilation of their respective Taos, an entire universe, the extremely slow-paced cosmic Tao of ruination and even the primordial Tao that Noah had yet to learn, when he began eating up the treasured ruination strawberries and primordial apples. What could they do but submit to him and rise up crazily in proficiency? Chapter 1140 Comprehending and Assimilating Cosmic Taos is easy. 3. In the newly emerged novice universe, the figures of multiple important personages could be seen floating in the void of space, all of them situated behind a single being that was surrounded by a few key figures. The devilishly handsome appearance of Noah could be seen with clarity as he floated at the forefront, his figure suffused with golden and white lights from his overabundance of fortune and light of conquest. Around him, the calm and steady figure of the Ice Queen Adelaide could be seen, this queen being clad in a white dress as she stood the closest to Noah. Nearby, the figure of Valentina could be seen as she sported an unreadable expression, Barbados floating beside her lazily as the figures of Anna, Elena, Athena, Kazuhiko, Morgana, the Sword Emperor. It was many of the core beings that stemmed from Noah's world and dark universe. They had the honor to stand beside the being that released terrifying waves of authority as further behind them were the figures of Noah's summons, each of them showing shimmering universes manifested within their origins. As with the passing of 7 days, Noah had truly been busy, with his realm being higher. Noah could seamlessly bring the realm of his contracted animus summons to the same level through the animus growth empowerment ability that, if one remembers, it allowed his contracted summons to be brought to the same realm as the summoner. But there was still a limitation to this, as when one looked closely at the manifested universes of Noah's summons, they would be able to notice they were all normal universes as they also released the aura of apocryphal antiquities. This was because they didn't enter the universal filament realm through completing their first splendiferous universe, but through Noah breaking them through by force, as they didn't hold a sufficient amount of marks of antiquity to have enough Tao galaxies. But their life up was still terrifying for others to see, as the hearts of the hegemonies of the past primordial cosmos were the most shaken as they looked towards them from the back. Many existences were currently present within this novice universe, with the Oathkeeper standing in front of multiple hegemonies as they stared in wonder at the sight of apocryphal antiquities, and the scene that everyone here was glancing at in front of Noah. It was the scene of countless galaxies glimmering brightly, all of them lined up and arranged in neat rows as they covered their sight for innumerable light years all around. Under the control of the cosmic core, the layout of the novice universe was changed as all of the galaxies within it were put together in these neat rows, Noah using these galaxies as farming fields as he designated all of them into Tao spaces of different Taos to grow the unique treasure fruits and herbs of the infinite cosmos. As always, the plants had a period of time they had to pass through before they could be harvested, and Noah had gone ahead and reduced tens of years of waiting for sacred fruits like ruination strawberries and primordial apples into a mere 7 days. 7 days, of course. This was only made possible through the skill tree of versatile farmer, Noah utilizing the ability of master farmer within it and bathing the entire tens of billions of galaxies within the novice universe with a verdant light that caused the planted seeds of a myriad of sacred Tao plants and herbs to quickly sprout and grow until they were now ready to be harvested. This was why everyone was gathered here. They were all staring in utter stupor at the sudden increase of antiquities around Noah. But they also couldn't hold their amazement at the countless galaxies lined up around them that shimmered with different lights. Some shone brightly red as ruination strawberries were planted on all the planetary bodies of this galaxy. Others shone purple as seeds of time permeated throughout them, and other galaxies shone a resplendent white as primordial apples filled their planetary bodies. Their thick essence caused the entire universe to be suffused with a wondrous glow and atmosphere, the life force of these plants even causing all the races of the Euthenia universe that was largely plant-based to want to live here. But as everyone stared at the sight before them and at Noah in a stupor, This being at the center of it all spoke as he utilized automatic planting and harvesting to pluck all the harvestable fruits of a single galaxy. THRUM, the light of one pristinely white galaxy dimmed slightly as a second later, sparkling incandescent white apples that shone like the most sacred treasures appeared before everyone in the trillions. Sacred fruits capable of allowing one to gain increased comprehension and assimilation in the primordial Tao, were actually harvested by the trillions from a single galaxy. As Noah looked at such a scene, even he thought he might have gone overboard by planting an entire universe with such types of Tao fruits, and he knew they would be nearly endless for him and his subordinates to use as they wished. But the prerequisite for one to fully enjoy them was to have initial comprehension in the respective Tao. Noah waved his hands as one of the primordial apples landed on his hands, the sacred fruit releasing rays of light as they seemed full of primordial essence. He didn't have any comprehension in the primordial Tao, but it didn't mean such a reality would remain for long, as while he held on to the pristine harvested primordial apple and under the gazes of many beings, Noah's devilish smile could be seen as he uttered out, "Shower me with primordial essence, rumble," he voiced out as it was akin to a command, the space above his figure splitting apart as the cosmic core heeded his command and began to release boundless waves of primordial essence unto Noah. As for the reason why, it was of course, for the skill of cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence, that in the period of 7 days, it had finished its cool down and was ready to be used. The first time he used it, he obtained the cosmic Tao of Kronos. Now, he was using it again to obtain the primordial Tao that only a single other being was capable of comprehending in the whole of primordial cosmos. Chapter 1141 Comprehending and Assimilating Cosmic Taos is Easy. For this, the great old Nazagath had his Thonian figure shake as he observed the scene before his eyes, the other hegemonies he knew for many years around him having similar expressions of utter stupor when they stared at a certain figure. Even the calm and ancient face of Oathkeeper was filled with sharp lights of shock as all of them watched a crack open in space after his command, his body becoming showered by primordial essence as it began to absorb it all seamlessly and begin pulsating with a resonant white light. At such a scene, even someone as old as great old Nazagath found himself staring dumbly. How is such a thing possible? Even in existence this old couldn't wrap his mind around Noah's means as he watched a flood of primordial essence rush into him, and a few seconds later, RUUMBLE, his figure pulsated with mad power as from it, the pristine white essence of the primordial Tao stemmed from his body, the crack above him closed as primordial essence stopped raining down. His fair hands lifted up a moment later as one could see him freely conjure the light of primordial essence. Primordial essence was comprehending such a pristine Tao so easy. The slimy layers of flesh of the figure of the great old Nazagath shook as he thought as such, this being not being the only one, as the Oathkeeper could only be seen with an incredulous expression at the fact that a being without the primordial disk had just so easily grasped the primordial Tao. But even with their surprise, what could they do but only accept and move on? THRUM, apart from the primordial essence, Noah also released the ruination essence within his body, as when he used both of these Tao essences at the same time, he felt a bubbling and overflowing enhancement of both of them, similar to the cosmic core. The essences seemingly could not be merged and fused together as they only enhanced the power that the opposite essence could release, as expressions of shock spread out from all around with gazes turning towards Noah. Those around him seemed less surprised as Adelaide only had a light smile on her face while looking towards Noah with an expression full of love. Valentina had a complicated expression that was gradually resolving itself, this powerful hegemony finally coming to a decision at this moment as she and all others watched Noah wave his hands once more. Automatic planting and harvesting was utilized yet again, this time on a crimson galaxy that was designated as a ruination law space and held an uncountable number of resplendent ruination strawberries. SHAA, these sacred treasures fruits appeared en masse on the left side of the trillions of primordial apples. Noah looking at this scene with a smile as he waved his hand to call forth a ruination strawberry, this crimson fruit on his left hand, the pristine white primordial apple on the right hand. With the trillions more of such fruits before him, Noah breathed out heavily as a second later, he brought the fruits into his mouth and began to take big bites. The pure golden honey-like fluid that erupted with every bite of the primordial apple, the sugary and blazing taste of the pulsating strawberry that trembled with ruination. Noah was the first to taste the sacred fruits as while he ate them, his eyes were locked onto the percentage that showed the comprehension of his primordial and ruination Taos. THRUM, wild bouts of essence began to dance around him as dense particles of ruination and primordial essence began to form. Noah seeing his percentage in these laws moving by an imperceptible decimal percentage of who knew how many zeros. But it was still moving. He could elevate his comprehension and assimilation with ease for all of his cosmic Taos. Such a thought caused his eyes to release radiant rays of golden light as they landed on the vast number of primordial apples and ruination strawberries floating before him. Some would wonder, was he about to start chowing down on all these hundreds of billions of sacred fruits until he reached the pristine 100% in both of the cosmic Taos? Maybe if it was another being, that would be occurring. But this was Noah Osmont. Among the many cards he had to play, he had the sin of gluttony that he could utilize the abilities of, this sin capable of devouring things and putting them in the large stomach that acted akin to Noah's own. So right after getting a taste of the wondrous treasured fruits with cosmic Tao essence within them, Noah's body erupted out with a dark and malevolent weight behind his back, this being the sin of gluttony as he carried out lightly, devouring. The dark wave he released was like hungry black holes that devoured everything, expanding rapidly as it swallowed up thousands of ruination strawberries and primordial apples every single second. These terrifying fruits entered Noah's stomach as they were digested even faster with the abilities of sin of gluttony, Noah nearly letting out a laugh when he saw the percentage on both the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination shoot up by a single percentage after 1 second. The hard-to-raise proficiency of these cosmic Taos had actually begun to shoot up at this moment as Noah devoured truly ridiculous fruits that should in no way exist. When Noah saw the recently learned primordial Tao reach 5% after just 5 seconds, his eyes trembled with joy as he couldn't help but scream out, "More! More!" Rumble. The dense aura of the sin of gluttony erupted from him with even more fervor as it spread to cover hundreds of thousands of the primordial apples and ruination strawberries, the dense essence around Noah only exploding in a terrifying manner at this moment. Oathkeeper and the other hegemonies watched the scene with utter horror at the sheer impossibility of it. Those among these aged beings that had hair nearly going bald from the sheer shock as Noah was only looking ahead of him with a maddened smile. This was because as hundreds of thousands of the precious fruits were devoured, he saw the percentage of comprehension for both the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination cross the 50% mark. The Tao of ruination was in the lead as a second later, it hit the 80% mark. Before Noah could even blink, the interface before his eyes seemed to have almost glitched as in the next second, he saw complete 100% comprehension in the cosmic Tao of ruination as a moment later, the same number appeared next to the primordial Tao. Immense knowledge he didn't at all work hard for filled his mind as he fully comprehended supreme cosmic Taos in a matter of seconds. Who said it was hard? Who said cosmic Taos were things that were impossible to traverse and comprehend? Noah was doing it with such ease that he fully comprehended the primordial Tao that he had just learned in a matter of seconds while fully comprehending 70% of the Tao of ruination in even less time. Cosmic Taos, fully comprehended in seconds. Chapter 1142. You get assimilated. You get assimilated. You all get assimilated. The moment Noah achieved full comprehension in the primordial Tao and ruination, he felt a unique blanket of authority descend unto him from these pristine Taos. But he didn't even get a chance to revel in it as even greater authority continued to pour down. This was because the massive darkness she released that was the sin of gluttony continued to devour the primordial apples and ruination strawberries before him endlessly, the percentage that had changed to assimilation beginning to also be pushed up crazily as Noah felt these two Taos become closely attached to his soul. The higher the percentage got, the more Noah understood ruination and the primordial Tao as when it reached the peak, Noah could even turn his own body into the very essence of these Taos. The authority he would obtain from such an action was something unimaginable, as if ever he faced enemies that couldn't withstand these Taos, victory would be his. As the assimilation rose crazily in seconds, Noah couldn't help but release a primal bellow, those watching the scene from nearby feeling their origins trembling as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They watched as from Noah's bellow, his mouth wasn't just releasing sound waves, but vibrant beams of red and white that represented the essence of two pristine Taos, the scene they would never be able to forget. An antiquity bellowing out as his mouth released beams of ruination and primordial essence, the aura of his body only rising to greater and greater levels as they could only stare breathlessly. Even Barbados's bored expression changed. Even Valentina felt her heart tremble at such a scene as when looking at the scene of her man doing such a thing. Her heartstrings shook as she thought of what a good choice she had made just weeks back. The Oathkeeper was among the other powerhouses of the infinite cosmos just staring in a stupor at what was occurring, their eyes catching the sight when a fantastical peak was reached. It was the sight of Noah's figure becoming enclosed in ruination and primordial essence as he was actually completing his percentage in assimilation within a matter of seconds, as if he looked at the pristine Tao of ruination and commanded it, "You get assimilated, THRUM," as he then stared at the primordial Tao and said, "You as well get assimilated." The void of space shook, crimson and white lights released so brightly from Noah's body as they seemingly bisected his body in half. The phenomenon of the white light occupying the nearby few light years as the crimson light occupied the other half occurring, a truly magisterial sight as when the show of colors dwindled down, Noah's eyes opened like the brightest lanterns as he felt the shocking strength and authority coursing through him. Authority, he couldn't help but speak out, his voice waking up all those around him out of their stupor as he focused his eyes on his status panel. There, the authorities he was feeling were classified in full: authority of the assimilator of the cosmic Tao of ruination, an authority that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated the cosmic Tao of ruination. It grants 100,000% increased ruination damage, 100,000% health and mana regeneration, 100,000% cast and attack speed, makes the user capable of displaying quintuple the power in the ruination sea, grants the user the capability to warp across set points across the ruination sea and turn into pure ruination essence, and opens up the pathway to the deconstruction of all Taos, authority of the assimilator of the cosmic primordial Tao, an authority that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated the cosmic primordial Tao. It grants 100,000% increased primordial damage, 100,000% health and mana regeneration, 100,000% cast and attack speed, makes the user capable of displaying quintuple the power in the primordial sea and the capability to turn into pure primordial essence, and opens up the pathway to the reconstruction of all Taos. Noah was just reading over the new authorities of these two fantastical Taos with fervor when a second later, he felt the birth of something brand new within him as yet another prompt appeared before his eyes. With the complete assimilation of ruination and the primordial Taos, the pathway of deconstruction and reconstruction of Taos is now opened. Rumble, like a strike of thunder, droves of information began entering Noah's mind, naturally all of it being a consequence of not just assimilating ruination but also assimilating the primordial Tao. If he had only assimilated one, this pathway would not yet have opened. With a splendiferous universe as the fuel, the deconstruction of Taos with ruination essence will allow for any fully assimilated Tao to be turned into pure runic Tao lines, as the reconstruction with primordial essence allows one to brand these runic Tao lines onto their body and soul, gaining a 100-fold enhancement in the current boosts of the selected Tao in exchange for losing all comprehension and assimilation of such Tao. A brand new pathway opened up as Noah laid eyes upon it for the first time, his bright expression becoming ecstatic the more information he received about this pathway, a pathway that was only initiated after the burning of a splendiferous universe, a brand new path only unlocked by his recent actions, and one that would allow him to deconstruct and lose all comprehension and assimilation of a certain Tao, only for him to have all of this restructured as runic Tao lines that were forever branded to his body and soul, ruination destroyed and primordial recreated. This new concept, this resplendent new path, Noah wanted to explore it fully as he dedicated all his attention into it, but he brought himself to a stop as he glanced at the existences around him that were there for a reason. He calmed his excited heart as he glanced towards all of them with a devilish smile, his power and authority being vibrant for all to see as they stared back at him with awe, his figure clad in ruination and primordial essence making him look like a primal existence from ancient times. Chapter 1143, Runic Tao Lines. The gazes of the most powerful existences glanced towards the radiant figure of Noah as, while shimmering with white and crimson lights, they saw this being point behind him to the vast numbers of lined-up galaxies. These galaxies before us each contain specific sacred Tao fruits and herbs, where their consumption allows you to increase the comprehension and assimilation of all Taos as you have just seen. Rumble. The hearts of the hegemonies of the former primordial cosmos shook at the confirmation of such a reality, the gaze of Oathkeeper being immeasurable as he scrutinized Noah even more closely. He saw as this being smiled with a sharp light crossing his eyes, his voice ringing out as the galaxies behind them began to shine with the light of harvest. All those that are my vassals can partake and enjoy the trillions of sacred Tao fruits and herbs that will propel their respective Taos to the peak within a matter of hours, or just days if you were slow eaters. Along with his voice, the appearance of glimmering Tao fruits and herbs suffused with glorious light appeared all around them. Seeds of time, withering tea leaves, summoning peaches. It was myriad of exquisite fruits and herbs capable of ridiculous features appearing en masse. At such a scene in Noah's grand and authoritative aura, the prideful hegemonies that would have normally bowed to no one finally could bear it no longer. The great old Nazagath was the first as this Thonian came forward with a myriad of emotions, his deep voice ringing out, "I've been trying to figure you out for the last few days, but you are still a mystery to me. Yet, Your methods are undeniable as they are enough for this old man to bow and say, I pledge fealty to the antiquity of mana, thrum. The Thonian bowed down as a second later, a grand light began to shine over him, the others watching this scene as their eyes flashed powerfully, nearly all of them calling out towards Noah at this moment, I pledge fealty to the antiquity of mana. Fealty by powerful existences Noah would have looked up to just weeks ago rained down. An overabundance of marks of antiquity in the tens of billions descending down onto him due to the power and influence these beings held all being brought under him. After this glorious process was done, Noah nodded as he gazed at his people first. Barbados, Valentina, Kazuiko, all of those in the front were the first to get the signal, go ahead and enjoy the vast numbers of Dao fruits and herbs. We have to get you guys to achieve hegemony in antiquity soon. His words caused them to turn both happy and sad as they were reminded of the ever-expanding gap between them and Noah that never seemed to close, their figures eyeing the vast numbers of Dao fruits and herbs before them as they delved in. With this taken care of, Noah gave them the time to get stronger as he himself. He had to go and explore the newly opened path with the full assimilation of ruination and primordial Daos. His figure disappeared seamlessly from the novice universe as his main body reappeared not within the infinite cosmos, but the ruination realm where his primordial ruination clone had been staying these past few days to continue absorbing a myriad of cores and the base ruination essence to forge more universes. With the 1000:1 dilation, Noah was able to watch a new universe fully form within his origin every single day as currently, he held 12 splendiferous universes and one normal one. His advancements weren't small, especially with the 300,000% increase in realm advancement that the primordial ruination clone held. Now, his main body had also appeared here to properly look at what he could do to deconstruct and reconstruct Daos. The test for now was the completely assimilated lesser Dao of withering. Like all fully assimilated lesser Daos, this Dao granted 5,000% increased damage, with fully assimilated Grand Daos giving 10,000% increased damage on top of their own unique boosts, and as just seen with ruination and primordial cosmic Daos granted 100,000% in increased damage among other boosts, as Noah looked at the shocking effects of forming the so-called runic Dao lines from the deconstruction and reconstruction of Daos. He didn't proceed in haste as before he began. He spoke lightly while looking at the overabundant light of conquest overflowing through him. Let the light of conquest flow through the lesser Dao of withering, rumble. Before his words even finished, a portion of the vibrant light of conquest disappeared as one of the Daos Noah assimilated was enhanced, his origin feeling the changes as they were displayed before his eyes soon after. Aura of the assimilator of withering, enhanced, a passive aura that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated the lesser Dao of withering. It grants 10,000% extra damage and allows the attacks of the controller of withering to contain a unique corrosive essence that deconstructs and reduces the attacks, mana, and life force of the target until they become empty husks. The user can now even corrode time itself as they can briefly slow the progression time in a certain area. With the light of conquest, it had a double-fold increase as Noah nodded with bright eyes, turning his gaze towards his origin as without looking back, he began to burn one of the few splendiferous universes he held, thrum, as the fuel required for this process. Noah felt a tinge of pain when he did it, but that was all. This was because his heart was shaking from the fact that if he successfully deconstructed and reconstructed just this single lesser Dao enhanced by conquest, the 100-fold increase of this process meant 1,000,000% in increased damage, and that was just from this lesser Dao alone. If he also enhanced the Grand Daos from a 10,000% increase in damage to 20,000% and then deconstructed these Daos, it would be a 100-fold increase to 2,000,000%. Cosmic Daos were even more shocking as the number was terrifying to just think about. Thump, what a pathway! What a boost from fully assimilating ruination and the primordial Dao! Noah, he had to start this process right away. Chapter 1144 Runic Dao Lines. 2. Noah could feel the very beat of his heart as he opened up such a ridiculous pathway to increase his strength, the burning splendiferous universe being used as fuel as he felt all the accumulations of the Dao of withering be ripped from his origin. His very eyes watching as his essence of ruination caused the formation of broken down and ancient-looking runic lines that vibrated with power, runic Dao lines that represented the lesser Dao of withering, as ruination deconstructed. Primordial essence weaved in to reconstruct this whole process only being made possible from the burning splendiferous universe within Noah's origin as this burning released a unique essence that wrapped around the runic Dao lines and weaved them together. Noah watched as the resplendent Dao galaxies of the splendiferous universe faded away, the entire universe disappearing soon after as all this essence circled pristinely towards the unstable runic Dao lines. Then the primordial essence wrapped around this instability as it weaved it all together into a wondrous construct. Within seconds, the broken down runic Tao lines began to come together in a glorious manner as they shone with a myriad of colors, becoming taut and strong as they looked like multicolored lines of utter ancientness and regality. Noah felt all the knowledge of withering leaving his mind during this process as after he saw the glimmering runic Tao lines fully formed, he bellowed out powerfully, "Brand them onto me!" Rumble, a glorious light stretched out as for the first time, runic Tao lines were about to be branded onto Noah Osmont. The multicolored lines flew towards him at a fast pace as they sank into his fist. The runic Tao lines rotating madly as they branded a glimmering crimson tattoo around his right fist that even went on to cover his palm. The crimson tattoos shone with regality and authority, staying calmly over his skin as they made Noah look like an ancient tribal being. His eyes shone brightly as he sent essence into the tattoos instinctively, watching as they brightened up and began to revolve around his fist as they caused his body to release terrifying waves of power. This was the 1,000,000% boost of the Tao of Withering, all condensed to a few unique runic Tao lines that Noah could activate as all his comprehensions about this Tao were gone. At the same time, something new appeared within his status panel. Runic Tao lines integration, withering, 1,000,000% increased damage. A new section that would classify all the Taos that Noah deconstructed and reconstructed had appeared. Noah's elation only rising as he saw his fist that was currently glimmering with multiple colors as the activation of the tattoo that represented the Tao of Withering weaved over his skin colorfully as if it was alive. The sense of strength he received was unbelievable as it made him want to deconstruct all of the Taos he had on him, but he knew that each one would cost him a splendiferous universe as the cost was very high. But it is worth it, yes. It was extremely worth it. As Noah thought of how to tackle the high cost of this stupendous process, he figured that he had to move his plans forward somewhat as he had to go searching for a method to grow his strength. Truthfully, he was currently feeling ashamed at his rate of progress as 7 days had passed and he only had 14 universes. Well, there was one less splendiferous universe after he obtained the Withering Runic Tao tattoo, and it made him feel a sense of urgency as he felt like he was stagnating in strength. Of course, if any antiquities heard this, they would scream off in anger. At such a thought as beings such as this spend hundreds of thousands of years if not millions to achieve the stage of antiquity, even the pace of forming a universe a day being something unbelievable as they would spend many years accumulating their power. But Noah was different. He achieved hegemony just days after he became a monarch in Paragon, and he became an antiquity just hours after he became a hegemony. His pace had been so fast that with him slowly accumulating universes daily, it seemed as if he was getting nowhere. And now with the introduction of runic Tao lines that needed splendiferous universes to bring to life, it caused Noah to advance his plans forward as he would have to step into the ruination sea faster. Out there were a vast number of possibilities, places where he could find other cosmos or even the terrifying primordial beasts that could locate his infinite cosmos faster than he even expected. He would have to prepare a great deal as his priority of things would have to be reshuffled. One of these being the designing of a cosmic Tao, with the fact that the Grand Tao of Conquest could effectively bring the increase of values of lesser Taos and double them from 5,000% to 10,000%, and take Grand Tao boosts to 20,000%. Noah wanted this option to be applicable to cosmic Taos. For him to do this, he had to elevate the Tao of Conquest to the cosmic level. He could then empower cosmic Taos and elevate their strength even further. It was a path of strength that made him expectant whenever he stood against an enemy of the same rank as him on just how much he could dominate them. Along with all this, he had to bring the rest of his cosmic Taos to goal assimilation. He had devoured enough primordial apples and ruination strawberries as he was fully assimilated for these two Taos, and now he needed to consume the sacred Tao fruits and herbs of the annihilation, Chronos, and any Taos he would soon be picking up either from cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence. For the Taos he would be picking up, therein lay choices as he wanted the Tao of reincarnation from Chronos, who was still locked in a temporal prison, and then there was the mysterious primordial that had descended onto the infinite cosmos and handed him a primordial heart. Chapter 1145, Deconstructing and Designing Taos. Chronos in the temporal prison had the Tao of reincarnation. But Noah might have to put this aside for now as he was looking more towards the primordial and what would happen when he used protagonist's bookmark on this existence. The cooldown had all but ended a day ago, and Noah was being extremely cautious as he was constantly trying to affirm things with destiny and fortune on whether he should even make this existence a target. There were too many unknowns with them as Noah didn't even know their full power or what they could do, and this made Him apprehensive to descend onto a soul of such a being without being found out. Well, you won't know until you try, Let's take things one by one. First is, he let out a devilish smile as he craned his neck. His eyes still stuck on the vibrant runic Tao tattoo that would light up with multiple colors whenever essence sunk into it. He breathed out as he sat down in a meditative position, looking over at his primordial ruination clone that was in the same position and had a faint outline of the runic Tao tattoo also appear on his hands. Then, in front of both of his bodies, countless Tao fruits and herbs of annihilation, slaughter, chronos, any and all Taos, whether it be grand or cosmic, that Noah didn't have full assimilation of. Their Tao fruits appeared as the sin of gluttony was already ready to devour and grant Noah the proficiency. Under the time dilation, this would seem like it happened in no time as while doing this. Noah also gave the command to the cosmic core to do something drastic. The first cosmic Tao shall be conquest. Elevated from grand to cosmic, rumble, his thoughts reverberated into the cosmic core as it thrummed powerfully, Noah making his choice after much deliberation as the recent emergence of runic Tao lines and the shocking 100-fold increase in power they could provide being the decider to make this Tao into a cosmic one. Also, start the design of the Grand Tao of Archetypes, WAA. Yet another command rained down from him as he tackled a myriad of things at once, assimilating Taos, bringing forth a cosmic Tao, and now even designing a Grand Tao. As for the newly mentioned Grand Tao of Archetypes, it was something that Noah was designing not for himself per se, but for his subordinates that continued to look up towards him and lag in strength. His commands were heeded by the cosmic core as a radiance of immense proportions vibrated from it, droves of unique essence being utilized by this unique treasure as the first artificial cosmic Tao was born in the infinite universe. Alongside this cosmic Tao was a grand one as they were both completed around the same time. Noah's eyes flashing gloriously as he glanced at their details. Cosmic Tao of Conquest. A cosmic Tao birthed by the cosmic core of Noah Osmont. Conquered lands will always allow the user to quintuple their power while fighting within them, while their strength will always be quadrupled when they are in the process of conquest. Full assimilation of conquest grants the user the capability to empower not just absolute skills, but any lesser, grand, and cosmic Taos they comprehend, along with their power being enhanced by 10 times in conquered lands and enhanced by 6 times while in the process of conquest. Simple in its description, but ridiculous in its capabilities. 10-fold increase in power in conquered lands, 6 times under the process of conquest. But most of all, he could now empower even cosmic Taos. He could do it. And so he found his testing target right away as he locked onto a particular cosmic Tao that had just gotten assimilated seconds ago from him, devouring enormous amounts of its Tao fruits. It was annihilation. The second cosmic Tao he ever obtained, and his eyes now locked upon it as while he was carrying out multiple tasks at the same time, he voiced out lightly, "Let the light of conquest shine on annihilation." RUUMBLE, a magisterial white light stretched from him as it even lit up the surrounding crimson sea. His eyes were tightly closed as he immersed himself in the feeling of power, noticing nearly 1/4 of his remaining light of conquest getting sucked away as the authority of the assimilator of annihilation was enhanced. Just seconds prior, Noah saw that the base damage increase for annihilation was 50,000%, vastly above and beyond the normal 5,000% for lesser Taos and 10,000% for grand Taos, but far below the ruination and primordial Taos that were sitting at the very top with 100,000%. But now after its enhancement, authority of the assimilator of the cosmic Tao of annihilation, enhanced, an authority that only appears around those who have fully comprehended and assimilated annihilation. It grants 100,000% increased annihilation damage, 100,000% increased AoE damage, 100,000% cast and attack speed, and grants 50 random debuff effects: enfeeble, slow, impotent, demoralized, reduced life force. The cosmic Tao that was a level lower than ruination or primordial Tao had actually been enhanced by conquest, that it actually reached the same level of boosts. And Noah wasted no time as he induced the movement of ruination to actually start deconstructing this pristine cosmic Tao, his eyes shining with a light of excitement as yet another splendiferous universe began to burn within his origin. He had already turned a lesser Tao into a runic Tao tattoo, and wanted to see the stupendous effects of a cosmic Tao going through the same thing. THRUM. His origin trembled as the assimilations of this Tao were pulled out, intense runic Tao lines beginning to form in front of him as they were much more pronounced and numerous than the ones for the lesser Tao. After the process of deconstruction, primordial essence came in as it put everything together. Serene and majestic Tao lines weaving before Noah's eyes in a matter of seconds as yet another splendiferous universe faded. But the result of it was Noah bellowing out to the runic Tao lines as they shot forth towards him and sank into his right arm, a shocking primal tattoo beginning to form all the way from his wrist up to his shoulder. The runic Tao lines of withering formed into a tattoo that covered Noah's fist and palm, but the numerous multicolored Tao lines of annihilation actually covered his entire arm as they pulsed with shocking power. When he placed his vast essence into his arm now, BZZZT, it shone with glorious multicolored splendor as the runic Tao tattoos weaved magisterially, releasing shocking waves of power that even caused the surrounding ruination sea to tremble. Chapter 1146, Deconstructing and Designing Das. 2. In the ruination realm, a stupendous existence watched his right hand glow magisterially with multiple colors, the runic Tao tattoos moving with purpose and power from the tip of his fingers all the way to his shoulders. His gaze was absent-minded as he stared blankly in space at a set of words that quantified what the shimmering lines all over his hand meant. Runic Tao lines integration, withering, 1,000,000% increased damage, annihilation, 10,000,000% increased annihilation. Damage, 10,000,000% increased AoE damage, 10,000,000% cast and attack speed, and grants 5,000 random debuff effects to enemies, enfeeble, slow, impotent, demoralized, reduced life force, speechless. Noah was genuinely speechless. He stared at the numbers before him again and again, wanting to make sure that he wasn't seeing something wrong and that this reality was actually true. A lesser Tao with the 100-fold increase granted a 1,000,000% increase in damage among other things, but a cosmic Tao was a 10,000,000% increase, as such a numerical value in relation to pure power was purely ludicrous. This wasn't to mention the fucking cast and attack speed that were also enhanced by 10,000,000% along with AoE damage. If Noah cast Fireball right now, would it not be akin to him releasing the fastest bullets that had temperatures more immense than even the cores of galaxies? The numbers of the boosts were just so immensely ridiculous that when Noah realistically and logically put things into account, he felt like it was a feasibility for him to stand against someone that had forged thousands of universes, or even possibly a cosmos. At this moment though, this was all conjecture with no truth in it. If the enemy was like him and had completely assimilated ruination and the primordial Tao, then he fully expected them to be monsters that even he had to stay away from. But if he met an existence at the cosmic level but they didn't have the capability to form runic Tao lines, it was a thought that caused Noah's mind to buzz with activity as he reluctantly pulled his gaze away from his glimmering right hand that swirled with glorious ancient tattoos and the words on the stat panel attached to it. His gaze then went towards the other accomplishment he made while he was still devouring Tao fruits, the design of the Grand Tao of Archetypes. This Tao was tailored more towards his subordinates and those closest to him in efforts to raise their power, with its effects being unique to say the least, as it would change the power structure of the infinite cosmos. What was the archetype? One could think of it like a prototype or a model, or a stereotype embodiment of a certain thing. For Noah's Grand Tao of Archetypes, it related more to the classes or roles that people could choose, Noah taking inferences from his time spent gaming in his homeworld to bring this Tao to fruition. Grand Tao of Archetypes, a Grand Tao birthed by the cosmic core of Noah Osmont. As the Tao architect, Noah Osmont can comprehend and assimilate the Tao at 10 times the normal speed. The Tao of Archetypes allows 500 vassals of the tyrannical emperor to choose a specific archetype, class or role, that stems from one of the skill trees that the emperor controls. The selection of an archetype is permanent as it cannot be changed. The existences that select their archetype having it branded to their very origins and soul, as they cannot take any other path besides this. The power of the archetype is dependent on what level the skill tree it stems from is, with skill trees at the universal filament realm granting vassals the strength of the universal realm. The power given will always be a level lower, where if the skill tree is advanced to the cosmic level, the archetypes stemming from these skill trees will allow the display of power at the universal filament realm. Full assimilation of the Tao of Archetypes allows a vassal to choose a second archetype, and even one that stems from an absolute skill tree of the tyrannical emperor. Currently available archetypes to select: Necromancer, Archlich Arezon, Terror, Madness of Old, Cthulhu, Blood Ruler, Bloodlord, Ultimate Farmer, Versatile Farmer, Primal Tree, Primeval Tree of Old, Yggdrasil, Incandescent Guardian, Fate's Guardian, Summoner, Animus Summoner Trainer, Temporal Lord, Wielder of Chronos. Annihilator, Bearer of Annihilation. Noah stared at this expertly designed Grand Tao as beams of light shot forth from his eyes, nodding to himself on how he had just outdone himself on this one. Those closest to him were always levels behind no matter what they did, but this could now be changed, as with the Tao of Archetype. They could select a class that stemmed from his skill trees, that when he brought all of them up to the universal filament realm, it would allow them all to display battle power at the universal realm, even though they were still a level behind. this was still a huge leap in power that other beings would normally not even be able to dream of, to make this Tao actually possible at the level of a Grand One. Noah had to limit it to 500 beings, and they had to be vassals under him that he could select himself to grant them the right to choose classes. If this Tao were to touch the level of a cosmic Tao, the number of beings applicable could be expanded as the power the archetypes would be able to display most likely would get enhanced, but Noah was entirely sure it wouldn't be able to provide 100% power at the same level as the skill trees, unless this Tao was elevated to the same ranks as Ruination and the Primordial Tao. But with its creation, he effectively had 500 beings that he could now elevate to the realm of hegemonies, more hegemonies than even those that had been in the primordial cosmos. Chapter 1147, Deconstructing and Designing Daos. 3. The Tao of Archetypes of arguable one of the most prized Daos Noah had made, the past Tao of Conquest that was already elevated to a cosmic Tao being the only thing ranking higher at this moment based on usage and versatility, with Noah even tying this Tao to be on the same rank as fealty that allowed him to amass marks of antiquity quickly. Which expert could say they could effectively produce 500 hegemonies with a wave of their hands? Now, Noah was about to do just this as he finished devouring a myriad of Tao fruits, his mind currently buzzing with droves of information after he gained the full assimilation of Chronos from devouring countless seeds of time. All he had to do now was to pick up more cosmic Daos through the cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence ability, or be lucky enough to pick up a cosmic Tao from the millions of Tao fruits he would consume in the near future. He would then turn these Daos into runic Tao lines as all of his assimilations about them would be permanently gone, with Noah not being able to comprehend or assimilate these Daos ever again. Noah rose up with a happy smile as he saw his vast advancements. A few more things remaining on his to-do list before he began moving across the ruination seas. His bright eyes glistened ever brighter as he sent a message to a few specific beings with the information on the Tao of Archetypes. And what the possibilities there were for them to choose from, as at the same time, Noah was spending a myriad of skill points to elevate any skill trees that were low level to the rank of universal filament. This moment was the dawn of an era in the infinite cosmos that would be defined by a few hundred specific vassals that outshine the rest. These vassals getting the chance to major in a specific class that stemmed from a skill tree of the antiquity of mana. He fucking didn't. Kazuhiko couldn't help but curse incredulously as to what seemed like just a minute or two having passed after Noah left the novice universe and they began to enjoy the Tao fruits. He sent them a message about a newly birthed Tao of Archetypes. The surprise was of course due to the time dilation of the ruination realm, causing his subordinates to shake their heads at his efficiency as information of this Tao and all the choices they would have flowed into the mind of Kazuhiko and a few other selected beings. He really made classes. He wants to turn this already crazy reality into something akin to a game, huh? Kazuhiko was shaking his head with a huge smile as he sifted through the boundless information flowing in, Valentina. And others also having their faces changing at this newly appearing concept as they all found themselves focusing on it entirely. Necromancer. Barbados's eyes shone as her blessed chest heaved. Looking at the archetype that stemmed from the Archlich Arazon that Noah had now raised to the universal filament realm, the latest mini-skill tree to have been added that brought the Archlich skill tree to the universal filament realm was titled Universal Lich Lord, with it having another set of 4 abilities as always that were brand new, similar to the mini-skill trees of Galactic Nether Emperor and Tyrannical Lich Emperor that were contained in the Archlich Arazon skill tree. If Barbados were to select the Necromancer archetype that stemmed from this skill tree, she would gain the ability to use all the skills contained within, such as Summon Lich Emperors or Necrotic Ring of Death, and all the way down to Delay Death and No Man's Land, that were one of the few skills from the first stages of the Archlich Arazon skill tree. She would get all of this and be able to display battle power at the universal realm as a hegemony. Barbados couldn't help but let out a peal of chilling laughter as she felt like Noah deserved a little something extra later on tonight. She then acted resolutely as she was the first existence to select the first ever archetype within the infinite cosmos. She didn't bother to check the other classes like the Temporal Lord or Terror or even Annihilator that many would be choosing, and she followed her heart as she was already bound to death. Choosing the class of a Necromancer, THRUM, an oppressive black light shone with Barbados at the center, her aura gradually changing as the dense black light condensed on her origin, something becoming inexplicably branded onto her as along with this, a pristine mark of a skull appeared on her palm. Barbados gazed at this mark with shining eyes as she felt the flow of information of a myriad of new abilities she could use, as well as the power she currently released that was irrevocably at The realm of a hegemony, the great old Nazagath and other newly added vassals looked at this scene in a stupor, Noah having only granted the right to choose an archetype to the closest beings from his original universe first, so these hegemonies from the primordial cosmos only saw as out of nowhere. A woman at the level of a paragon began relaxing powerful waves of power that seemed stronger than most hegemonies. When they glanced at her chest, aside from its huge blessings, they could still see that her origin had not formed into a universe, as it was still a manifested galactic filament. So what, rumble? Before their thoughts even finished, yet another aura extremely similar to this one rose up, this time stemming from the figure of Kazuhiko as he was laughing madly while the essence of Chronos swirled around him gloriously. Those selecting the archetypes that utilized cosmic Daos didn't mean they would be able to comprehend such Daos right away, and they were only granted access to unconsciously utilize it from the tyrannical emperor they pledged fealty to. So Kazuhiko had chosen the class of a temporal lord as his archetype, and shocking auras similar to his began to rise from here on out, as it only caused the hegemonies of the primordial cosmos to nearly lose their minds at what was happening. Not too far away from Kazuhiko, the cry of an emperor of a race rang out clearly as the beak of a certain being rose towards the boundless space. Raa! Ra! Raa! The cry rang out loud 3 times, a golden glow being seen cascading down on the emperor penguin as this leading spiritual beast chose incandescence guardian for his archetype, more than likely due to it causing him to shine an even greater luster of gold than anything else as the essence of fate swirled around its body. Such shocking scenes began to unfold fully as the man causing all of it was detached from it, currently still in the ruination realm, as he finished his own preparation and was about to face an ordeal of sneaking into the soul of a primordial. Chapter 1148, Bookmark A Primordial. As Valentina saw the scenes of shocking auras of hegemonies rising from all those around her, she couldn't help but shake her head incredulously, as from the information she received, she uttered out slowly in a disbelieving tone, I choose the archetype of summoner. As the one to have created the lesser Tao of summoning, she had to choose this class as she felt like she had begun a project with all her hard work. And yet someone else had taken the reins and continued to work on it, as she barely recognized all the things that could be done with this aspect of summoning. Essence rained down wildly again as the aura Valentina released expanded even further, those around her experiencing the same phenomenon as Elena had, her curvaceous figure shaking after she chose the archetype of blood ruler. Steel Micah Hill's body also shining nearby as he chose the archetype of incandescent guardian. The birth of the generals that would move under the command of the antiquity of mana gradually formed like this, with Noah finishing his selection of who the 500 would be as time passed until this cap was reached. In the future, he could raise the limit of 500 if he ever made this grand Tao into a cosmic one, as only time would tell. The glorious lights continued to shine from the bodies of existences that were close to Noah as Oathkeeper and the original inhabitants of the primordial cosmos watched on in a stupor, our focus shifting from these beings and back to Noah, who was about to attempt something somewhat dangerous. He had taken care of many of the things he wanted to do with designing of Daos, and even exploring the runic Tao lines, stopping at deconstructing annihilation for now, as he didn't want to entirely finish his splendiferous universes just yet. What he wanted to do now was utilize Protagonist's bookmark on the terrifying primordial that had descended and granted him a primordial heart. In the ruination realm, Noah was situated in a meditative position as he breathed out slowly, an iridescent golden glow crossing through his eyes as he confirmed the tides of destiny while listening to his fortune. If he wasn't somewhat confident after discerning destiny and fortune the past few days, he wouldn't attempt what he was about to attempt. But after confirming multiple times, his eyes shine with a light of conviction as he voiced out, Protagonist's bookmark, rumble. A unique essence erupted from deep within him and bloomed outwards. It focused on a portion of his soul as it took a chunk and began shooting away from his body, entering the folds of space of the ruination realm as this piece of soul instantly flashed into the infinite cosmos and then began to shoot out into the vast ruination sea right after. At speeds even Noah wouldn't normally be able to achieve, the small portion of his soul crossed the ruination sea as Noah had chosen his target to be a certain figure he met not too long ago. The journey this time was vast as the target was a great distance away, the unique essence of the protagonist trait carrying Noah's soul across the crimson shimmering ruination sea for the next few hours, across the vast ruination sea. With the myriad of cosmos dwelling within the crimson seas, there were a few that were more distinct than others, with some holding immense importance as they held the most unique beings within them. One such being was an existence mentioned not too long ago, the existence that was ripping apart a grand primordial beast barehanded as his body shone with a glimmer of multicolored runic Tao lines that formed into ancient tattoos all over him. His entire body was etched throughout as he seemed to have no gaps left, this being more pronounced at this moment in time as his essence hands activated them to shine their rainbow-colored lights. The figure of this being with dark hair draping over his shoulders was currently floating in the ruination sea as he looked a few thousand light-years below him, a wild and ancient look being perceived in his eyes as his exquisitely defined muscular body could be seen even from the robe he wore. His gaze was glancing down towards a shocking scene. It was the scene of multiple cosmos floating peacefully in the ruination sea. It is an accomplishment you should be proud of, little Aegon. To his side, a veiled figure dressed in full white spoke out as she also gazed at the vast number of cosmos below them. This was the target of Noah's protagonist's bookmark, and after crossing the vast ruination seas for the past hours, Noah's soul coincidentally arrived above her veiled figure and sank into her head silently. Towards this, something extremely shocking occurred as the veiled figure herself felt nothing, but the man beside her actually turned and began to look around with a sharp gaze, not the primordial, but the existence at the cosmic realm beside her. What's wrong? Seeing this change, the primordial asked quizzically as the exquisitely defined handsome face of Aegon replied with a voice that dripped of majesty and regality soon after. I felt like there was another presence near us for a second there. Near us? Little Aegon, who do you think would be bold enough to come in front of the most powerful existence across these vast seas, and when a primordial is nearby as well? Take the compliment. You should be proud of the empire you have created, this place being a bastion that no primordial beasts would be able to take down with you in the lead. Rumble. Their conversation resumed as it was, while at the same time, Noah's portion of soul and consciousness sank into the primordial as he glanced towards the dark-haired man in shock. It wasn't the primordial that had sensed anything off, but it was instead this man whose body was filled with runic Tao tattoos, this being that should not be at the same level as a primordial. How was this possible? Just who was this existence besides the primordial? Chapter 1149a. As much as Noah wanted to understand the full situation, he had very limited time of less than a minute to scour the origin and soul of a primordial and leave before anything drastic happened. The portion of his soul had entered silently as Noah didn't make any movements in the first second, only observing the things he might be able to pull from this existence. As when he looked at what could be considered her origin and soul, he was gobsmacked at the sheer grandeur of it all as he saw an endless pristine white river, a river that endlessly stretched forth in two directions, and Noah could see many glimmering lines and clusters of lights within it that represented laws, Daos, memories, and many more things. It seemed oppressive to stare at it all at once, as Noah could actually pick out the essence of ruination from a crimson-colored line, and he could see the essence of the primordial Daos on a prominent white line right next to it. But the more incredulous thing to see was that near these lines that represented ruination and the primordial Tao, there were multiple other lines and clusters of light that seemed to shine with just as much importance. This caused Noah's soul to tremble as he actually understood that there were things at the same level of ruination and the primordial Tao from the soul of this primordial. What were they? And the more important question was, could he obtain them? His soul shone with a golden glimmer as he couldn't find any information on what he was looking at, only being able to identify primordial and ruination Daos because he was familiar with them. Uniquely, this particular protagonist's bookmark was like he was blind and could only choose randomly from what he could see. The primordial was just that powerful that even now Noah could not obtain information from her. For him to grasp anything from her, he had to choose one of the wondrously shimmering lines or clusters of light, and he had to be lucky enough that whatever he chose was something worth this great risk. As a millisecond passed, Noah made his decision as he glanced from the lines that represented the primordial and ruination Daos. Glancing at nearby lines that were just as vibrant or even more lustrous, he chose a particularly vibrant and large glimmering line that seemed to stand out among all the others around, this line stretching along the endless pristine river that was this being's soul. With his intention made, Noah's soul moved less than a second after he entered as he grasped onto a stout line deep in the soul of a primordial. To understand what was about to happen next, one had to recall what exactly protagonist's bookmark entailed. Protagonist's bookmark. To those bookmarked, the protagonist can descend onto their body without their knowledge as he becomes able to assimilate into them for a period of 1 minute. In this period of time, the protagonist can choose to focus on a specific area such as experiences, laws, realm progression, Daos, everything that the bookmarked character has accomplished. As the protagonist can rapidly raise their law progression or learn a new law, gains years of experience, enhance their understandings of realms, enhance their understanding of a current Tao, or step on the path of a brand new Tao that the bookmarked character is adept on, experiences, laws, realm progression, Daos, everything that the bookmarked character has accomplished. This was the crucial part. What Noah had chosen to obtain might not even be a Tao, as it could have been memories or knowledge of faster realm progression. Or maybe something else entirely. Noah didn't know what his soul had attached into before he did, but when he locked onto it as he began to suck in its knowledge, boom, he felt like an explosion had gone off deep in his mind. It felt too high and sacred, like it was something he shouldn't have been touching at all. Droves of information rushed into his mind as he could barely pay attention to the conversation occurring outside, the voice of the primordial continuing to ring out. Across these vast ruinations see, as long as this bastion that you have created doesn't fall, this reality will remain intact. All you have to do now is gain the battle power to seamlessly stand against cosmic primordial beasts. And you will be set. The words of the primordial caused the devilishly handsome figure of Aegon to nod, his deep and dark eyes seemingly holding immeasurable weight within them as he spoke out while still glancing at the cosmos below him. I will not be alone. There are trusted existences below me that want the same thing. The veiled primordial nodded at his words as she was about to continue, when her expression below the veil changed to confusion at this moment as she felt something she couldn't quite put her finger on. At the same time, Noah's main body in the faraway infinite cosmos trembled as his seas of fortune and destiny churned, his mind being sent horrendous danger signals just 30 seconds after he had begun taking in whatever knowledge he had attached himself to in the soul of the primordial. These danger signals all told him to leave within the next few seconds, or calamity of untold proportions would descend. Noah trusted his instincts as with but a command, the portion of his soul that was used for protagonist's bookmark unwillingly detached from the soul of the primordial and began to run away at speeds even faster than when it had been searching for this existence. Around this same time, the confusion on the hidden face of the primordial changed as the ruination sea began to shake, a cold voice emanating from her that caused the very ruination seas to churn. Rumble. The primordial raised her head as she actually felt a consciousness around them, but it seemed the glorious and regal being beside her moved even faster as his hair danced wildly, his hand reaching out towards a certain direction as his face was stern. This direction was where Noah's small portion of soul had begun to escape to. Time was seemingly moving in slow motion at this moment, Noah's soul trembling as he entrenched the expression of a majestic being whose body had begun to light up with numerous runic Tao lines, his hand outstretched as it was trying to clasp onto and break his soul. Lucky for him, he had trusted his senses and left when he did, as this outstretched hand barely missed him, his figure disappearing into the folds of ruination as the task of returning his small portion of a soul to his main body was something that could be done in a blink. Preposterous. Rumble. Noah could only hear a wrathful bellow ring out as he was already gone, the heart on his main body beating wildly as he could already see what his soul had obtained within those mere 30 seconds. It wasn't a law or any type of Tao, nor was it knowledge or experience from the primordial. It was something so glorious that Noah could not contain himself when he received it, something that was termed Nomological Edict of Samsara. A Nomological Edict of Samsara. Chapter 1150a. 2. Preposterous. THRUM. The bellow from primordial caused everything in the nearby hundreds of thousands of light years to freeze, but the consciousness that had been snooping around was already gone as the glimmering body of Aegon could be seen where the culprit disappeared. His hand was outstretched towards a certain direction as he voiced out slowly, "It is gone." A consciousness had actually been snooping near them without their knowledge, and it had been able to escape without being caught. The magisterial air around the primordial only became more intense, the pressure even causing the body of Aegon to vibrate as his runic Tao lines all across his figure shone with increasing intensity. "It is gone," he repeated again lightly as his long dark hair danced wildly, his sculpted figure looking extremely dominating as the heavy pressure in the surroundings reduced at this moment, the primordial turning to glance towards him as she spoke coldly. "Nothing is ever gone. Whatever was bold enough to come here, whether it is the consciousness of a primordial beast or an existence within this reality, they can forget getting off lightly." The voice of the primordial was filled with majesty and confidence, the veiled figure within continuing to speak as her body began to light up with a myriad of colors. "Even if they are gone at this moment, I can always go back to when they were here and grasp their traces." As she finished these words, she seemed ready for something as she called out with utter regality in the next moment, "Nomological Edict of Rumble." As a primordial made a move in a faraway location, Noah's small portion of soul was called back at a nigh instantaneous speed as it very quickly sank back into his origin, beginning to fully grant him everything it had obtained, and the content it had obtained was truly something top stupendous, not a law or Tao, but something that was actually a fusion of a myriad of laws and Taos and Nomological Edict. Such a thing caused Noah's heart to beat wildly as he got a look at the tip of the iceberg of the strength of primordials. He didn't see any runic Tao lines on her body, But he did see an overabundance of them on an existence that was near her, from there. Conversation, he picked up the name Aegon as he was very quickly reminded of Eckhart the Antiquity that shared his name and mentioned the possibility of champions being groomed by primordials in the vast realities out there. Noah Eckhart the Great Usurper had actually told Noah he was likely to be a champion based on the treatment he had just begun to receive, but as Noah saw the magisterial figure of Aegon right beside the primordial and with his body filled with countless runic Dao tattoos swirling all over his body, he thought that this being looked like much more of a champion. The sense of power between these two beings alone was horrendous, as Noah didn't know if the current power he held was even a decimal percentage of theirs. He had just seen the stupendous effects of runic Dao lines as the sheer percentages alone made him stupefied, but the being he saw had countless of such Dao lines as it represented the deconstruction and reconstruction of too many Daos. And then, there was the nomological edict, samsara. This was something even more sacred and ridiculous than the deconstruction and reconstruction of Daos, and Noah could say this with confidence as he gained the knowledge his soul had obtained, and changes began to occur within his very origin, grand changes of laws and Daos, and even the eruption of new Daos he hadn't comprehended before. He was most regretful that he was only capable of using 30 seconds of the protagonist's bookmark for this concept of a nomological edict, the full knowledge he now received telling him that due to this, he had only traversed 10% in this nomological edict. But what did 10 entail? What did the edict itself entail? The answer was right before Noah's eyes as he saw a brand new set of words appear in his stat panel and before his eyes. Nomological Edict of Samsara. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and Daos. A nomological edict cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of samsara is born from the combination of the cosmic Daos of reincarnation, chronos, and extinction, along with the grand Tao of destiny and laws of fate, life, death, and chaos. The seamless mixture of all these laws and Daos makes it possible for samsara to come to fruition. When these Daos and laws are fully fused together into a single thing, one achieves the full edict of samsara. With this edict, an existence becomes capable of binding their soul to their reality, capable of traversing its different time points as they wish without creating miniature branching realities, even in the face of death. With very few exceptions dealing with the involvement of other edicts, as long as their reality remains, their soul will never perish. The traversal of time can only be done backwards, with beings comprehending samsara being capable of jumping forward to the time point they already experienced before, but not to a future time point they never experienced. Traversing to the past has a great cost in mana, and it covers the return to the future point that the edict was initially used at, as the return costs no mana. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 1,000,000%, an increase of 10,000,000% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and Daos by 10% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws and Daos for the nomological edict of samsara, 10%. This was a nomological edict of samsara. It was the combination of a myriad of Daos and laws, as there were two in particular that Noah had not even come in contact with before. Yet at this moment, the eruption of the essence of reincarnation and extinction bloomed from within his origin. They were contained in the nomological edict, and now that Noah obtained it, he also obtained all the Daos within it.